我们已经在赛场上证明了自己，让所有人都知道我们来者不善。这冠对我来讲，象征着我们对胜利的渴望。它给我带来多少荣耀，同样也伴随着多少压力。但我觉得真正的强者就是要学会平衡他们。我们只想保持初心，一直冲到底，赢到最后。
XCG 加油！
还可以，如果有远程来继续消耗一下的话，有机会去接。而 XCG 这边遇到了 EWG，EWG 虽然上一把表现不好，但也不是好捏的。但是这个处决打下来，小鲤鱼的状态已经变得非常差了，小鲤鱼倒了。
是的，缩回来还能品一朵花，这个时候凭身份吃了天马长虹先推出去，打到对方不是还没真到，主角打掉，但赢出了2打1。没有想到 XCG 在最后关键时刻，利用个人能力上的一个solo，也是解决他们的最大敌人。是在一丝血的小鲤鱼，没有任何的操作空间。
和周光失之交臂虽然可惜，但并不影响我们对自己的信心。我们并肩作战，
蓝队加油！
一起拥抱胜利，一起接受失败，战火在起，全力以赴。
反而是爆打这边第一时间可能得走，晚风这一刀是压到了，而且是来自紫长剑的一个劈砍，这波伤害很痛啊！他最终是留下了对方的一个昊天，昊天倒了。
单日3败的强度有点大，再来看看莱昂弟弟里面的话有点招架不住了，不能去踢一脚。狼族这边选择拔刀啊，这个拔刀的话想去把这些敌人带走。
这一刀直接向天发射。
这一次我们要站到最后。
当你存在未尽之事，一定会留下遗憾。但有时候需要忘记一切，打破过去对我们的枷锁。
来，3、2、1，加油！
再次开始，重新出发，这样才能发挥出我们真正的实力。
李新淼能做到奇迹吗？他不是花了！过来1打1单挑，晚风单板过来追逼，没有追到，过来给压力，队友呢也相继倒下，过来吃一个花。比 Sky 的个人能力还是非常优秀的。哦哟，这边是2连接的一个，哇！他一个崩山斩完成了一个击杀反杀。
比赛还在继续，我们要书写自己的传奇。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I am your host and caster, Dabby. I'm accompanied by my girl, Moxie. It's been a minute, Moxie. How you living? What's popping?
I'm doing good, Dabby. I'm really excited to get to see Trios because we've had a little bit of a meta shift, right? So all of these teams are trying to incorporate Justina into some of these compositions. We're seeing a lot of people shift towards the Temmie. I know that Rune is really happy that Temmie's coming to the comps. I'm really happy to see the Temmie come into the comps.
Listen, you should have been here yesterday. You should have been here yesterday. The solos was not looking... They were not looking like what we wanted it to. And thank goodness Trios is going to give us some high action, high caliber parries and everything else in between. Because Lord knows, as of yesterday, I need it. I need it. Please.
A lot of Z-ping, I'm guessing.
Too much Z-ping. Too much at this point. A little too much. To the point where we had an unlimited stack of Z-ping. And honestly, an unlimited stack of Yorihimes. I mean, 16 Z-pings in one. Listen, I understand that she's great and all, and she's fantastic as a healer, and she's really able to keep all of that engagement right in front, even in like very low health and shield situations, even being able to switch the advantage around where all of a sudden you're the one that has that. But come on, man. I need other things, man. I need some Valdez. I need some targets. I need something, man. I was trying to get something.
You got Tarka. You traded 16 Z-Pings for 1 Tarka Infinite. I call that an even trade.
Yeah, still got outnumbered by like the many. Too many to count. I was scared for all the Tarkages. I was like, Tarkages got outnumbered 300 to 1.
I'm sure Pandaman is a little bit peeved about those numbers. But yes, it is going to be Trios today, Davy. So you are freed from the shackles of the Z-Ping lobbies. Because until she gets the third version of her F and her ultimate in terms of the patch that they're playing on, because they're not currently playing on live, it is only going to still be the bubble for the self and the ultimate for the self as well. So we're not going to be seeing her if it is a Transformer healer coming through. It's most likely going to be Karumi. But even then, a lot of these teams, I think, anticipating that Z-Ping is potentially going to knock Karumi out of that bad placement in the Transformers competition and have already started to veer away from her and start fielding the Tammy instead, which has mixed results. If it's final circle, it does a lot. It blocks a lot of those ranged projectiles. If it's a 1 versus 1 fight and they're in the middle of the whirlwind, yeah, it doesn't really keep the TN up, does it? And keeping the TN up is going to be the absolute name of the game, because as always, the longer that you survive into these circles, the higher your multiplier is. So as you can see, the last team standing will get a multiplier of 1.6, and then slowly it just trickles down and trickles down and trickles down. So if you go to number 16, your kill multiplier is only just the 1. So it's definitely all about trying to survive as long as possible, but also finding as much kills as possible, which is why I'm a fan of still seeing the Karumi in some of these comps.
Let's hope that we can do that, though, as you know, with the amount of stuff that's been happening here, you really hope that they can keep that same momentum pushing into it. And there's still so much more in reality that is in store. And luckily, obviously, when it comes to the trio comp, it's definitely a little bit different, and hopefully we'll have way more advantages and more fun here as we're looking at the trios list here at the very bottom. 15.1 for WBG, struggling, but maybe we can see a pop-off possibly today. I don't know, because we saw a pop-off from yesterday though, and seeing one of the players at the very bottom of the leaderboard absolutely have 2 insane pop-off games and really being able to be like, hey, I'm still in this game. So let's hope that they can keep that same energy in trios.
Yeah, the trios, like the leaderboard is always a little bit misleading, because obviously some of these trios have actually played 2 days, others are still to play that 3rd day. So as you can see, the likes of WBG, NAD, Q9, all of them are going to be playing today, so do have an opportunity to put themselves into the top 16 necessary to be able to qualify for the bi-weekly. Team Ace, on the other hand, it's not looking brilliant. They're coming in with 51.1, Wolves at least ahead of them in FPX2. Both of those teams actually have the opportunity to play on day 3 to add to their tally marks. I think it's really unlikely that we see Team Ace being able to actually move into the bi-weeklies. But talking about things that I'm really happy to say that were a little bit unlikely after their start in Season 1, both Alliance and Ventus, as well as J-Team, absolutely popping off, posting some really good points on singular days and putting themselves into a really good position to be able to, as you pointed out, take that momentum and move into day 3, where they do have another day of playing even before they're in the top 16.
And let's hope that they can keep that same momentum coming into it, as OC, YZG are in the tops with that 140 plus, 143.6 coming in from OC, 141 from YZG. Sadly, OUG still has a lot of work to do, but with that top 3 though, 117.8 still pretty good, but they have to be careful though, knowing that AOW, KZ, and JDG could really pop off here and really could take that top 3 spot.
See, the thing is, both AOW, KZ, and JDG have already played their 2 games, so it's only going to be GD that we actually see from that leaderboard today. And GD, after only playing 1 game, are already going to be ahead of everybody else virtually.
Oh
because look at this. There is a reason that GD have been able to bag themselves number 8, having only played 1 day, and it's because every single game that they have, they are just so consistently always placing in the top 5, even if they don't win it. The last time we saw them in play, they took 2 MVPs back-to-back in a row, with Dong Qing, one of those players who in Season 1 would actually bounce between solos and trios, picking up the overall MVP. So you can absolutely see how hard this team works.
Even with all of that stature and even the space within where it is here, still, notice, look at this though, GG and J-Team are pretty much within the same boat here. In terms of their average points, and so is one of the other players, like a little bit lower down here, as we're seeing all the backstage cam access behind the scenes of all the players here, a little bit of Russell tussle action from a lot of these players here. But at the end of the day, it's all smiles, but still, there's still some rivalry to all of these teams, and we love to see it though, as everybody's getting ready to lock in here for our trios game 1. I'm excited, man. I want to see immediate WP action coming in. I want to see the aggression. I'm excited to just see how players are going to be able to handle it, especially with, you know, I think even with the Holleroff comps and how people have been switching it up, you know, they've still been trying to figure out how to really keep that same momentum going into that next game, knowing that now we go straight from Morris and immediately go to Holleroff rather than going 2 on Morris and then game 3 is in Hollow.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, that shift has kind of changed. So instead of, as you pointed out, playing that third and last game on Holorock, we now have it on the second and fifth. So it allows a little bit of time for them to be able to warm up into that first game, find their feet. It's very familiar. They've been playing this for absolute years, so the muscle memory is absolutely there. And I think it actually shifts as well the pacing of the games. Like previously when we played Holorock on the third game rather than the second, that first game was a lull. A lot of the first circuit was a lot of those players playing very safe, very passive, and it wasn't really until the second game or until we actually hit Holorock that we saw a lot of those squads going down very early, to the point that we went from something like 35 players moving into the final circle to only about 22. And I think having Holorock on the second forces them to really go aggressively straight out of the gates, which really suits some of these teams, right? J-Team, FPX, Wolves to an extent as well, Ventus. These teams are very, very good at starting off strong. The problem for a lot of them is, are they actually able to continue not into final circle, but towards mid-game? Because Jake actually has something that he likes to call Wolvitis, where from season 1, Wolves would start really strong. They would get maybe like 7 kills, and then they would chase, and they would greed for picks, and they would find themselves being third and fourth partied, and they would go out. And because they didn't even make it past the mid-game, their kill multiplier, despite maybe coming with 7 kills early in that first zone, would be absolutely naught because they went down so early.
Meanwhile, GD able to give a nice little dap here to our cameraman, as K, Kakaxi, and Dunqueen are going to be ready to lock in here for our games. Looking pretty good, though. But I looked at the graph earlier, though. GD is at the top here. And the difference between themselves, which if you look at the average status score here, average elimination, 7.7, average damage of 32,000. That's an average.
Yeah.
That's insane. And a 45% top 5. That's almost 50%. Almost every game, they are pretty much already establishing that they can get always within the top 10. That is amazingly impressive. And every now and then, maybe GD will have just like that one off game here. But those stats are showing that they came to play.
They play for survivability. Like, they are so strong, they're playing for survivability. That's what you bring to the table when you cross over from solos and trios. You're used to playing for your own life and not having to rely on your other 2 teammates. So a lot of the time, if they lose some of those players early on, what would absolutely cripple some of these teams' compositions actually allows GD a little bit more maneuverability when it comes to the amount of space that they're able to freely occupy without having to worry about being pushed out. Wolves are actually another team that have really impressed in Season 2. They came so close to picking up the bi-weekly finals from last week. They had a little bit of a rougher day on the day 1 that they played this week. It wasn't the greatest, but if they have a good day, if they have that confidence and look for that aggression, but then toe the line of aggression too, because we've seen them improve in Season 2 and making sure that they're not chasing blindly into those kills, that they're not putting themselves into horrible positions where they're out in the open and looking to be third-partied. We've also seen them slip up and revert back to the Season 1 Wolves, where they did have that aggression and they overcommitted and they got punished for it. So it really is about which team we get to see from them today. Is the same as sort of the thing for Ventus. Like, they have some really strong games. You can see their average damage is sitting around about 26,000. That's really strong when you consider all of these teams that are coming through, right? A lot of the time, if you have a Yodo posting about 26k, those are the numbers that you want. Same for the TN. But are they able to survive into Final Circle? And more importantly, are all of the members able to survive into Final Circle? Because that's where a lot of these teams do have issues.
They've been able to figure out where those issues are, though, and hopefully they're able to clean it up here. Meanwhile, XCG, average eliminations of 6.2, 23,000 plus damage. Still looks pretty good for them as well here. They still really have a massive opportunity here as XCG has really come through with some surprising results. And not that far off from being that top player that we saw, similar to GD in terms of their stats here. It wasn't that bad. Still a little bit of a decent difference here, but it's still not that far off from really having those really 2 or 3 really big pop-off games that can take them all the way to the top here. We're gonna be looking at all the games and getting ready for all of our trio games here. Like we said, ladies and gentlemen, we got one on Morris. Game 2 is gonna be in Holoroff. Game 3 and 4 back on Morris. Game 5 in Holoroff, and Game 6 back on Morris. As we're gonna be looking at all the teams that are gonna be locking it in here and seeing a different stature of comp here, even seeing a Takeda make its way from J Team, from ZK is going to be able to lock that in. Seeing some decent amount of Terracotta Warriors, some Vipers, Yodahimes. I don't think there really is a massive comp switch here, as it looks like we're still going to be seeing our Monk comps as always here. Seems like a nice little fair spread.
Oh, what was actually coming out with this? I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams experiment with the Justina Temi composition coming through. So it's actually really smart. This is something that Han did really well 2 days ago. GT basically, what they did was they used the Matari stealth ultimate to get that Justina close enough unnoticed so that when the Justina ultimate came through, everyone got caught in the crossfire and everyone got frozen up. But to see it being used with a Monk as well, some of the teams were trying this 2 days ago. The entire idea is that, you know, you use the Temi ultimate, you lock them all into the zone, and whether or not you use the Justina ultimate or the Tien ultimate, it should finish things off, and it gives you a little bit more flexibility too. So if you need that transformer to come through to, say, take control of a Morris Blessing, you're going to be able to use that while still holding off on the Justina ultimate in case you actually need to win a fight.
Meanwhile, nobody landing in Shadow Jade, nobody at Sunwing Rest. Looks like Stillside Temple is going to see at least 1 to 2 teams, maybe, and possibly even the spread out between Wreckage Plains and Celestia is going to find at least 1 to 2 as Wolves. Immediately is going to get the first fights coming in from HRD. 14 caught in a bad struggle, immediately getting blitzed from all of their shield, immediately gets parried and then gets finished by Water. 14 trying to back off of this and does get that elimination. Meanwhile, Ziyu by himself here. Oh, definitely a rough start for Wolves here. JJ is going to be able to take and get those eliminations here. Make sure to hit that follow button here on twitch.tv/Naraka Bladepoint. As we're seeing the first Yodahime ult come out here, getting some massive damage on Sleepwalker, as there is going to push on this. Sanzi is going to claim the elimination on to Sleepwalker, as we're going to see the Reza come in, absolute juggling coming in from the insane sphere. Immediately gonna be able to dish this out. I love the brooms. I love the broom. I want that so bad just for myself. 13 Shao struggling to try to hold it and maybe trying to claim the elimination here, as they are going to be able to hold the heal. Sanzi's going to be able to get the beautiful parry. Immediately Reza's on one of the players, claims the elimination. This could be a massive 1v1. 13 Shao trying to keep it alive here, and this could be massive, being able to hold this front. Now it's just a 1v1 between Sanzi and 13. If 13 is going to be able to clutch this, this is going to be massive for him. Meanwhile, he's trying to wait it out and sadly is unable to get the parry. Does it twice. It's a massive hit onto him. Misses the big strike coming in from the spear here. Misses it second time. Is going to be able to hit it for each side here. Waiting for the opportunity is 13 Shao. WBG is going to be able to clutch it up for his teammates and plays it. Oh, and is able to juggle it. He's able to juggle it. Picks up Sleepwalker, picks up Jin, and WBG still holds it together.
Massive Kurumi ultimate to be able to set up for that Nessus Might to be able to take it into a 1 versus 1, as we can see so much dual blade clang coming on through. So absolutely locking VVV down against that corner with the charged up left click, as immediately we move over to NAD, who are actually hunting down NPG, as they are just trying to use that great up, getting caught in the action. Belclang actually has to come through from Zhao Nin, will not be able to save them, and it's going to force the Yuetian ultimate now to come through and try to cover up the spit, trying to slash onto the back of the Yoto, and they are just going to Wuchen TP right on out. But Doshi's still going to be able to catch them, and the spear does come through. Soulblade blocked to make sure no one third parties, as GBL comes in for the third party. Here comes the Viper ultimate, actually not going to be able to find the stun, but will be able to find the kill. As 17 GL now with the charged up left click on that longsword, coming back into this fray, wanting to try and pick out one of those stragglers, have been able to lock down Dao Bao on the side of GBL, and now try to go hunting because they know that MPG are still going to be in the area. Double back actually, because Han has respawned and is now trying to get back in. The nunchuck dump comes on through into the Yodo F, but Han immediately just gets swarmed by 3 players against 1, and unfortunately does not have any of the stagger windows to be able to buy themselves safety, as now MPG Sorrow comes in with that Yoto ultimate right into the Wuchen TP so that everyone can be able to disengage safely. Meanwhile, on another part of the map, XCG, actually Li Jianghan going to be able to use one of those Moonbane charms to be able to get the Bane's Breath started, to try and set up a little bit of an aggressive push from their angle, as it's going to be Q9's LXY starting things off with a Viper ultimate, locking down WBG. Sleepwalker, who's trying to keep Q9 on the ropes. Nezha's might coming through from WBG's Jing will actually force that Wuchen TP to try to disengage out from the reverberating slam, as LXY is able to tap dodge out of the Dragon Slayer's Frost. Jing goes down. Q9's LXY and Gu are just working together, using the stagger frames opened up by their teammates to be able to lay down those larger hits. As GBL a little bit on the back foot right now. Oh, the Yodo dab out, just locked against the wall, has no ultimate, no way of being able to use that after able to buy themselves any space, and will just be immediately decimated. As MPG is waiting, now going to be a little bit out of position, gets caught by one Yodo, Slash has to tap dodge away from the affability. And 17JL have been able to buy themselves a little bit of a breathing room before they go hunting.
Immediately with the hunting, 17JL. AS is going to be able to close in on Sorrow here. Sorrow trying to hold this off, though. Will be a 2v1 situation. Meanwhile, other teammates gonna come in, absolutely decimate, as AS will get hit by a shield. Waiting comes in at a beautiful time, comes in with the 2v1, immediately does get destroyed though. AS does go down. Sorrow trying to keep the same energy though, as ZU is gonna be able to pop that beautiful Viper ult. The timing coming in, not looking great for Sorrow. Sorrow will get finished in that small space. Meanwhile, ZU is gonna push in and get that elimination, trying to finish it off with NPG here. ZU caught in a bad space, as Yaya is able to claim the elimination from GBL, and Alliance is lucky. Finishes off Wolves 14 here in a fight in between the canyons, as Han is going to be able to force the pop off of that Viper, making way and try to see if they can back off as best as possible. Sadly, is unable to, as that Bao is going to be able to claim the elimination off of Waiting here. So much aggression, but sometimes the ult timing comes in a beautiful time when there really isn't any time. Meanwhile, the Wushin's going to take out 17JL and pick up his entire team for them to rotate back. Maybe go for the salty run back. We will see. But as of right now, at least they're back up and ready to fight yet again. Q9, even going through with this rotation. Let's see if they can keep the same patches happening. And still, they're going to be able to rush with the rotation. I think they know that 17JL is within that other side, though. He sees AS here standing up top with that spear. Not the spear, but the bow. Looking down within the canyon here. So LWH also knows, and so does LXY, as Q9 might be able to peek in here, so immediately going back in between the J team and GG, as J team and them is absolutely going back and forth. The body slam coming in, as LXM is going to see what the ground tastes like. Meanwhile, forcing the Viper ult to come out, and is going to be able to claim at least maybe one. Yes, he does. At 330, is going to try to hold off, but sadly does get claimed by J team's Eagle. J team trying to figure out if they can keep the same momentum as they're going to push in. ZK trying to hold off as best as possible. LXM gets dropped. Kia gets dropped, and J-Team sends GG's back to the resurrection.
Oh, I'm such a fan of this. Takeda with Temi. This is my dream composition. You drop the Temi ultimate. Anyone tries to walk through it, they're going to be slowed. They can't actually tap dodge away from the Takeda ultimate, and that's exactly what happens. And it is just absolutely massive. Eagle comes in and gets so many of those flashes to connect, and they just bait and trap everyone trying to bypass the Temi ultimate. As Q9 now trying to find a little bit of damage. Yodo ultimate going to actually be cancelled out early to be able to allow for a little bit of better mobility. As Q9 are still going chasing. They're committing into this. Not just the Yoda ultimate, but the Viper as well. Jewelblade's going to actually be able to land onto the enemy, who's tried to be able to dodge behind those haystacks to dodge out of that Viper ultimate. They've been able to find one pick, which does isolate out the last member of 17JL's AS, who is now looking a little bit out of position. Benchu having already gone down. Yeah, that Yodo is going to be a gonzo. Currently going to have to go for a little bit of a run back. Q9, NPG, J-Team, all of these teams doing a very good aggressive first circle. All of them currently sitting above 5 kills, as NAD don't have the best loot at the moment. Cannon splash damage starting to come on through. They're trying to catch out those stragglers who are trying to push away from the zone. They've been able to isolate out the members of EWG, so that whenever they try and leave those buildings, they're going to be caught out in the cannon's crossfire, and that's when you can move in for the kill. But you have to be extremely careful how you engage this. This is a monk composition trying to fight into a counter monk composition. Okay, it's going to be a monk transformation first. EWG still have the Viper ultimate if they want to try and really lock down this TM, but they are just going to break line of sight. does manage to find a grab coming out from Xiao Jin, just holds Sanzi in their hands, allowing the repeating crossbow to get serious work. And then on top of it, grabs the Morris Blessing just with the Temi ultimate. Oh, that is not good in the slightest. As on the other side of the map, we're seeing some serious contesting coming through from the other one. JJHRD actually going to lose their monk in the stun at the moment. Doesn't manage to actually find the kill, so grabs are going to continue to come through from Godly. Is able to get the slam onto Dao Bao, but goes extremely low, goes down without that Karumi. There is so little you can do when that monk gets focused, and you don't have the Temi ultimate because you didn't already invested it for the Morris Blessing. As now they are going to pay for it, is GBL trying to actually just disengage safely away with that Wuchen TP. Have managed to actually get the full disengage. Kakashi rocking that Justina freeze as well so that you can get a little bit more distance if they try and follow after that 120 meters. And they did manage as well to find and open the Morris Blessing before they TP'd out. So it was a bag and run on the Draco Storm, which they are going to pop immediately. Both of the teams, GD and NAD, going to be popping those and immediately looking for those kills, as everyone is going to give them a wide berth. As you can see from that lower third, when you pick up a Draco Storm, it gives additional lightning splash AoE damage on all of your strikes, as well as damage mitigation and some serious attack power.
Serious attack power indeed. Ventus coming through with that rotation though. Q9 with the main title score of 8 eliminations right now. NPG with 7. Dual 6s coming in from J-Team and GBL. Meanwhile, XEG playing house right now. With 2 eliminations.
Can you blame them?
With 2 eliminations.
2 teams of Draco Storms. Everyone's hiding.
But you got to be careful though. Meanwhile, GD and NAD, at least they're not, I mean, like, they can fight Alliance and plus Phoenix. They don't have Draco Storm. Draco Storm is about to end for NAD, and it's close to ending for GD here, as Mubai might get pushed here by the rest of the team. They are going to back off this and is going to be able to go for those cannon shots here, but it looks like Fun plus Phoenix is forcing them to push. Mentality immediately pushes in on TXJ here, really splitting them off from the rest of the squad here as Triple V and TXJ is going to be able to come back. Leo is going to be able to help as best as possible, as Mubai is going to be able to hold them within this tornado here. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum as the shield comes in from Wushin. So is that guard. It looks like Mubai is going to be able to back off. Ends up getting absolutely blitzed by a repeating crossbow. It's a lucky immediately comes in as Mubai is going to immediately pop that ulti from the monk, as the Wushin is going to force Fun plus Phoenix to back out. TXJ, Triple V with basically barely any shield here. Meanwhile, XCG up top waiting in the distance and ready to strike.
Oh, they saw the grapple. They know that there's trouble on Marcus. Alliance sitting on that ballista, waiting for the zone to try and push those players out into the open. Bow Snipe comes through to open things up. 2 shots landing onto Leo from afar. Still not going to be able to find that kill confirmation, as Alliance think better about holding that position. 2 Viper ults coming through. It's actually FPX's who gets cancelled out by GG's LXM, and they're immediately going to lose both Leo and TXJ. VVV going to be able to actually find a little bit of a juggle onto 330, trying to find the kill. Forces actually the Lucian TP, but it's out of the zone. They should be able to get the resurrection onto them, as unfortunately VVV, without any escape route, having lost both of their teammates, is going to be taken out pretty darn early, as both FPX Wolves are going to be knocked a little bit out at the moment, as XCG with that Karumi Teva just healing up, making sure that they're going to be nice and full as they sit in the middle of that zone and try and escape corruption. You have to be so careful as well now when you exit the zones. Teams have gotten so good at being able to gatekeep the exits of those zones, preying on the fact that if you stay in that too long, your heals are going to be limited. As we can see, Ventus just opening one of those crates from their quests, trying to sort between those soldiers, see if there's going to be anything that is good. Because for Bixel, he's got a purple weapon. My worry is that he doesn't have the purple armor. They at least do have the Karumi, so they have a little bit more of a safety line than some of these other Tiens in the lobby, who really are relying on getting on top of those Morris Blessings to be able to armor up their monk. Half of the reason why we see the Temi being fielded in this composition. But if you don't have that loot, it is so hard to set yourself up into the final circle when everyone's just running around things like the Flamers and the epical legendary cannons, and literally everyone is just waiting for a monk to try to go into that ultimate form without a Karumi heal, where you're just going to get absolutely blitzed down. As it is a little bit of a lull. Some of these teams trying to get on top of Rift dealers so that they can get a couple of rebirth charms. We did see WBG managing to pick one up because I do believe that they are currently missing their monk player, which is the win condition of that composition, as GBL's hand now coming in with the Viper ultimate has been able to stun out one Jin immediately decimated, as Han will be able to pick up the kill with the katana following on from the stun. As we now move over to Ventus, Zyu actually going to go for the Terracotta Warrior transformation coming out from that UH and trying to buy the space for Pixel, who is about to be stunned out. LXY doesn't want the entirety of the team, they just want that one player. They know that Pixel is low, they're going to be able to get him with the snipe of the musket, finishing things up. And now Ventus, without that carry, without the damage dealer, without anyone to try and draw focus away from those players, are going to be in a really rough position because they've now lost 2.
Coming in with that insane composition, though, still's going to be super helpful, though. Zyu is going to push in on Ventus's Zyu trying to see if they can figure this out as well here. So much damage coming in, trying to see if they can do that with that Soul Jade. Trying to keep it together here as the Yorihime comes out, ends up hitting the player as well. Zyu is going to be dangerously low, and Zyu is going to get the elimination off of Ventus Zixu. Beautiful claim here as they're going to be able to shut that down as J-Team is going to be able to rotate this out here. Meanwhile, oh, CK gets hit by the Bane's Breath.
You take it.
I actually thought what was circling him was the card, and I was like, oh, he's good. And then he got hit, and I was like, wait, that's not his card. Yeah, so oh, no.
They actually face tanked the Bane's Breath to be able to get on top of the Morris Blessing, because if you actually look in the top right, J-Team are the ones running the Draco Storm, even though it wasn't their Bane's Breath on top of the Morris Blessing. They grabbed, they ran, and now they're sad. Because that Bane's Breath, unfortunately, when you said it, it doesn't move location. So now J-Team can just wait to see if GD were getting a little bit too uppity, a little bit too confident off of the back of that Bane's Breath. And that is indeed what happened. The Draco Storm is still able to find the kill.
Still able to find the kill here, is now going to be able to reach in within this rotation. Lixin Hen trying to see what they can do here and try to figure this out here. Is XCG is going to be able to go back to where they... And here they go again, hiding. Saw them the first time hiding, and now they're back doing the same thing they did when we first saw them the first time. Isn't that interesting? XCG
just got the Mystic Might. It's not the Draco Storm, but at least you'll see some of the players around you.
But I mean, listen. I mean, if you have Mystic Might, I feel like now's the time for you to be striking. I don't think you striking in the middle of a Mystic Mic is probably, you know, I feel like you.
It is kind of the budget Draco Storm, isn't it?
It's a budget Draco Storm, but yeah, every budget has an advantage. You see what I'm saying? You can still have an advantage though when you're on a budget, you know. Instead of buying IHOP, you go to Diddy's. You know?
I don't know. I feel like NAD have been shopping in Tiffany's. Look at this loadout. 2 of them are running legendary weapons. One of them is that monk. That's pretty terrifying. Those slams are going to have some serious dangers. Yeah, there you go. XCG is using that.
Like what did I say? Right back to it. Right back to
that's spotting. They're trying to get a little bit of scout. They do have Li Jinghan with the bow. Like, he's been really good. I remember, I think it was about a week and a half ago, Li Jinghan on one of the BIWEEKLYs came in with something like 6 snipes on the bow, just stealing those kills. Like, he is absolutely brutal with it. That was something like 27,000 damage that he did with ranged alone. As GBL now going to be looking for a little bit of an entrance into this fight. Morris Blessing coming online, forcing these teams to get a little bit scrappy, as Kakaishi unfortunately finds themselves on the wrong ends of the dual blades, turned into absolute sashimi. As NPG potentially looking for that third party, want to maybe get anything from those cans. Maybe get a couple of scraps from that Morris Blessing. As you can see, the zone's starting to push some of those players a little bit closer. NPG still not running the best loadout when it comes to armor as well, so they have to be a little bit careful about how many of these teams they are inviting to engage. As GBL taking that high ground wants to get a little bit of a bird's eye view. NAD, no. Please no. Not another Morris Blessing that someone just gets to open for free with a Tammy ultimate, because now, yeah, they have legendary armor and legendary weapon on their monk. NAD are going to be absolutely stacked coming into this final circle.
Meanwhile, with the rotation though, NAD's down and on the outside, ends up getting pushed in by GD. GD's gonna keep a whole heck of a lot of them. Elimination coming in as GG is gonna be able to claim and get those massive hits though from that Yorihime ulti. Zhao is in a very tough spot, ends up getting bombarded by everything known to man, immediately forces his hand and uses the monk to be able to pop it, but Wushin is gonna be able to dip them out of there as best as possible. Zhao is gonna be able to hurry. As 17JL decide they want to push in, and now's the best time for it as Dushi immediately pops that Terracotta Warrior. Is going to be able to keep that same aggression as 40 getting caught in a corner of a Yorihime. Definitely something you definitely don't want to be in the middle of, as Binchu is going to claim the elimination off of 40 in this tight little space. I mean, there's so much space to be around. You just happen to be fighting in this small little corner. I mean, look at the madness that's going on at 17JL. AF ends up getting 2 peaks and 2 pickup eliminations from this small little hut on the inside as Sprays and Grays ends up hitting off the outside here, as it looks like MPG is going to be on the surrounding side. Looks like they could be waiting for their chance to strike, and it could have really been at any moment, but they decide not to. Meanwhile, GG is also awaiting a chance to push in as well. Man, that was insane.
Yeah, 17JL and NAD. Just unfortunately for NAD, they actually lost that Yuashan. So you can see when the Yoda ultimate comes through, they take so much damage, they have to actually cancel the Tian ultimate for NAD out early. Otherwise, when they drop out of that monk form, they're going to be super vulnerable and they don't have the Yuashan ultimate to be able to cover for their monk either. So what they have to do is they drop the ult early, they retreat into that small room where that Yuashan's body is so they can get the resurrection. But that just means we see the Yoda ult come through and they're all trapped in a very small corner, and they'd exhausted all of their win conditions as well as survivability in that fight, something that is immediately going to be punished. Now, we're saying that NAD were going to be set. Coming, oh my goodness, Q9 just sitting in the purple bush. I love this. I find it so hilarious. 3 teams just getting super aggressive around that Morris Blessing. 1 player just sitting in a purple bush playing for survivability so that your kill multiplier is going to be a little bit better. I remember the first time that I got to see the Smells casting with you, Davin. It was Alliance, actually, funnily enough. And remember, we called it the ambush over on Morris Island.
Hey, yo, that's it. Yes, sir. I love to see it. Anytime someone says anything that involves the ambush, it just sends a nice little bit of happiness inside of my brain and just gives me pure joy. I love it so much. He's gonna be able to go forth with this rotation here. Cannot wait, as GG is gonna be up top here, holding this off as best as possible. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, they're missing that Viper though. That's massive. Like, the entire setup for that composition is your Yoda is the damage dealer, but your Viper is literally the springboard. There it is. Li Cheng-hen coming in with a snipe onto Alliance's mentality. I told you, watch out for the guy with the bow. He is absolutely insane when it comes to that ranged fight, as Alliance will try and keep themselves safe. Benchu actually going to be trying to police how those players move away from that zone towards the middle. 17JL pushed out of the zone, having to tap dodge as much as possible to be able to escape Q9's LXY Viper ultimate. Immediately actually going to initiate into a Yoda ultimate of their own. Q9's LWH, trying to get a little bit of the splash damage, uses that second slash to be able to teleport on top for the verticality, finds themselves extremely vulnerable, takes so much exit damage coming out of the ultimate, gets caught in the ability, and bounce back into it by NH. He's waiting with the nunchucks. LWH goes down.
I really thought Benchu was actually going to live through that. He had 2 HP, and I was like, okay, maybe he's going to be able to heal up. Somebody comes up out of nowhere, though. That should have been J-Team. Comes through, hits him, and just absolutely destroys him for the rest of his shield that he had here. And I was like, uh-oh. I was about to speak too soon. Good thing I didn't say nothing, because that would have been really funny if I would have said that. I'd be like, I've been just surviving by... Never mind. Meanwhile, Sorrow on the outskirts of this circle, trying to see what he can do. Meanwhile, J-Team ZK is going to be able to go through with that straight reload. J-Team and Q9 tying it up with 10 eliminations apiece, 12.5 points for each play with each team. NPG with sadly 1 player missing, which is their Wushin. That's their getaway card for every fight. So NPG is going to have to play this a lot more smarter with that 11.3. Great start for them, though. But NPG is going to have to force this fight as much as possible here, as they are going to try to see if they can claim 1. Ends up hitting a massive one, but Mentality is going to be able to claim the elimination with the bow. Very unfortunate. NPG would have been tied it up with J-Team and Q9, though, with those 10 eliminations. And sadly, Sorrow does take them out. NPG is done for our first game with 9 eliminations to their name. LWH barely having a chance to move, getting bombarded by so much of the cannon. And ZK immediately immediately just gets hit by the insane Yorihime ult, though. The reach and the spread that you can have during this fight is massive, but he ends up getting hit so hard by a bow. The fire bow coming in. Whoever has the fire bow Soul Jade absolutely decimated ZWH's shield and immediately takes out some of his health, though. Very caught in a bad situation. Look at all the fire happening. This J team is going to claim the elimination off of 17 JL's ZU here. So much action happening, but there's so much fire all around. I mean, I need water. There's so much fire. I need water.
I think some of these players might need water in a second because it's J-Team's Lee who does have those arrows and is putting so much work into them. There's a reason it sounds like a firework is going off when one of them is hit, because that's exactly what happens to their shield. It just explodes on impact. As we can see, J-Team getting so much control at the moment on the edges of that zone. Bow and Cannon working together in tandem to push these players out into the open so that they burn through their resources, their re-shields, their re-healths, and J-Team all the while is going to be sitting on absolutely everything so that when that Takeda ultimate comes through and all of those players are close together, you can just stack and continue to burn through your resources. As it is actually going to be GG's 3-3-0 going down to another bow snipe coming through from XCG's Lee Zhenghen, who are on the other side. So all of the players who were herded away from J-Team are currently being herded towards XCG, which is something that they will take full advantage of, as all of these teams missing those Wu Chens are going to be so out in the open, so vulnerable when those cannon and bow shots start to come through without the Soul Blade blocks, as GG's Niskia is currently taking a little bit of the fire tick damage. Will at least have a couple of seconds before it affects them again. Tries to go for that reshield, but they're out in the open. They have absolutely no place of safety at the moment, so they're just having to keep themselves on their feet as they're holding on to that Yodo ultimate. 17 players still going to be alive. J-Team and Q9 both so close in terms of those kills. J-Team again just hitting the edges of that circle, trying now to get a little bit of a connection onto GG's Miskia, not finding the entrance that they're looking for. Lee now trying to find some of those players on their westward flank. Does have that Viper ultimate as EWG decides to kick things off. LWH goes down to the nunchucks before Sanzi uses the Yodo ultimate, just one slash before having to cancel it out early to be able to re-heal from the flame tick damage and escape that zone, as they are going to be stuck a little bit using the building to break line of sight so they don't have to worry about all of the guerrilla warfare happening around them. As GBL's hand tries to open up with a Viper ultimate, but actually gets Viper ulted by J-Team's Lee, who immediately dropped the Termi ultimate to isolate absolutely everybody, and that should be a full squad wipe as J-Team just absolutely decimate, as finally we see the Monk composition start to come on through. XCG now going for the transformation opposite them. They're also having to go toe-to-toe with Alliance, as Mentality is going to be able to find a couple of finishing blows onto Sanzi. Eagle coming in with the cannon snipe onto Xiao Lui, as we still see Xiao Nan currently untouched at the moment. Eagle from J-Team gets grabbed by a pull from afar, doesn't actually find the kill though. There it is, Mentality able to finish things off as the slam comes through from Xiao Nan just in time for the transformation to wear off right out of that zone, as XCG now with the flame they start pushing those players a little bit further out into the open, so they're going to be a little bit more vulnerable. As we see 7 players remaining, Derby, we see a Yueshan ultimate coming through. Mentality's Alliance just trying now to push those players with the spears out of the zone, but they're being herded by another Yueshan. This is just a cat and mouse chase through the Terminal.
So many of these ults coming in, though, really being able to push it to its best of its ability here. Let's see if they can rotate this around, as NiHQ is going to be able to claim the elimination with their ulti, immediately hitting it with the Flamebringer, though. Gets hit, though, by the cannon, is going to push in. It's going to have to be careful, though, as now the ult comes out from Xiaonan. Xiaonan is going to be able to hold it as best as possible here, waiting for the grab as he's able to get it, but NiHQ is going to claim the elimination, though. Still doing what he can, as Xiaonan's going to be able to get the grab and the slam. XCG is going to be able to hold it for as best as possible, as it looks like XCG, full squad alive, is probably going to be our winners here for our first game here. ZK ends up getting grabbed, thrown down to the ground, immediately decimated, but the Takeda does so much damage as ZK is going to be caught in a bad situation, as the full team is going to be able to get rid of J-Team. XCG holds it all the way to the very end and just finishes it off with a dub for game 1.
XCG were the last player standing, but I don't know if J-Team actually did. Yeah, there it is. J-Team did enough. They were one of the last players in the lobby, and because they were coming in with so many kills, that final zone, when it was closing up, it was just dominated by J Team, herding them closer towards XCG. And it's only because XCG have the full 3 players surviving, and the final zone is perfect for a monk as well. Open space, nowhere to break line of cover, not even a tree stump, not even a rock. If that monk transformation comes through, you're getting grabbed, you're getting slammed, you're getting deaded outside of the zone. But J Team, I think they picked up something like 13 kills, is the reason that they're able to walk away with that first place.
Even with all of that, I'm still surprised though. I know J Team had the lead though, and they was able to hold it for at least that second place, but I really thought XG really did come back and really was able to bring it home though. But J Team just having an insane amount of eliminations prior to that, really being able to clutch it up as best they can here. I mean, J Team has got to be feeling good being able to clutch that first game of tonight.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling really happy. Like, J Team is a very emotional based team, right? If things start off well, then they get better for them, but it's very easy for a lot of those players to get into their own heads, which is something that we do actually see some of the players talking about in terms of the interviews that we have with them in the VOs as well, where they talk about, you know, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. And I think honestly, coming into season 1 and even to some extent season 2, J Team and WBG were the 2 teams that were facing the most amount of pressure. WBG because they literally won season 1 as the trios last season, and J Team because the name carries weight. They are the current world champions. So we do expect a lot from that organization. And I think for some of those players, it was a little bit easy to sort of crumble beneath so much pressure that was being piled upon your shoulders. But coming into season 2, they've really recovered. You can see that they've put in the hours, they've worked on their compositions. We're seeing really good coordination coming through from them as well, which is absolutely massive, because when you are running that Viper composition, you need to be coordinated. The Viper ultimate has to come through, but you have to have that follow-up damage that can capitalize on those players who get stunned, because the stun doesn't last long. It really is a lot shorter than you think it actually lasts. It's something like 2.5 seconds if you're running that second version of it.
And that's if the recovery is also good too. I've seen people being able to get out of those stuns a lot faster, even with a really quick recovery, or sometimes they're at a decent distance where the stun doesn't necessarily hit them as hard as you would think they would as well too. So even with that, still has to be able to just rotate it as best as possible. But I've seen some recoveries where they just snap out of it like way faster than 2 seconds. Sometimes it feels like whenever I see that and their recovery is so quickly and they're immediately either up in the air, sometimes they'll throw the F3, sometimes they'll immediately go for the self-heal, whether they're zipping, whether they're, you know, Takeda immediately starts to push out with their ghostly form. There's still different ways for people to be able to get out of that stun sometimes, but other times you're in it. You're in the dizziness. And you just sitting there, oh, as J Team is gonna put the dizzy in. Oh my goodness, with a 25.4 game score, first game of the night. XCG coming through with that 24.2, 12 eliminations, very, very close at hand, ends up winning the game. So obviously that dub really helped them to get those, to maximize those points, to get just below J Team here. So great start for them. Alliance at 16.5, still has some things to go, but a 2-way tie between K9 and 17JL for 14 points.
Yeah, and I hate to say it. I hate to say that I cast a curse into existence, but right at the bottom of the leaderboard is Wolves, because they reverted. They devolved back to Wolves season 1 form where they went way too aggressive out of the gates.
Why you call Wolves like that? Why you gotta call them out like that?
Yeah, Ventus as well. Ventus, FPX, Wolves, like all of them, I feel like they get better when we get later on into the day, because they're very aggressive. Like the first game that we have, there were so many trios that were trying to go aggressive. You think about sort of the Canyon fight that took place. Oh boy, did that one get aggressive, and a lot of teams really overcommitting into that fight. But at the same time, like as the day progresses, you start to see that, okay, maybe it's just a little bit of nerves. Maybe it's just the fact that they want to get in and try and take as many fights as possible so they can warm up as quickly as possible. But hey ho, we're going to be doing the opposite of warming up potentially as we move into game number 2, because we're heading over to Holleroff, and I really hope that we get to see that snow region.
Listen, it's not about the first game. It's about the 5th and 6th. Okay, the first game usually is a great start. Some people even take it a little bit differently in the sense of going, hey, you know, that first game, sometimes this is the nerves, and sometimes it's not about getting that first banger of a game. Sometimes there's more than that. And that's when I think things are going to get a little bit more interesting. So as of right now, it's good to see J-Team, XCG up top. Let's see how they last throughout the rest of this game, as we're going to look at Takeda as the MVP here. Rare to see Takeda being the MVP here in this circle. You don't usually see that too often, though, but Takeda able to make it happen and surprise the world as ZK is able to get 29, almost 30,000 damage coming in from 16K. Almost more than half of his damage coming in from just the cannon alone. 14,000 healing and 7 assists coming in with this 5 damage. Assault, Phantom Set, Flame Breath, Rupture Gale Orb, Blue Moon, and that wave roll really being an advantage for ZK in these situations. Becoming MVP twice, but almost 30,000 damage. ZK went off.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, right? That final zone, when it was starting to close on through, J-Team dominated the beginnings of it. They were pushing everybody. They were pummeling everybody with the cannons and the bow shots coming through from Lee. Absolutely everyone was trying to run and find themselves a little spot of safety so that J-Team actually got to sit on so many of their resources and could heal through absolutely everything that was thrown at them. 29k damage for Takeda is really good as well, because it gets to show you that Takeda is very viable. Even once we move over to Holoroth, he can be just as viable, right? Holoroth is a lot about the verticality. A lot of the time we do see some of those teams lock in the Termi. In fact, the first time that we ever saw solos on Holoroth, I think we had something like 5 Takedas in the lobby, because everyone anticipated that those final zones would be closing up into small buildings. And because of the small buildings and the small door frames, you would have less room to be able to try to tap dodge to the right or the left, or even oppo dodge out from the Takeda ultimate, so that you didn't have to worry about those 3 strikes coming through and absolutely blitzing your health bars. And as a result, I think we've seen a lot of these players trying to make Takeda work just as well with the Temi, because the Temi ultimate and the Takeda, they go hand in hand. They suit each other perfectly. The Takeda ultimate means that if they're vertical, if they're up in the air, you get more damage done to them, right? The Temi ultimate, literally with the Zephyrs, you throw them up into the air. It is a match made in absolute Naraka heaven, and I am so happy that J-Team are making this work.
I'm loving the amount of passion coming in from you, being able to see this here, as J-Team is going to be able to claim it here and makes it look good. I really hope that Wolves comes back and absolutely decimates, just to prove you wrong. But until that time, we still got game 2 coming up, but we got an interview with Jaeger really quickly as we get back to our game 2. Jaeger, take it away, girl.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Lee from the team J-Team and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 李先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 G-Team 的别离。
好的，再次恭喜你们刚才这把比赛发挥的是太精彩了。It seems like today your guys are like control the whole race from the beginning and also to the end, and congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 1. And I would like to know how you comment on your performance today, like the beginning and the end. Which time you think is the strongest and how you can be so strong and have really good performance. 那首先要再次恭喜你们今天的状态真的是非常非常的好。比利评价一下，今天你们就好像掌握了整把比赛一样。你觉得自己觉得今天整一把打下来啊，你们什么时候是掌控力最强的？然后怎么可以达到这个掌控力的呢？
就前期就是因为现在天气是夜晚，我们这个阵容就是3个人都有大招的话，就是优势很大的。打架基本上都不会输。
原来是这样。So actually, I think because depends on the hero combo today, we are very strong, and also because the weather. So the game 1, the weather is night and have really a lot of fireflies. So we all have the ultimate. When we have the ultimate, and we will be very strong. Okay, so let's talk about the hero combo today. So you told me that your hero combo is really good at fighting, right? Yeah, so I would like to know, so how you like plan to use this hero combo? 那今天你刚才也跟我们讲到了嘛，说你们英雄阵容特别的强，我们确实也看到今天很好的发挥啊。那给我们讲讲这个阵容，今天的这个阵容，你们想的是怎么样去打出这个伤害呢？
运气吧，运气好，对。运气好，
那就是在这套英雄阵容，比如说打团战的时候，对于英雄的技能选择或者谁先上谁后上，你们自己是怎么安排的呢？
就是基本上是武田先上，然后红野跟上，然后沙蓝流大招后手。
好的。So actually for our hero combo today is using the Takada and Temuch and Viper. So our plan is to use the Takada at first, and then it's the Viper, and the last use the Temuch's ultimate at the last. Okay, so today we also saw another team is XCG. They are using the double transformer and the classical double transformer. And how you comment on the hero Kurumi right now? Because it seems like sometimes Kurumi don't have too much fight at the beginning, but at the end of the game, like in the final circle, Kurumi can like give very much help to their teammate. 那这边想让别离评价一下，今天我们看到 XCG 用的是那个经典的双变阵容，然后我特别想让你评价一下，你觉得现在版本当中胡桃的一个表现它是怎么样？因为现在看起来好像胡桃前期的时候作用会比较小，但是在后期在决赛圈好像又能帮助队友做很多事情。
双变胡桃的话，就是前期打架会偏弱一点嘛，就是现在控制技能啊、伤害技能都伤害太高了，然后就是
胡桃伤害太高。
不是，就是现在的那些别的英雄的控制，对，其他英雄的伤害控制都打架太厉害了。但是双变胡桃在决赛圈的话，就会是最强的阵容，因为他的大招能帮大佛站点啊，还有拉队友。容错很高。
好的。So actually, I think double transformer, the classical double transformer with Kurumi is still very strong in the race because although at the beginning of the game, it's like if we are holding the Kurumi in the team, so we will be very weak in fighting on 3v3. But in the final circle, Kurumi have very strong ability in like stand the position for the teammate. And also because nowadays a lot of teams choose the hero have control and very high damage. That's why Kurumi at the beginning may be a little bit weak, but she is still very strong in the final circle. 好的，谢谢别离，感谢你接受我们今天采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl bi-weekly 3 day 6. Just before we head into the bi-weekly finals, we're waiting to see which of the teams are going to make it into the top 16. I'm got Moxie, I'm joined by Davy. We're taking the trios action, and Davy, did that trios first match have all of your hopes and dreams? Did it satiate all of the action-packed Naraka gameplay that you wanted to see?
It definitely gave me exactly that nice little bit of aggression euphoria that I needed here. We were struggling with that in the solos yesterday here, so to really see some of that action really come through here. I mean, we saw some 1v2s, we saw some clutches come in for some teams really able to create some drastic change. I mean, we've seen some 1 HP clutches being able to back out and still sadly being able to like losing that, but we've seen some pretty impressive things coming in to some of these players here. So I'm really hoping that we keep the same momentum as we're hopping back to Holleroff for our game number 2. What do you think? How about yourself? What do you think about our first game?
I really enjoyed it. I'm just really happy that we're getting to see some of these teams like hit the expectations that we've had on them for a very long time. Teams like GG, teams like J-Team, XCG as well, all doing really well, all showing that they are able to toe the line between going super aggressive in that first circle, taking full advantage of the fact that you do have those resurrection tools, and then just falling a little bit back, playing a little bit safer towards that mid. The fact that we saw teams that didn't actually opt for the Banes, not the Banes, but the Morris Blessings, like they would literally just hole up in a hut to make sure that they would be able to outlive the 2 minutes of the buff timers coming on through. I'm really happy that we're getting to see all of these players really have a good understanding of the game, and that's actually something that we've also seen as well coming through from these players, an increased understanding of the next map that we're headed to, which is Holleroff, because obviously we've had the Motorcycle for a really long time. It's been the only map that we've had since Naraka has been out, but recently we got our first ever new map, Holleroff, and it threw a little bit of a spanner into the works the first time that we saw it. There were a couple of hiccups where some of those players walked into traps or walked around traps and then back into traps. Some of them also had some final circles where they hit the blinding plants and didn't realize that they blinded until they couldn't see anything on their screen. But since we're really seeing a lot of teams adapt into this, we're seeing a lot of teams as well positioning around some of the traps to be able to bait some of those players. I know Dahui on solos has a specific strat that he likes to target where he'll drop in near a Thorny Roller when he's on Taka, and he'll try and pinball them into the Thorny Roller if he's running something like a Katana or a Dagger when he's running that Taka with his F ability.
Even with the Tarka ability, though, Tarka still creating a little bit of an advantage, though, because like I said, that fire burning in, there was so much fire damage coming in. I think a lot of that fire damage, especially with the cannon, just really ticking off some of the heals of a lot of these players here with that cannon has been very, very helpful here. As cameraman's getting a little bit more comfortable, giving everybody some dabs here. Yeah, I thought he wasn't gonna do it. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
For a second too.
I didn't think Triple V was gonna do it. I didn't think he was gonna do it. He was gonna be like, "No, I'm good." And it looks like everybody's gonna be able to get the daps that they deserve here. Fun Plus Phoenix is gonna be able to hopefully lock it in for this next game here. See if they can keep the same energy though, as we're gonna be able to lock in for Holleroff as we see 4th place overall for all of this with the database, 6.9 eliminations, 29,000 plus damage, and a 40% top 5. So really, really good stats coming in from Fun Plus Phoenix here, as they're going to need to create some more momentum though. Obviously, GG still up top though with those 7 as number 3 on the leaderboard here. So closing in real close behind GG is Fun Plus Phoenix here as we're rotating around here. And look at this, even then, J-Team, Lee, ZK, Eagle, still keeping that same momentum, and hopefully they're going to keep it into game 2 here. We've really had a rare time seeing a lot of these players absolutely have a pop-off game in game 1 and still keeping that same energy in game 2 here. So let's hope J-Team can possibly change that method, change that movement, as we see the average kills 6.9, 27,000 plus damage, and a 37% top 5 coming in.
Yeah, some of these teams, I think that their biggest weakness, their biggest enemy is consistency. for I think every single player in the league right now, and that's because like Naraka is such an inconsistent game, right? You don't know where the high loot table drop areas are going to be. You don't know, even if you do land on those high loot areas, whether or not the can that you're looting, whether it's blue, green, yellow, is actually going to have something decent in it. You don't know about the squads that are going to be dropping. You don't know about the time of day that is going to be dropping. Right, you heard from Lee in that interview previously that they were really happy that they were able to run on Tomorrow's Isle at night because you have more of those fireflies. So if you don't actually know, when you pick up a firefly, it gives you additional rage, so it really quickly just supercharges up your ultimate meter. So if you're something like, say, a Takeda who relies on their ultimate being their main burst of damage, you absolutely want to be continuously charging that up and picking up those fireflies, as opposed to when you drop Holler up, the weather and time of day goes hand in hand. Sometimes we get to see snowstorms, sometimes we get to see sandstorms, and sometimes we get to see my personal favorite, which is the Ghostly Mist, which has the purple hands rising up out of the ground, which you can actually counter by just finding high ground, putting yourselves onto a building. They don't spawn on top of floorboards or the roof tents. But other than that, you just have to dodge around them in the grass because they'll grab you and they'll silence you and they'll do a little bit of damage too. So we can have a quick look at what compositions are going to be coming through. And here's something that isn't very surprising when we've actually seen a lot of these trios. They do lock in that Transformer comp, which I think threw a lot of people the first couple of weeks, because when we saw Holoroth initially release, all of us casters said there's only a 40% chance of a final circle benefiting a monk composition, and yet here we are, TNs aplenty.
TN is a plenty though, and that you are right, coming in with, I think only, let's see, about, I think there's only 3 teams that don't have the monk composition. Everybody else has at least a monk. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be one of those rapid fire rounds where we're going to see a lot of monks. I want to see more monk on monk fighting. I do.
We got that 2 days ago.
I want to see more of just more monks going at it back and forth towards each other and not necessarily towards the player. That didn't necessarily sound right from what I just said. So don't worry about it. You get what I mean, though, as Kakaxi is going to be able to get the elimination off of 4 teams here. Kakaxi will be able to push in, though, and claim the next elimination onto One Fang, as they will dust this next one. EWG trying to also claim some eliminations as well here, but GD is not making them easy for it, as the team is going to be able to come in with that composition here. Immediately goes through and tries to see if they can go for the grab here. Wolves is trying to dip out as best as possible here, leaving Kakaxi by himself. Not looking good, as he is going to be able to try to come up top here, try to see if maybe he can catch Wolves in this stature, but ends up getting hit and absolutely destroyed by the repeating crossbow. Is gonna have to go for the D-Monk. He's gonna have to back out, as Yeron is gonna pick the perfect opportunity here to push in on Wolves 14. Wolves 14 still desperately low here. I'm very surprised that he didn't decide to try to heal in any instance, as 14 will get claimed by Yeron. EWG Yeron putting in a massive work in our solo game yesterday, getting 2 back-to-back dubs in our final game of solos yesterday, ending game 5 and game 6 with a dub.
EWG saw the resurrection come through, and now they're chasing. They know that Wolves players are going to be low and that they've separated out one of the pack. Now they just have to fin the rest of the herd. So just trying to hide. The problem is, because you're hiding, you're not looting. So all of those players around you are going to get a little bit of an advantage. WBG is actually going to be taking a little bit of damage. Jing, after that first slash, does become vulnerable. So he's going to have to try to break the grapple. Chase tries to go on the offensive with the charged up left click on the dual blade. Doesn't find any space though, as Pixel comes in and finishes them off with the nunchucks. As NAD, seeing that they were able to find that player, are immediately going to try and make themselves as scarce as possible. Ventus are still on the prowl. Sora taking a lot of damage. Has to actually drop that Yodo F ability to be able to block the projectiles, to be able to get the full reset going off. As Sleepwalker, ooh, that's a rough one. Entirely out of position in the middle of NAD's entire trio, is actually going to get taken down. Not a clean disengage coming through from WBG, as NPG is waiting, is doing exactly that at the moment. So looking for some loot. trying to find anything that they can get their hands on. They do have the Yodo ultimate, and at least that doesn't really scale. The weapon that you're using is Q9 have J-Team on the back ropes at the moment. Karumi ultimate going to be able to buy themselves a little bit of space to be able to transition into that Uation ultimate. Lee smacking through straight onto Q9, but not able to actually get the connection onto Guyo, who is able to monk up in time to be able to survive. And now J-Team, without that Karumi ultimate, just have to try and break line of sight as much as possible so they don't get grabbed up into the air, because they don't have the damage or loot necessary to be able to burst that monk health bar down. Because JJHRD, pretty close to a monk transformation themselves, are looking to sniff in for a potential third party.
Meanwhile, with this rotation, though, Godly is going to be able to get pushed on the ice water, though. Going to have to be careful as the massive monk comes in. Definitely doesn't want to fall through the ice, as Godly is going to be able to come up, get that nice little heal, though, from their Karumi. Is going to be able to go through with that shield, and is also going to back out. Gonna try to see if they can go for the grab, but Q9 just doesn't want to end up getting grabbed here in a bad situation. Could be a real easy loss for one of their players, as they will be able to force the split off. Making sure not to get caught up in a bad situation. That's why trying to see if he's trying to distract him, as he does get the bow shots coming in, as they will be able to separate as much as possible, so that way they don't end up getting grabbed here. As J-Team's lead right nearby here, as Q9 decides to push in on J-Team. Double parries coming in. Both Q9 ends up getting sent back onto the ice, as immediately J-Team's lead gonna try to see if he can create the same momentum. Beautiful hits coming in on all sides here, as Lee will be the first one that goes down here. Beautiful parry coming in, as LWH is gonna be able to down Eagle, but Eagle is able to use the beautiful recovery with that bell. Is gonna be able to go with the rotation, though. So much happening, though. Eagle's able to claim the elimination off of LWX. Lixon gets the elimination off of Eagle. Lixon is going to be able to pop that Terracotta Warrior. Is going to push in on ZK, keeping that same aggression and not trying to lose this fight with the rest of his team, but sadly it looks like ZK just will not have enough, as they will be able to patch in and get this finish. LXY also in a very similar situation, though. The teammates are going to be able to do what they can and finish him off, as Lixing is going to be dizzy for a minute, as the Viper was able to get popped, but the rest of the team was able to push in and fish out the rest.
Yeah, Leashing coming in with that Uation ultimate. JDHRD biding that time. So first, J-Team think that they're going to be able to third party a fight between JJHRD and Q9, but then they overcommit. Sure, the double parry is beautiful, but what happens is they don't find the kills fast enough, so JJHRD actually comes in with that third party and catches all of them. J-Team tried to disengage, Q9 tried to hold on, but Q9, having invested all of their resources in trying to go toe-to-toe between J-Team, get taken down by Q9 coming in a little bit later. As now EWG go for a little bit of a transformation. There you go, Davy, you get your wish. It's not final circle, but we do get Tian versus Tian. As both of those players trying to find a little bit of a punch fight. The rock, paper, scissors coming on through. Yiran's transformation actually is going to be able to survive longer. And now Kakaishi is in danger of being grabbed, is able to scale up the tree, not the entire top of it though, and is still somehow, despite the absolute sliver of health that they're standing on, going to be able to survive as Kano comes in for the cover. Uation ultimate trying to push onto those players around. Bell Clang to make sure that the TN survives the initial spear slash, but unfortunately you only get one. In case transformation is going to last just a little bit longer, as Yiran does go down. As it is now going to be moving over to GBL, who have activated a Bane's Breath and are now going to want to move off of the back of it. 17GR actually going to be opening up a stash as well to try and get a lot of really nice loot. It's GBL using that little bit of AoE, going to be able to clear up so much space on this map, kiting a lot of those players into each other rather than towards that trio. As WBG still on blue loadouts, not the best. Do have that Yodo to be able to play off of the Viper ultimate that we have talked about so much. The problem is that when the Viper ultimate comes through, it can be so hard to capitalize on, because as you pointed out, sometimes they can get staggered like 5-10 meters away from you. Sometimes they try and break line of sight as much as possible, and it's not really very easy to be able to blitz focus down all of those players stunned out. A lot of the time you sort of just try and focus down one or two before the stun wears off. Wolves just checking the purple bushes. We've hit a point now where players, if they see a purple purple bush, they will just make sure to attack it in case there is a trio hiding in and using that crouch to become invisible. As Morris Blessings start to come online, and that is, ooh, a lot of teams in a very central area. Wolves are going to get this Morris Blessing for pretty much free instead of FPX trying to go for a little bit of congestion. But that central place, that's about to get really hotly contested. Plumed Castle is about to become an absolute war fest.
I can't wait, because the last time we were here at Plume Castle was insane as a trio comp. There were so many players that were immediately coming in, immediately creating that engagement, creating that separation, but also being able to clutch in as much as possible here, as there were so many teams that just ended up getting eliminated little by little by little. But there were still so much places to really catch fights that there were so many people that were able to back out, come back in, back out, come back in, that really it was a smorgasbord of just players. And it was probably one of the greatest fights I think I've ever seen, because everybody was in that vicinity. No one really like hardcore backed off, because everybody was like, nah, we got these eliminations, let's go right back in. And they just kept coming right back in, getting those feels, getting those kills, trying to get those farms for damage. And man, that was absolutely insane. I mean, that went on for like the first like 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes of the game here. Meanwhile, Han is gonna be able to come through and get some massive damage in front of TXJ. TXJ trying to struggle to get out of here as he ends up getting hit 2v1 on TXJ. Is not looking good for him, as Wolves might be the ones that end up getting eliminated, though, as it's gonna be able to go through with the rotation. Looks like the Russian took out one of the teams, though, unknown in terms of where that was from, as the Yaya is gonna be able to try to back out here. GBL caught in a bad spot as one thing ends up getting a fight, as full monks come through, fist galore coming in, not giving him a chance, and he says, come here, boy, bow, backs him upside the head, smacks him right in front of the mouth and says, get on and get out of here. I love to see it. I'm so like, I got a chance to see 2 monk fights. Ain't that crazy? I've been sitting here waiting for the opportunity to be able to see it. Anytime, chat, anytime that you guys see 2 monks fighting, I just want you to spam fight in chat. Just fight. I'm so excited whenever I see 2 monks immediately go at it, and being able to see that, you know, like I said, it's rare. It's rare to be able to really see that, because they're so focused on really trying to get those grabs from a lot of those NBPL players that when we finally get a chance to see them just look at each other and just go mano-y-mano, oh, I love it. Just one thing is going to be able to come in with that Flamebringer. First Flamebringer has been found, ladies and gentlemen, and acquired, and One Fang is the leader of it, and absolutely comes through. Trying to see what they can do here in front of Fun Plus Phoenix. Right click comes in from the Katana. TXJ is going to be able to miss it, but One Fang is going to be able to recover the next one. Immediately coming through is going to be able to try to claim it off of TXJ here. Not looking good, as they're going to keep the aggression coming. Meanwhile, Triple V ends up getting eliminated right before they can even start the pop-off of their Viper ulti. Unfortunate coming in, as now they're going to be able to see the next player come in. Immediately hits him with the parry. Massive damage. DeVal caught in a bad situation here. Ends up getting flooded, burned, and cooked to a crisp, ready to eat with 12 herbs and spices.
Okay, I'm gonna say now, Vermilion Bird's Might is the best buff for Wolves to get, because it lets them go aggressive. It means that if you go down, even if First Circle has closed up and everyone else has lost their resurrections, you still get a rebirth for your full squad with all of your gear intact. And because of it, Wolves gonna go through not 1, not 2, but 3 squads. And it's really unfortunate for FPX, because they come in for the potential third party and they see the Vermilion Birds and they go, oh no. If we stick in this fight, we could potentially go out. If we are trying to disengage, Wolves are gonna chase us. That buff is not gonna run out before we get found. And unfortunately for FPX, it does mean that they are knocked out of the lobby with only the 5 eliminations. As the Vermilion Birds is still going to be in play for Wolves. They've still got it up. J-Team has a Mystic Might. GD is about to lose their Draco Storm. Is definitely going to be looking to try and take a fight as aggressively as possible. Try and isolate out one of those players, get a kill very quickly, and then move on their way. Is GD actually going to be purchasing a Draco Storm? There it is. GD's Draco Storm going to be immediately removed. J-Team's Mystic Might just trying to use to try and scout out some of these players around them. They do have that Monk transformation. So if they do want to try and aggressively push towards Imperial Village, they absolutely do. Just checking all of those purple bushes, making sure that no one is being a little bit sneaky, trying to roll a nat 20. on the stealth. As Wolves sitting in the zone, they're going to actually off themselves. They're just going to the Rift Dealer, try and sift through all of the soldiers that they want. And then, as you can see, every single time one of them goes down to that zone corruption, they get the Vermilion Boots Might to activate, and they get a full reposition. So not only do they have not have to worry about the soldiers that they're running, they also get a full rotation without having to worry about teams gatekeeping those zones and these high loot areas. As MPG see that the purple bush is empty, decide to immediately move in. GG a little bit split, a little bit separated. Alliance, if they're quick enough, might be able to isolate out one of those players, which could be absolutely massive. The problem is that, again, it's a monk composition trying to run into a Yodo composition. They don't really want to be the first ones to make a move, as it is now going to be Miskia just trying to take a little bit of an advantage, trying to find a little bit of better loot, because everything at the moment is being stacked on 3-3-0. It's unfortunately the sacrifice that every teammate must make. If you're a clutch player as a Monk Derby, all of the good loot goes to the TN no matter when you find it.
So much good loot coming into this. Definitely going to keep the same momentum, though. Obviously, when you push in, you're going to have to rotate this out and see what they can do here, as now we're going to be able to see what they will show. Meanwhile, still going to be able to put this in, though, as now going to be able to see where the rest of it goes here, as all the trio teams still trying to rotate this out. Wolves with 6 eliminations, sorry. NAD with 7 eliminations to their name here. NAD really trying to be the leaders, though. Meanwhile, Wolves nearby also looks like they're going through their resurrection currently right now. It's Gua's going to be on top of this massive statue. Ends up losing his footing. I don't think he's going to be able to get back up top. I don't think. Oh, wait.
Parkour?
Oh, he's slowly sliding. Hey. Oh, he finds it. He finds it.
Yeah, but so does Yuran find him.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the plan is, though.
I mean, he's on the high ground, so he should be able to grab all of those players. But exactly, it is going to be a fight between the TNs coming on through. Yuran not going to actually be able to collapse on top of the other Transformer in front of him. Both of them actually having to cancel their ultimate out early, setting the grind work for Pixel to come through. Ventus drop a Transformer ultimate later than absolutely everybody and pick up the Draco Storm. And every single trio in this area is now going to have to try and disengage faster than the trio behind him. Otherwise, Ventus are going to be hunting them down, trying to track all of those explosions, figure out where those players have gone. As you can see, Ventus moving so quickly ahead. J-Team on their horizons, wanting to try to collapse in. J-Team actually going to be coming out of zone corruption at the same time as well. This is going to be really poor positioning coming out from this team, as Ventus actually going to be sticking around, wanting to see if there's anyone else still stuck in that zone before properly committing on through. As Ventus's Ziyu has found Lee, goes for the 1 versus 1 with the Yuashan, actually forces the ultimate out early. So that's going to have a knock-on effect to the cycle of ultimates for this Transformer composition, because now the Yuashan has to run away, has to actually leave the rest of their team, and Ventus know this. The transformation is about to run out. Ziyu's going to still be able to follow through. The grapple chase has been absolutely pixel perfect at the moment, even grapple canceling twice in a row onto Lee. There is no escape for this situation. He is just gone, and because he used his ultimate, it is literally just a sacrifice, a scapegoat. Only the Yuashan goes down. J-Team still have 2 of their members surviving.
The amount of survival, though, in that situation is very low, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't survive it, though, as J-Team's Eagle is going to be able to rotate this in. It's going to have to focus on where they're going to go here, as now they're going to be able to see what they can do here, as J-Team's Eagle going to be able to rotate this out. GBL also going to be able to rotate this around as well. Probably the best play, though, to be able to do that, so that way they're not just straight going right into it. See if they can work towards this one, as EWG 4 eliminations, same with MPG and JJ. NAD still holding it together, though, with those 7 eliminations, doing what they can. How?
Oh, they found a campfire.
That one.
They found a campfire. It's out of zone, though. Oh no! XCG have to stay around that campfire. You can see, like, directly below their minimap, there's that purple bar that's ticking. If it passes halfway, they start losing ultimate charge. So the only way that you can actually prevent that is if you find a campfire or you leave the snowstorm radius. I know Hip, if he's in chat, is going to be very happy. This is his favorite position in entirety of Hollow, and it's also his favorite weather condition. So I guess all of our caster wishes are being granted today.
I mean, it's better to be the hunter than to be the hunted. Meanwhile, GG looks like they might find themselves in the hunted position. Might not be realizing how close they are as they end up getting hit by the fire, as NAD is going to try to see if they can struggle here. 17JL is going to be able to pop that Morris Blessing. Full Tornado is going to be able to help them in that situation here. Having the massive advantage, goes for the Gold Spear, immediately gets hit by EWG. It's gonna have to force the back out here as they will be able to keep the momentum rotating around. NAD also dangerously near Q9. Looks like Q9 is gonna decide to push in on that player here. Don't necessarily know if NAD is by himself. I don't think he is. Looks like they're going to be able to go forth, but look at this big wide rotation coming in. XCG, NPG dangerously close by. Wolves are having that whole side circle section here, but Q9 and 17JL look like they're the only ones realistically in the circle here. Everybody else is going to have to start rotating in very soon here. We got a minute and 20 left in circle number 4.
That was such a mean snowstorm. So many of those teams actually got hit by the snowstorm and had to pop ultimate early to be able to save their ult charge for the full. Because it does sap your ult charge when it's charging. If you actually ult in the middle of the snowstorm, it doesn't actually drain your ult faster than if it would normally. So a lot of those monks probably actually had to use that ultimate without looking for players to find the grabs on. And that might have a knock-on impact as J-Team actually ZK going to be able to get the rebirth onto one of their members. Still not onto Lee though. Eagle is back, has to find the loot though. Didn't go down with the Vermilion Birds. So actually we're seeing ZK just giving up everything that they have in their arsenal to give to the monk player, so that when the ultimate comes through, they're still going to have that purple armor to be able to make them a little bit hardier. As it is now going to be J-Team just trying to keep themselves on the ropes. They've still got that Karumi. At least they don't have the ultimate. If they can find a Firefly cage, that would be absolutely massive, because then she gets her ultimate almost immediately. As it is now going to be 43 players left. Everyone's starting to move towards the south end of Imperial. No one really wants to get locked down into the Beast Pits. Morris Blessing coming online. Everybody in the area trying to decide whether or not they want to scrap over at Temi ultimate. Transformer ultimate coming on through EWG. Trying to find those grabs. Yuan has been able to find LXY, goes for the slam, but you can hear thousands of darts as the repeating crossbows absolutely sing a funeral dirge to LWH, who does go down in absolute seconds. As it's going to be GG now trying to move in for that potential third party. Kakaishi thinks about maybe trying to find a little bit of remnants of action, but immediately decides against it as WBG Sleepwalker tries to initiate in with a Viper ultimate, has been able to isolate out one of those places, taking a lot of damage with that bow from afar. Jing's actually able to snipe out the kill with the charged up click from the longsword onto J-Team's ZK, who just came back into the mix. Oh, heartbreaking for the current world champions, as Wolves now still 3 players strong on the outskirts of Imperial, not wanting to push their luck in at the moment. Blue nunchucks, purple cannon has to be about to be repaired for the side of 14. No one's actually pushing into them at the moment though, so they do have a little bit of downtime, trying to cram up those players in the tent, use the cannons, get on top of that Morris Blessing. Temi ultimate drop to be able to secure control of it. 17JL now wanting to try to push through, but they're stuck in the tent. If they try to move a little bit closer, the cannon splash damage is going to connect to all of them, as 14 off of the back of that Morris Blessing has been able to find the legendary armor, but gets caught in the Temi Wisps and is actually only now able to grapple away to the rest of their team.
Meanwhile, Sorrow and AS also with similar gold spears around it. 17JL will have access to that quick loot and grab. So much stuff going to be all around the spaces though, as Alliances and the rest of Ventus also on that other side here. It looks like XCG also in the middle of a fight as well. XCG, one of their players absolutely getting blitzed, not losing so much of their shield immediately though. It's gonna have to be a regular thing, as they will be able to go forth with this rotation. Let's see if they can figure this out here.
I think you're gonna get your wish, Darby. I think this final zone might be in Beast Pits and every single monk might have to transform up. As GD's goes in with the UA Shen, cancels it out early, has been able to find the pick, not able to actually find the loot off the Ken though, as the cannon splash damage comes through the third party attempt. Another transformation now coming through from GD's Kakaishi, just to be able to sustain themselves a little bit longer. Has to go for the parkour, just a couple of steps up, trying I think to get on top of the 10. At the moment, maybe get the pixel jump onto the fence and then carry themselves up from there, but they have bought themselves, with that ultimate, a little bit of respite. Not kills, but they are able to rifle through the cans and try to replenish their stocks before the zone starts to push them a little bit closer. Wolves now intruding into GD's forces with that flamer, just forcing them further away, and it is going to be right into the nunchucks of 14, set up by One Thing's flamer. This is why this weapon is so potent. When those spaces start to get really cramped, that's when the flamer comes fully into play. There's alliances just sitting at the moment in the middle of that Temi ultimate, trying to keep themselves safe. Mentality extremely low. Still only running that blue spirit. Q9 trying to take full control of the top of this tent. Have actually been able to, it seems, push out EWG, who were holed up there previously. Yes, Q9's LXY has control of it currently. 17JL. And Miskia on the side of GG, a little bit in motion at the moment. GG trying to just police the edges of that zone, coming in with the cannon fight before swapping to the great swords. Ventus Pixel actually going to go for a transformation. There you go, that's your chat spam. Fight. As it's not just one, it's not just two, but Davy, it must be your birthday today. There are 3 monks transformed up at the same time, and they're going for it. They're trying to slam Pixel out of the zone, and Pixel as a result actually has to move away to make sure that he doesn't get knocked out by the punch coming through from the opposing transformed monk. Daobao with that Kurumi Tether looking for grabs on the low ground, has to drop out of the transformation, not having found any value, and that is immediately going to put him to be very vulnerable as XCG biding that time. We're waiting to be the last transformer. We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, we've got 4 monks all going at the exact same time, as everyone has found themselves a little nook, a little bit of high ground to keep themselves nice and safe from, and try and break a little bit of line of sight from the repeating crossbows to give the Kurumi just a little bit less stress when the ultimate does fully come through. Looking for those grabs, looking to try to land onto those players and just hold them up in their meaty pool so that the team can follow through either with the flamer or the musket or the repeating crossbow, as we are very quickly, very rapidly dropping a lot of these trios. 31 players remaining. Ventus's WX98 actually goes extremely low. Is currently being pushed out of the zone just with an absolute barrage coming through from the repeating crossbow. And ZU17JL's teammate will be able to take that one. 29 players. We've lost 2 in about 5 seconds, and it's only going to get more frantic, Darby, as there are 29 players and a very, very small amount of space, and a good 90% of these compositions, literally only one team at the moment is not running. Oh wait, that 2 is not running that monk, so you are going to have a lot of TN ults in a moment.
A lot of moment to be able to run things in terms of how they can figure it out here, but let's see if they can keep that same momentum as Daobao is going to be able to run through that rotation with that monk. Let's see if he's going to be able to get a grab here. In this situation, though, it looks like there's only more of that to hold. It looks like it's going to be a little bit tough here. As it looks like now they will be able to go through with it. The monk ult starts to come out here. The force one comes out all the way up top here. So much rotation, so many players around. He's able to get one grab. Can he get another? He ends up throwing down GG's 330. 330 comes through with a magical timed ulti, but GG 330 decides to come back with a run it back and immediately sees the next player. As we're seeing another grab come in, and we see the throw. Fight! As I see another monk fight come in, he's gonna knock him out. GG's 330 almost goes down with Godly. He's gonna be able to hold it. He's able to end up getting a grab of one of the players, at least for what it looks like here. Godly trying to do what he can here as the Terracotta Warrior is gonna be running up top here. You'll love it to see how the space goes, even without all of this momentum, though, as he's gonna have the time. Did he even have the time? He ends up getting sprayed really hard by the Bane's, I was gonna say Bane's Breath, Flamebringer. rotating this around. So much of this madness happening all the way up top here. Meanwhile, GG is going to be able to hold the top spot, though. Really, really free to be able to do what they need to. Going to be able to go for the heals, go for their repairs and all their stuff, and get ready for the next spread of this fight. As the circle is going to start closing in here, it starts to close in right now. It looks like it might be actually towards the very edge of this, so it's not going to be easy. If you're in the inside, you might have the better advantage outside, knowing that there's still so much damage, but you still have to get some eliminations as more and more of the monks are coming out of this. Ends up timing it more and more. So many grabs, trying to see if they can find something. There's NiHQ is able to get the elimination. 17 JL, then Shu finds one on Lexing Hen. AS is able to get one on 330 and gets another claim. AS getting a 3-piece in this very space here. Mubai trying to find one, gets the throwdown and gets the finish. Godly does the same thing with Doshi. So many spreads within it. Finds a double from Godly, going insane here with the finish. Finds the next one as LXM claims the elimination of Lexing. JJ trying to hold it alive as fast as possible, but it doesn't matter because NAD is able to hold it for the team for 40 and says a goodbye to the team. But the question is who holds it and gets the MVP of that game. Question, with all of the spread, it looks like it's going to be JJ holds it down for the final ending of this game and is our respected winner of our game number 2.
Okay, first of all, give Chu and you an absolute medal, because I am sorry if my eyes did not deceive me. Legion, their Uation was down. When their monk went for the transformation, Chu and you has to tether to the monk, which removes your ability to attack, and rescues the Yui in the middle of 3 monks ulting in their face. Is able to get the Yui back up, does get grabbed out by one of the monks, does go down, which is why JJHRD aren't actually the last players remaining. It is just their monk trying to find the grabs with the last sliver of health. He doesn't have that Karumi ultimate to be able to fall back onto, unlike NAD who do. But because Chu and Yui was actually able to get that rescue onto the Uation, Legion comes back with the Terracotta Warrior transformation and absolutely goes to town to get so many kills for JJHRD, who coming to that final circle weren't leading in kills. They were a couple behind it. It is only because of that Karumi that they're able to pull this off. And that goes to show that sometimes it's not the flashy plays. Sometimes it's not that crutch player who you're relying on doing the most amount of damage. It's playing for the survivability. It's knowing the role. It's knowing what you bring to your team's utility table. And Chu and you played absolutely perfectly.
Even with that as well, noticing and missing just the little bits of it, knowing that there was so much happening within that final circle, I am monk fighted out. I'm surprised that I was able to get that many monk fights in one game. I asked for it and these teams delivered. I thought that I was maybe going to be lucky enough to see 1, maybe 2 if I'm. I saw 6. I saw 6 monk fights and almost a 3-way monk fight. Okay, I saw as many monk fights as I needed to within that final space. There was so much space as it was slowly starting to get less and less and less room as more and more of these players are trying to dish it out with the rest of their teams as we're able to get grabs, we're able to get the slams. But man, that was fun to watch at the very, very end. I needed that. That was good for my brain. That was good for my heart. That was good for chat. Fight.
You're just so happy every single time I look at your face when I'm seeing those Transformers just go toe to toe. Like, you have the biggest grin, and honestly it's so fun. Like, that's the joy of Trios, right? It has those hype moments. You get to see the monks go toe to toe with each other. You get to see literally kids playing with massive giant action figures.
It's
We've all
amazing.
done it.
I feel like
when we were younger, you know, you had Batman, you had Superman, you would always go toe to toe, rock and sock and robots.
I feel like I was 9 years old and I was watching all that madness here. Meanwhile, JJ HRD with 25.4 points, 22 points coming in from NAD. 17JL with that 14.6 here, but still, it had JJ really able to make some madness happen here. Now, sadly, I did call this, and I feel so bad here. 2 points coming in from JT and 2.7 coming in from Q9, our first 2 top players from last game. I feel like this is becoming a thing. That first round win curse. We see them pop off in that first game, ends up getting that dub. We don't see them in that space again for the rest of the game.
Yeah, here's the problem for both Q9 and J-Team. They got third party. Like they were in a really rough position where they got locked into as well. J Team especially, when you get up by Frozen Lake, you get locked into that tower. There is literally only one escape. And if your opponent knows that they can literally just use abilities and keep you hostage situations inside that tower, you're not getting out. And unfortunately, that is what happens to J Team. They burn through all of their resources trying to kill one of that, I believe it was actually JJHRD, and then Q9. And just comes in and absolutely obliterates them. As the same can be said as well for like WBG and Q9 themselves. Like they went really aggressive. They stayed in fights far too long without having clean tools of disengagement, because when you're running that Transformer composition, you don't have the Wu Chan. So it's not like you have that get out of jail free card. If things start to take a little bit of a turn for a worse, if you lose one of those players early on and you find yourself out of position and you can't go for that resurrection, like you don't have that Wu Chan TP which carries the can alongside you. And I do want to point out as well, Wolves really making a comeback. Having that Vermilion Birdsmite, allowing this team to just absolutely transfer free trios, allow themselves to play aggressive without having to worry about curtailing that aggression or the consequences of what might happen if they stay in fights too long. And that's really what suits them to a T. As we can see, the MVP going to be coming out from JJHRD's Godly on the Tian Hai will be able to come in with almost 20k damage, 2 assists, 2 MVPs, and my absolute goodness, is that 6k damage alone from the ultimate? That is a lot of Monk Slams.
A lot of Monk Slams, grabs, and even just being able to throw them down, though. There's still a lot of that, as Godly is going to be able to get those eliminations here. 2 assists and 7 eliminations. Godly becoming our MVP of our game number 2. Now we're going back to Morazal. Go back. Now, even with this amount of momentum, can any of these teams really be able to come forth and really do what they can here? Because like I said, there still seems to be a lot of problems when it comes to a lot of these players in certain times. And even within these spaces, they still struggle with certain things. And now it's like, okay, how are they going to be able to do it?
Yeah, I think the big question for me as well is what compositions are we going to see? Because obviously the way that the Nbpl works, right, you have a certain amount of times that you can actually run a hero in every single day. And because we saw a lot of monks on Holoroth, it probably means that these teams want to save the monk compositions for when we head to Holoroth next, which is game number 5. So what about the 2 games of Morazal in between then? Are we going to see a lot of Yodos come through? Because Yodo into Yodo is really strong. It's all about who ultimates last as opposed to who ults first, because you want to be able to use the verticality to be able to get on top of them. But I cannot wait to see what JJHRD have to say, because we do have Jaeger on the floor with one of our players.
Even with that one, though.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post-Game Interview. Today we are very glad to invite Li Xin from the team. JJHRD is a really long team name, and let's say hello to our audience.
大家好，我是7号阿弟的李信。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So first of all, congratulations, they get the highest score in the game 2. And today, we think like in the game 2, it's like the monk dominate all the race. So I would like to know why like every team is choosing the monk. 那首先我们看到这一把比赛啊，好像就是像大佛已经主宰了这把比赛。像我特别想问一下，为什么所有的队伍都在选大佛呢？
因为这个英雄他拿分能力比较强，战场能力比较好，就是比较成熟的队伍都会选择大佛来作为出战阵容。
好的，跟地图会有关系吗？
应该第2周是会有，现在就没有了。
好的，
因为大家都。
好的。So actually, I think Monk is very strong because it can get a lot of high score in the race, and also it have very strong ability in standing the position in the final circle. And I also asked him, is it related to the map because the game 2 is using the Holoroth? And he told me that in the second double week, maybe yes, but because it's the 3rd double week, so I think it's no. Okay, so also today we saw there's a lot of like situation, like 2 monk or more than 2 monks, they are fighting together. So I would like to know when the monk are using the ultimate together, so how you can let the monk win at the fighting. 那这一把当中我们也看到一个就是非常精彩的对决，大家一直在打，就是2个或者2个以上的大佛同时在开大一起打。那特别想问一下，大佛在一起开大打的时候，怎么样可以赢下这个 这个两个之间的对决呢？
大佛的博弈就是左键克右键，右键克 F，就是大佛的技能，它左右键都是有很长的后摇可以木压。
对的，
所以这样就可以很轻松的赢下博弈吧。大佛的博弈。
好的 ，So for me, I have skill for the Mark using the ultimate. When he is using the ultimate, it's like the left click is counter the right click, and also the right click is counter the skills. Yeah, and if we have this, we use this skill, so we can win the fighting very relaxedly. Okay, so today I saw that you guys are using the classical double transformer, right? Yeah, and we also know like these days a lot of teams would like to choose the changed double transformer, like they are using the monk with Yueshan and also with the Temuch. And sorry, I would like to know how you comment on the compare of the two hero combo. 那今天我看到你们用的是一个经典的双面阵容嘛，那我们其实也看到说最近其实很多队伍开始选择了变种的双变。那我特别想问一下，你怎么评价这两个阵容的对比，哪个更强呢？
我个人认为，正统双面比较厉害一点。因为在决赛圈。第4个圈到决赛圈的那段途中，非常需要回复，而变种双面就没有回复，就非常考验选手自己的操作、
个人能力。
对，是的。
好的 So in my opinion, I think the classical double transformer is still very strong because in the shadow 4 to 5 and every team depends on the healing hero, and for the changed double transformer, it don't have this healing, and for the change double transformer, it's more like it will be good at fighting, and I still think the classical double transformer will be strong. 好的，谢谢黎星接受我们今天的采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later. So.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorahime's comp. WBG Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from 2 rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If 2 teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the 7th Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all 3 forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on Moros Isle for game number 3. Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. My name is Dobby. I'm your official caster. I'm also here with Moxie. Moxie, keeping it really, I mean, honestly, you've been killing it right now. Goodness gracious here. So now that we're going back to Moros Isle, we have 2 games on Moros Isle before we hit game number 5 for back from Hollerov. So now everybody back on the familiar territory. We know kind of the compositions in terms of how people have been playing, but obviously now we're going to see a little bit of some changes here. Do you think we're going to see anything in terms? Do you think Justine is probably going to see some gameplay tonight? Do you think Zeping is going to find some helpful times currently here? I mean, like what's kind of the vibe here? You're thinking?
So again, like with Zeping, when she first released, she only had 2 base versions of her normal F ability and her ultimate, and it was all, if you were running on trios, you chose one player that received them, as opposed to if you were running her in solos where you were guaranteed to have them, which is why we saw her instantly popping up into the solos meta, but not really making an appearance in the trios, because on paper, Kurumi or Wu Chen are just better supports, right? Kurumi, with the fact that you can literally resurrect teammates from afar without having to touch them or put yourself out of position. You've got the Tava, you've got that insane ultimate AoE heal that you can really just allow you to go for these really long wind-ups of attacks, right? Normally we don't see the full dump of the Nezhal's might, but if you're sitting in the middle of a Kurumi ultimate, that's when these players feel confident enough to be able to go for the frames that it takes to be able to pull those off. And then when it comes to Wu Chen, with the TP and the fact that you want to run him with that Yodo, so you can have the Soul Blade block, and then if you don't have to worry about using the Yodo either F or the ultimate to try and teleport and rotate around, you have the Wu Chen to do it instead. It just becomes, why would you really try and slot Zeping in? Whether or not we're going to see the Justina, we might. We are seeing a lot of teams trying to run Justina in tandem with the Temi, so you use the Temi ultimate to sort of snow globe everybody in, right? You have the sort of outside case of the snow globe in the Temi ultimate, and then the Justina comes in and brings all of the freeze.
Think the Wu Shen's going to be good in these situations?
I'm always a fan of Wu Chen, and there is a reason. I can't remember what team it was. I think it might have been GBL. There was a team on Morris Isle that ran a Temi, a Viper, and a Wu Chen. And what they did was they Wu Chen TP'd directly on top of a squad, dropped the Temi ultimate into the Justina freeze. And the entire squad got wiped in about 10 seconds flat.
Looks like there's going to be more stuff coming into it as now we're going to see these teams try to lock into it. Let's see what happens though. Yo, I'm going to need that shirt though. I see that shirt. Don't think I'm not paying attention. WBG and their coach going to be able to go through with this rotation. Let's see how these players are going to be able to do. I'm curious on what their picks are. Genuinely, I'm really curious on where the picks are going to be for these ones. I don't think we're going to see an insane Monk comp coming in as we're looking at Q9, LWH, LXY, and Gua. Another team who really has been putting in time and effort into these games, and they've made it look good so far here.
Yeah, you also have to remember, right? Q9 lost Eagle. In the roster mania that transpired the 3 weeks between season 1 and season 2, there were so many mix-ups. BIWEEKLY went absolutely on a shopping spree of all of the really top tier names. J-Team lost 2 of their really big players, VVV and 101 Tian. That got traded away, 101 Tian to BIWEEKLY, VVV to FBX, who we're seeing currently playing today. And Q9 actually lost Eagle because J-Team, without 101 Tian, needed a Monk player, and they went to Q9. They picked up Eagle, and Eagle has really been working out for this team. Q9, on the other hand, still trying, I think, to sort of determine what compositions that they want to identify as. They were always one of those really strong Monk comps with Eagle rather being in there. But without Pixel, it's still sort of like determining which carries they want to play into, which sort of composition is that comfort pick. At the moment, as we can have a look at some of the other teams, 17JL have an average of 6 kills. Damage is decent too, like an average damage of 22k. Percentage of the top 5 is 32%, which is pretty decent. Like, they're a very coin flippy team. If they start off well, then they do tend to make it into final zone. And if they make it into final zone, they tend to have a really good grasp of it. We don't really get to see them coming out as number 1 a whole lot though, and I think a lot of that is, again, just like that consistency, just trying to find how exactly they want to play, whether or not they do want to be one of those really aggressive teams in first circle, and then try and carry that momentum into sort of challenging things like the Morris Blessings. Because I don't know about you, Davy, but you can pretty quickly identify some of these teams that do want to take control of the Morris Blessings as quickly as possible, and they don't care about the teams that are actually contesting that. They will go into a fight 1 squad versus 5 to be able to get one of those chests open, and some of these other teams are a little bit more reluctant to risk their bacon to try to go for that chest, not knowing if they're going to be able to walk away with it, because obviously if you commit to that fight and you don't get the Morris Blessing, you're in so deep that if it is something like a Draco Storm, the team that picks up the Draco Storm is most likely going to absolutely steamroll over you before you can grapple away.
Even with all of that here, let's see if they can do what they can here, as now they're going to be able to push this out. I think now it's going to be a lot more fun to be able to go forth with this rotation. JJ coming in as number 17 though. And with all this truly godly and water, got it wet like water. Now they're going to be able to come in through it. Let's see if they can figure out what's next here.
Probably going to be a little bit of hydration.
Definitely some hydration.
Probably not a Valda. I'm not assuming that we're going to get a Valda, but yeah, no, definitely keep yourself hydrated, folks. All of these players, as you can see, it's a long day. It is long hours of practice, like 8 hours of scrimming before you come in and you do like 6 hours.
Every
like,
day.
Every single day. There's a reason that teams want to get into these bi-weeklies and want to get these points racked up. They do not want to go through the rep church because, whew, is that a gauntlet and a half of playtime hours?
Even with all of that, still definitely have to be careful though, because now it's going to be a lot better to see where these teams play this out. And I think now is when things get pretty good, as we're looking at DWG number 13, Senzi. Average kills of 6.7, 28,000 plus damage, 30%. What do you think some of these low teams need to do in these situations? They're kind of low. They need to make some magic happen. Need to be able to figure this out. So where exactly do you think they need to be in certain situations in order to really knock this out. I feel like some of these players need to get a little bit more aggressive, find some of these eliminations and really try to feed off the madness that they need. But the question is how?
See, the problem is, like, there are two extremities at play for some of these teams. Sometimes, like, they play super safe, and as you pointed out, like, they don't have any kills coming to final circle, and it forces their hands, like, they have to get aggressive. They have to get gutsy into the final circle so that they can actually say, okay, well, here's that kill multiplier, and it actually counts for the amount of kills that we've picked up for surviving this long. And other times they go too aggressive and they get third party, but we are going to have a look at what compositions are coming on through. Not seeing a lot of Monk. There is only going to be 2, and that does have a knock-on effect of making it pretty easy to be able to track down these comps, because we get to see the lovely skins, the amazing nameplates. These players don't, and this is actually something that they've like confessed to in the interviews. If you see something like a Taka in solos or a Takeda or just a couple of only Monks in the lobby, like you see them and you know, okay, well, there's only one Takeda. So it has to be the Takeda that we just fought 2 minutes ago, that we know we broke their shields, we know we pulled their F ability out from, we know that he used his ultimate, we could just pounce on them.
Even with all of this, let's see how they're going to be able to do what they can here in these spaces. Is now looking at all of the players here. The landing spaces are going to be a little bit different. Meanwhile, certain people are going to be in Shadow Jade Mine, as we're immediately going to be able to look in on Godly, who's going to immediately push in here. Let's see if we can figure out where the rest of this goes to, as now more and more of it's going to start coming in to play, as now EWG, Sanzi, and everybody else is immediately going to go through with this fight. XCG, Xiaonan is going to be able to go forth with that rotation, is going to be able to clutch it up here. Let's see if they can figure out how they're going to be able to rotate and get these eliminations. Sanzi trying to hold it off. Nice little block coming in as NiHQ immediately is going to be able to pop that right click from that, and Nai is going to be able to find it, gets the res off another, and immediately gets another second. 30 eliminations, full team wipe coming in from NiHQ off of the rip, getting the first blood. Meanwhile, Fun Plus Phoenix also collecting some eliminations as well here, as they do get 2. And it looks like Kakaxi sadly is going to be next, as they will be able to finish that off as well here. Then this spread forcing Fun Plus Phoenix and NAD to back out. Xiaonan dangerously low here. Xiaonan is going to have to back out and keep the same momentum, but he ends up getting hit almost every time. He ends up getting the grapple. TXJ still wants to continue this and wants to get the early pick.
Xiaonan actually able to use the scale rush to be able to scale up that cliff a little bit faster, saving those grapples. As FPX still actually chasing after, they want to get that full squad elimination. They've been able to chase them far enough away that they're not going to be able to get the resurrection online. As Ventus and Q9 going toe-to-toe in Celestia at the moment, trying to find loot, not really wanting to find that engagement until they've been able to secure themselves a little bit of better loot, as Grey Sword, Grey Armor isn't the best outlook for a TN when you're about to go into that transformation, and you're the only one of 2 in the lobby, gonna very quickly potentially go down. The silver lining is, just like you don't have a lot of loot at the moment, so too do the players around you, so they might not have the burst to be able to just absolutely decimate that Monk bar. As J-Team's Eagle gonna be doing a little bit of decimation at the moment onto the members of, I believe it was FPX, a little bit closer to them. JJHRD actually already going to be down Godly, as J-Team move in with the nunchucks. Dagger come through, getting just a little bit more damage with the charge. Right click counter though comes out, separating the greatsword onto the ground, as J-Team able to actually drop the Yodo F ability to be able to pick the weapon up once more and get a little bit of a soft reset. And now they want to pounce onto JJHRD. They know that they're lacking that Yodo, as Shu1U trying to keep themselves alive. 97% to the ultimate, but unfortunately just absolutely stun-logged by the brilliant coordination coming through from J-Team's Lee and Eagle. Not going to be able to get any downtime to be able to use that Wuchen TP to save themselves, and JJHRD are going to be burning 2 of their resurrections, as what it's still not out of the woods just yet. J-Team know that one of these players is still around. They're using that Ken to try to keep them in position so that they have to stay in the area. As you can see Water just trying to hold on. Does manage to find a knock against one of the players, but unfortunately, it is just an outnumbered fight, and there is absolutely no opening for Water to be able to pull that one back, and JJHOD are going to burn all of their resurrections as XCG coming in with a Viper ultimate to set up the Yoda ultimate coming through from Z's Ventus, taking full advantage of the opening. Bane's Breath getting blocked from XCG, not allowing Ventus any opportunity to be able to escape as the repeating crossbows actually come through, cutting into the members of XCG. But they've been able to find the picks that they need. They've got the Bane's Breath, so no one can actually really try to push in on those players, allowing them to escape Chasm.
Even with all of this momentum still, even with that, yeah, he got the full rush, but he also got the full of this space too. And he also got the full amount of damage though, because he was looking directly at the Yoda Hime. Yes, you are also using your Yoda Hime, but just because of that doesn't mean that you're also going to be able to do this as well. Able to really make it happen though, as they're going to be able to see the rotations come in. Meanwhile, Wolves 14 has different sights in mind. NiHQ immediately getting hit with a bombardment of all of that is down, and immediately gets hit and destroyed by the parry coming in. Wolves One Fang is going to be able to hit it, immediately gets the elimination off of Lexing Hang off of XCG here. XCG holding off, trying to see if maybe there is a chance for them to be able to flush it and get it done here, as now One Thing is going to be able to go through, get the shield, back out, and he's going to be able to push in. Meanwhile, J-Team's lead. Steady keeping the rotation nice and high though, as Lee is going to be able to go through with it. Pops the ult and is able to get a nice stun on one of the players though. LYD immediately ends up getting down as TXJ gonna be able to come through with that monk ult. He's gonna have to play this to the best of their abilities as Triple V immediately gets parried off of the max hit of Lee. He's gonna be able to back this out as best as possible as Eagle gets the elimination off of Triple V, playing it to the best of their ability here. Let's see if they can go forth with it, as now things only get better. See if they can figure this out towards the rest of it. Things get good. See if they can figure this out.
TXJ is gone. Oh my goodness, Lee. He tap dodged 3 grabs from the monk. Absolutely massive, and he needed to, because remember, they'd started that fight with the Viper ultimate. That was the reason that we saw the monk go for the ultimate. They know that they're not going to get stunned out by the Viper. That's why they fully committed to the fight. And Lee is just able to tap dodge right around the range grabs and keep themselves alive. And from afar, they're able to burst the monk down. As Wolves on the prowl, XCG do have one of their members close, but I don't think Wolves actually know. As WBG lying in wait from the trees, drop down with a Viper ultimate. Sleepwalker trying to isolate out one of those members to set their teammates up. It is going to be Ziu for the side of Wolves, stuck in the middle of the Beyblades coming on through. Stun wears off. Wuchen TP's out. They're able to keep themselves safe, and WBG are a little bit burned on the amount of ultimates that they committed into that, but they're still going hunting. Wolves did not TP out very far, as One Fang comes in with a Yoda ultimate. Finds one slash to connect, finds a second slash to connect. Sleepwalker goes extremely low, but the third slash isn't actually on to Sleepwalker, it's on to Jing. They're able to find the pick. Sleepwalker is still very, very low, but they will be able to teleport on out of that with the can to be able to get the resurrection. WBG gonna have to go for the full reset as Wolves now potentially looking to try to push in. Gonna take a little bit of a breather of themselves, because it was off of the back of the Yoda ultimate that they were able to come out on top, and they do need to go for a little bit of a refresh before they can potentially worry about taking another fight in case they get third-partied. As Guya for the side of Q9 is just taking so much damage. Yiran, now seeing that they don't have competition, is going to go for a monk transformation of their own. Takes a lot of opening damage. Hasn't been able to hit past 50%, does find the slam, but a beautiful Wuchen TP will guarantee that they don't actually hit the ground to collide and activate that damage tick. They will be able, on the side of GD, to escape the monk transformation so that it burns out by the time they're ready to push in onto those members once more. Something that surely they're going to be looking to punish, given that Kakashi is coming in with that Viper ultimate, and they're going to need it. The weapon loadout, they're going to not really have a lot of burst damage coming on through. It's NPG.
Definitely going to need it. Meanwhile, with NPG, Gen still is going to be able to go forth here. Looks like he wants to commit to the fight here with PG. decides maybe something different. Just wants to see if maybe they get a little bit more information, and maybe if there's somebody else that's also nearby. Even with that one, Jen is going to be able to go forth with this, and they're just waiting for it. That's what's been going on here. The F3 is going to come in. Coming in from GG's Miskillia. They're going to try to see if they can go forth with that rotate, as Dubai immediately is going to try to hold on with that chest and see if maybe they can grant the opening, though. But sadly, Jen will get pushed in, though, and gets fully finished off by Sorrow, and immediately gets pushed around and out by the Wushin. And it looks like Ventus is going to be the ones that ends up taking the chest. Unfortunate, though, coming in, but it looks like it's probably better, at least for them to be able to back out and get the pickup from one of their other players. Really doing what they can here within this space, though. It's so much happening, though. They're gonna need it, as now they're looking forth with the rotation, though, as a mentality. And Alliance pops that Vermin's Birdmite.
Oh, I got it for free.
They
got it for absolute free. I mean, sure, it lasts 240 seconds, but they're pretty central in Celestial, right? They can still try and find some of those teams being pretty close. NAD, on the other hand, gonna be a little bit further out on the outskirts, trying to just come in and clean up the scraps after Ventus ran away. 210 seconds left for Alliance to try to come through with that Vermilion Birds. 3 resurrections, retaining all of their loot.
Curious what the merchant in the chest looks like.
Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty sure, like, is it meant to be Matari, maybe? Like, they do the coin flip thing. It makes me really reminisce about Matari. Maybe that's where all of the Mataris went in meta. Maybe they're all just stuck in a
Imagine.
boxes.
Matari's grandmother would be an interesting lore. Meanwhile, TXJ is going to be able to try to wait this out, though, with those dual blades here, trying to duke it out as best he possible. And obviously, TXJ is going to be able to handle that timing of backing out and really being able to do what they can. So he ends up getting the elimination off of Shuli, though. Triple B here still sadly eliminated. Depleting his life from his character here, is now they're going to be able to go through with it. It looks like Draco Storms have been popped for both Ventus and NAD. Interested to see where they are, though, within these rotations.
VVV for the side of FPX really need one of those Vermilion Birds, and I'm sorry.
Speaking of Ventus,
GBL, how do you already have 2 legendary weapons? As it is now going to be extremely hard to try to challenge this team. Ventus, yeah, thinking a little bit better about that engagement, even with the Draco Storm. They're still not really wanting to push their luck. As, I mean, it does give you a little bit of damage reduction, but against legendary weapons, when you've only got blue armor, yeah, you take the disengagement. They have actually been able to isolate out, yeah, but now and only now are they looking to find that kill. Full grapple cancel comes through, making sure that Yaya is not going to be able to escape, entirely getting locked down. The Temi actually has to pop the ultimate. We'll be able to catch out WX98 mid-grapple, but they still haven't been able to escape as Yaya trying to run back through their sandstorm, keeping themselves alive a little bit longer, but will go down to the dagger coming out from ZU, and now they can try to pick up one of those legendary weapons, as GBL going to be trying to go hunting on any of those players they can find. Ventus and NAD both about to actually lose the bonus of the Draco Storm. Alliance still running the Vermilion Birds. The problem is that they haven't really run into any squads up until now to be able to take advantage of the resurrections and the aggression that little safety line allows. As it's pretty foggy, it's pretty hard to actually see all of those teams around you. EWG actually going to get caught fighting on the edge of the zone. Players that they were trying to collapse in upon actually having to use the Wuchen TP, but unfortunately, Wolves just going to have to try and keep themselves alive a little bit longer. Focus strike cancels to be able to retain your movement and try to push forward a little bit faster. As it is just going to be ZU and One Thing taking so much corruption damage, they had to Wuchen TP into the zone to lose their tail, and EWG are still not giving up this chew toy. They are still hunting this squad down. They know that they have the better resources. They know that they can try and find that kill and add to that tally.
Still a lot happening, though. Let's see if they could figure it out, as a lot of them are still outside of the circle here. Is really going to have to be able to piece this out here, as ZU is going to be able to go up top of this mountain here. It looks like he will be able to rush this in though. One Fang. Don't necessarily know what One Fang is. One Fang.
Sanzi saw him. Sanzi 100% saw that grapple.
Sanzi, yep. Sanzi found him. It looks like they will be able to get the push though from ZU. ZU. Oh no, but Sanzi misses the grapple. Just that one miss of a grapple could be absolutely massive though for ZU. Really able to further that distance. Getting that advantage. Wolves might be gone.
Yeah, especially because he's actually able to book it towards Eventide. So there are so many buildings. It's so easy to be able to break line of sight so that you don't know where they are. And ZU has been able to lose his tail, at least for now, as EWG give up the chase. They have no clue where the Wuchen went. They don't know whether he went deeper into Eventide. They don't know whether he went towards the left of it, and whether he's going to go a little bit more central towards the map, and he does survive a little bit longer as another Morris Blessing going to be coming online. This one's going to be really hotly contested. FPX are very used to taking control of Morris Blessings when they're in play. They're used, though, to getting them for free off of the back of just a Transformer ultimate or a Temiel, and that's exactly what they are going to try to do just now. TXJ going for a very early Monk up, trying to find those grabs. Morris Blessing spawns. It's right at the feet of this TN. There's nothing you can do. It's so out in the open. They're not even trying to peek him and break cover to try and damage from afar because they know they're going to get grabbed out.
Knowing that is going to get grabbed out though is also going to be super, super helpful here. Even within this rotation and or space though. Looks like it looks like LYD and also Don Queen also finding their chest here. It looks like might have been the looted that they want. Looks like somebody might have already gotten to it. Which is very, very unfortunate though, is now gonna be able to go with it towards this rotation. Mystic Might being held by GD though. Let's see if maybe they can look towards this and see if they can look at this towards this rotation though.
Yeah, Kakashi's got the purple armor too. Like they know that the Viper has to be the one that survives, right? Viper is probably the most vulnerable in this composition, like Karim, because when you do go for one of your abilities, the ultimate, you can't attack. You're a sitting duck to all of those players who are out of range of that stun. And so you do want to stack them to be able to ensure that the stun is going to stick, as FPX off of the back of just that one TN ultimate are going to be able to pick up Draco Storm. As here come J-Team. Bulldozing their way through, still running all three of their players alive. Purple loadouts for the weaponry, blue for the armor. GBL's hand actually going to be able to purchase one of those rebuff charms, maybe keep themselves a little bit safer and get one of those fallen comrades back online. As GG waiting in those purple bushes. If you crouch in them, you become absolutely invisible. It is a little bit of a busted strategy when the final zone starts to close on through. It's EWG now using that Yuation ultimate, catching all of those players, forcing them to either run towards the zone and take the corruption damage, or run into the Yuation spears, as NAD decided they have a counter offer. Run into the Viper ultimate. Everyone going to decide, nah, we don't really want to do that. They're going to Wuchen TP. As NAD have been able to buy themselves a little bit of a safe spot. Now go hunting just to see where exactly those Wuchen TPs ended up. They do have a little bit of a problem with some of those teams trying to push on towards the right side. EWG smelling a lot of overcommitment of ultimates, and so NAD not really getting to settle down, having to stay a little bit lighter on their feet than they would perhaps like. As
yes,
XCG
that's true.
now cresting over that bridge.
Meanwhile, Alliance was all the way down low. It looks like they might have found a bush and maybe just fits in there though. Meanwhile, Sleepwalker and Zaunin looks like he's able to get it sounds like looks like he got eliminated though, and so is Nye HQ. XCG really trying to hold on here, and it looks like their whole team is almost fully eliminated here. NAD Daoshu trying to get away from a bad situation, but he still ends up getting some massive damage on both players at the exact same time here. Pops that Yodahime ulti, but it looks like they will be using the Wushin to back out. Great timing coming in from that team though. That really could have been a bad space though, as the Draco Storm has the advantage on both GD and Fun plus Phoenix. Actually no, Fun plus Phoenix only. GD has the Mystic Might. So curious though, which one for your sake do you think is better? Do you think that the Draco Storm or the Mystic Might in these situations are a lot beneficial?
Draco. Like, not only does it give you a lot of aggression, but it zones out those players too. Like, it forces them to be on a 2-minute grapple kite chase all around the map, as it is not going to be all around the map. It's going to be in a very enclosed field at the moment, as so many of these squads grouping up, trying to avoid the Bane's Breath coming on through. Ventus opening up with a massive Viper ultimate. We'll be able to find 2 picks, as Ziyu does actually get grapple cancelled. Will not actually be followed through. As we can see, the cannons coming on out, NAD not wanting to actually try to press in the initiative off the back of catching potentially the Yodo out alone. The peel was immediately down on the side of Ventus. One of those members of WBG actually pretty close. So they are on the hunt. Wolves, in the meanwhile, going to be trying to find a little bit of loot. Both Wenfeng and Xiao extremely low at the moment, trying to keep themselves... Oh no! Super goes down to the Bane's Breath. Wolves, I think, tried to actually keep themselves safe by hiding in the middle of the Bane's Breath so that they didn't run into all of these teammates around them. They're just trying to lay low and play for survivability. Like, the loot loadout that they have is abysmal. It's blue still. They haven't been able to try and contest those Morse blessings. They are just playing for survivability at the moment. And unfortunately for them, that meant hiding in one of the least obvious places where the Bane's Breath is currently activating, because no one thinks the play is going to be there. As it does still mean that they're not actually actively adding to their kill count, unlike GG, who are going to be able to get the finishing blow with the bow onto Kakaishi and can now try to push on through. GG still looking for a little bit more. Purple Spear going to be aiding that endeavor, as Miskio wants to try to find those players. Has been able to find a grapple to connect on to... Oh no, that's the Wuchan. If they still knock him down, no disengagement tool gonna be able to come through. Miskio's trying to find that hunt. FPX trying to use that cannon to keep this Yodo a little bit further away. Sees the Viper ultimate from Ventus further afield, decides not to commit into the fight, as it is going to be Ventus trying to move forward and find those kills. A little bit of downtime for a little bit of a reshield coming out from WX98 before they can properly go back through. Soulblade blocked to make sure none of the projectiles are going to be able to chip into their health bars before swapping to the bow and finding a couple of snipes of their own, setting TJ up to come in with the finishing blow with the spear onto EWG Sanzi. And with that kill bagged, they just back up towards the top of cliff. They know if they get pushed, if anyone tries to ult towards them, they can just drop that Wuchen TP and immediately bail. But in the meantime, they can wait to see if they can find a moment of opportunity to pick up another kill, as WX98 just takes a little bit too much poke fire coming through from the cannon, has to break line of sight to be able to get that reset, as NPG are going to be able to claim another Morris Blessing off of the back of a Temi ultimate. And that is going to be truly terrifying indeed, because that's legendary armor now coming through for the Temi on this team.
It looks like even with it though, still able to do what they can, as now NPG using those cannons, trying to separate and get some of that damage in towards the other players though. Let's see if maybe they're going to be able to figure this out. Let's see if they can work with it though, as now it looks like they're going to be able to come in with the nice dishes in, as LXM immediately gets hit by a massive hit. Spear is coming in. Miskillia is going to be able to find something on an LYD here. Fun Plus Phoenix really holding down this fort though, as it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix might be able to get the elimination. Or no, TXJ is going to be able to pop the Monk ult. Gonna try to see if maybe they can throw out and get some grabs here from some of the enemy teams here. TXJ really holding it together as they do pick up their player LYD here. Meanwhile, the Yodahime ult comes in, but it stops the stun immediately from Miskillia. And Jet Team's lead misses out. Misses the hit, the massive hit. That could have been big for their team here. But they do claim an elimination, as 330 is going to be sadly by themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not too unhappy about that, as they were still able to find the kill. It wasn't sniped out, it was just a member of their teammate that stole it from them. Is Ventus, still 3 players strong. Legendary nunchucks as well, have spotted FPX out on that low ground, could potentially try to move on through. They do have the Yodo ultimate to come and open things up. Viper ultimate to open things up first though, just using that one to be able to stun lock FPX's LYD so the nunchucks can absolutely obliterate the health bar in a blink of an eye. No Yodo ultimate necessary, and they're still going to have that one if they want to try to push onto 17JL, who now FPX have been herded towards. Benju going to be popping those Zephyrs, making sure that no projectiles is going to be able to snipe them out from the ground, so they can maybe look for a little bit of downtime find a safe corner and get a reshield, as FPX still not finding any safety, having run into Benchu. Forced back into the members of Ventus. TXJ gets juggled and immediately decimated by the repeating crossbow. As 17JL actually going to find the snipe. That one, Ventus are going to be peeved about. That was 95% of their work done. And unfortunately, the 5% poached away from them by 17JL. There's 24 players remaining. High ground going to be in full contest for so many of these players. They're relying on the Yodo to be the damage dealer. And when you Yodo ult, you always want to be the Yodo on top so that the slash connects onto everyone below you and keeps yourself safe, that you can be a little bit of less attention. As we're seeing again, Yodo ults come through from that high ground. Eagle trying to catch on to those players, trying to escape that zone, pushing onto them as they're stuck in the animation, trying to fall from the cliffs. J-Team gonna have control of the bridge, getting a little bit of time for that reset. 17JL still looking to put a little bit of pressure on top, but not fully committing just yet, as Eagle knows that they can't really hold that position. It's a little bit too out in the open. If people do turn their attention towards this team, they're going to have absolutely nowhere to be able to hide. As Ventus immediately smoke wolves down to the low ground, will be able to keep themselves safe as Alliance come in with the nuke of that Viper stun to absolutely obliterate absolutely everyone. But again, it's 17JL coming in with the kill, as Alliance not finding the opening that they were looking for, instead have to try and put themselves into the purple bush to keep themselves as hidden for as long as possible. As Ventus now open up with a Viper ultimate, doesn't find the stun that TJ is looking for, and actually puts them out of position with the rest of that team. TJ not going to be close enough to get any peel. NAD immediately going to be flattening them into the ground.
Even with all of that happening, though, there's still going to be more of it happening, as now looks like they're going to be back with it on this rotation, though. Let's see if they can figure this out here. Meanwhile, J-Team's Lee is going to be able to come through with this as Sorrow. Going to be able to go through with this rotation. NAD all the way down at the very bottom, and so is Alliance. Alliance has been sitting down there for a long time, but they do have 7 eliminations though, so they don't really need to force any fights if they don't necessarily have to. They can just let all of these other players end up going up, and then the more that they survive with each standing, the higher and more points that they end up getting. Meanwhile, Alliance is lucky. Sadly, I spoke a little bit too soon here, as he's going to go all the way down to the very bottom, immediately getting hit by the Viper. And the question is, does this work? No, it looks like Lucky sadly does not get lucky, as he ends up getting taken out and eliminated here by NAD's Doshi. Doshi is going to have to start to scale up this wall.
Everyone's going to have to scale rush.
Everyone's going to have to scale rush.
Yeah, you have to scale rush. Like, if you try and grapple, it's going to be way too easy to grapple fantasy. So everyone's going to have to scale rush, and that's going to be perfect for MPG, because Jen is just sitting on legendary dual blades, using that soldier to be able to turn that charged up click into a ranged charged up click. It's going to do so much damage. MPG fully controlling this final zone, as every single player has absolutely no choice but to walk towards this team, which is exactly where the Takeda wants to be. Untouchable, sitting on the ultimate, as Alliance trying to make up for the loss of that Viper. Mabai trying to find any damage they can with the Yodo ultimate. Gets one player so low. GG's free throw does go down, but it's not to Alliance. The kill credit is not going to be there for their team. NPG and NAD working together in tandem to take away those kills. There's now 16 players left. No place of safety. Transformation coming on through for one of our only monks in the lobby. EWG's Yuran looking to land those punches. Finds a grab, doesn't find the slam just yet. Holds Mabai into position, slam comes off. Yodo F ability actually forcing Yuran to reposition, allowing Mabai time to be able to play Ringer and the Rosie around that tree and dodge out of the majority of the impact of this ultimate coming out from the monk, as he's still trying to find the grabs onto those players caught outside the zone, knowing that they have to walk into him. Unfortunately, transformation has to break immediately. Yuran tries to use the Bell Clang to save himself from Doshi, but does go down to the spear. There's 12 players remaining. J-Team try to pull off the Wuchen TP to keep themselves alive, as MPG Sorrow comes in with the nunchuck meter dump, pushing out everyone into the edges of the corruption. Sorrow falls extremely low, will be able to get a reset, re-shield off of the players around them. As GD's Donkwing now opening up with a Yoda ultimate onto every single player still alive. Eagle trying to follow up with a Yoda ultimate of their own. Has a sliver of health, goes down to the zone. And it's just MPG and GD's Donkwing. Going to be able to survive, go through a shield reset, and Donkwing walks away with the last player remaining. This is what I said when you look at GD. Donkwing is such a pro when it comes to Final Circle and surviving, even when he's alone.
Even with that, I mean, we've seen Donkwing come through with an absolute spasm and really clutch through some beautiful timings, though, within these spaces, though. And currently, it looks like there could be a different change there as GD beautifully really being able to execute it and hold it down. But it looks like NPG is going to be the one who steals the dub here. Jen, Dubai, and Sorrow really being able to hold it down all the way towards the top here. NPG really trying to find the space. During that halfway mark, though, of that small circle, they had only had 5 eliminations. So something happened within that where more and more of their gameplay really started to suffice towards that space, and they were able to make some magic happening here within this final stretch here. J-Team having those 9 eliminations, though, prior to, I think, them getting eliminated. I think they might have ended up walking away with 10 eliminations. So something happened with MPG where they absolutely popped off here as from what I'm looking at in terms of the replays, though. Yeron in terms of the EWG was really by himself within that space to go forth with that rotations, and they're still figuring out how to scramble along. But that whole tower section was taken over by at least 2 or 3 teams trying to just take over that top spot as much as possible, and some people paid the price for it.
Here's the thing, though. They weren't really trying to take over it. They were trying to run from it. There's a reason that MPG actually walk away with MVP, and it's because they controlled the tower. So unfortunately for them, when that final zone starts to close through, it doesn't fall on tower. If it does, they would have been set. Absolutely. Because what happens is they get one of the Morris Blessings. They pick up along the way Legendary Dual Blades, Legendary Soul Jade for the Dual Blades, which, like I said, it lets you turn the charged up left click into a ranged attack. And it does so much damage. And so what Jin was actually doing repeatedly was swapping to ranged weapons and then swapping back to dual blades and just exchanging so much ranged fire coming through from anyone who tried to scale tower. And all of those players who were trying to scale rush up cliff, they carry the momentum. They carry it a little bit too high, and they fall right into MPG's clutches, who just snipe them out of the sky as they come through. It's a little bit like clay pigeon shooting, you know, where you just shout pull, and immediately all of these players just pop up from the cliffs, allowing them to get an absolute shooting gallery. And it is the reason that MPG are able to walk away with the MVP.
It looks like even with this one, though, they still were able to do it, though. NPG, very surprising, though, knowing that they wasn't at the very bottom of the leaderboard, but they wasn't also at the top, too. So even with that, seeing all of those people really try to scatter around and then be able to clutch those eliminations was actually impressive, knowing that I didn't really pay attention to that team, specifically MPG. I was really looking forward to seeing some of the other teams like really pop off the way that they have, especially with like teams like GG and I think it was I don't necessarily think it was NPG. I wanted to see more of Wolves really kind of come through and pop off as well here, but sadly just was not able to within these final spaces. So there's still more. I mean, like I said, we still have 3 more games. We still have 1 more here on Morris, go back to Hollerov, and then we end it back here on our main map. So even with this type of timing, though, very surprising to see MPG actually come out with the dub here for game 3. MPG isn't necessarily the team we see on a regular basis in that top slot, but it is good to see some of the underdogs end up taking a dub.
Yeah, I think for them, though, they played that positioning really well. A lot of teams like Wolves and Alliance all got caught out when that zone started to close away from the low ground and force them up to the high. Everyone who was fighting in that canyon essentially got curveballed. And unfortunately for them, Alliance especially. Lucky, we really should rename him to Unlucky, because they tried to Wuchen TP out, and the problem for Alliance was that the Wuchen TP, it came in a little bit late. They tried to Wuchen TP, they landed on top of a squad. Lucky actually gets baseball batted away from his teammates from the high ground back down to the low, and from there is grapple connection into stunlock into stunlock into zone damage into tap dodging out of the zone back to safety already into, unfortunately, having to tap dodge into the melee weapon. And for like Lucky, there's just no escape. And again, just like not really being able to rotate in time or catching that the final zone is going to be closing up onto the high ground. So you need to start scaling up that space immediately, as opposed to unfortunately being caught out in terms of the pacing and all of those players just waiting in on the high ground with everything primed and at the ready to catch all of those players who are in panic mode at the moment, trying to escape from that zone corruption too, because it does a lot of damage. We have to remember, like, zone corruption, it ignores shields. So whether you have a legendary, a purple, or a blue, zone uses everyone equally. It only eats into your health. And we can see how exactly MPG were able to take full advantage of that. They walk away with 12 kills, bagging themselves 19.2 kill points and setting themselves up to take a game score of 22.2.
22.2 with 19.5 coming in from J-Team. J-Team finally popping off again, getting a big score here, coming in for that second place, still struggling in that game two, and obviously getting that dub in game one here. So J-Team really finding their strides here and deciding to make a massive comeback here. Let's hope that they can keep that same momentum for the next 3 games, though, as now we're going to be able to go forth with that. And 22.2, very, very massive coming in from there. But Ventus with a 12.3, Fun plus Phoenix 11.3, and Alliance with a 10.1. Even though they ended up getting, eliminated towards this, 10.1 is still not bad for a team like that. NAD really trying to keep the game alive, though, with 15 eliminations in top 4.
Yeah, NAD, like, it's really important that they actually have a good day today, because their day one was not impressive. They are lying towards the lower end of the leaderboard. So for them to be able to get into one of those top 16 spots to make it into this next bi-weekly, they are going to have to pop off a couple more times, but definitely keeping it consistent and making sure to post above 10 points per game. Set yourself up to have the best opportunity to do just that.
Absolutely, to do just that. And sadly, GVL at the bottom with a 3.4, and JJHRD, a team that was absolutely doing well in our game two, sadly only getting 1 point to their name before getting eliminated, as we're seeing it. Takeda, our second Takeda of the day, actually getting an MVP here, as Sorrow is going to be the one that claims it with the 18,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 12,000 healing, 2 assists, 7K coming in from the cannon, 5K coming in from Nunchucks. Dragon's War, he had 2 of them actually. 2 Dragon's War. How are you finding 2 stacks of Dragon's War? I'd love to know what type of luck you have, Sorrow, with Sunaj, Juggernaut, and Longsword Sat coming into this, man. I mean, 2 Dragon Wars. I mean, clearly it was beneficial for him.
Juggernaut as well. Like, Juggernaut really benefits bulldozing over players. Like, there's a reason he has 8 kills. Every single time he defeats a player, he gets a little bit stronger. That's what Juggernaut does. It's absolutely terrifying towards Final Circle, because kills just come in so quickly, right? It's not just a 1 kill and then a 2-minute lull for everyone to get to reset. No, it's kill, 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 pause, kill, 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 pause. So Juggernaut is continuously just stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking. And so he's going to come in absolutely stacked to that final zone, which is why when we see him coming into that close quarters melee fight, and he has all of those players that backs up against that zone, and the nunchuck meter dump comes on through, knocking and ragdolling them into that corruption, their health goes from full to absolute
nothing
in seconds.
Gone. And we've seen it happen time and time again too, where, I mean, they're just putting in so much time and effort, and they really push in to keep this aggression. All of a sudden it's just like swap, and you have like no heals, no shields, and you're just like, and then they have to retreat as fast as possible. And it's also, it's impressive too how fast they're able to actually recover from it and back out as fast as possible. And obviously a majority of them do get caught in bad situations where they do end up getting screwed over, but it is good to see how they are able to work around that and still be able to fight and push in towards that, regardless to the disadvantage that they have in the middle of that fight.
I mean, yeah, how many times have we seen a player come out on top of either trios or solos because they literally tap dodged out of the zone to get to a can and managed to get a really quick reshield? But whatever we got to see on that zone, we're getting to see a little bit more from these players, as we do have another interview with our winning team, as Jaeger has the floor.
Take it away, Jaeger.
Thank you, T-casters, and this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with our player Gen, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 六根，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自分 PG 的六根。
好的，欢迎你，再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 3. And there's like interesting things because in the game 2 we see a lot of monk, and in game 3, like a lot of players are choosing the Viper. So I would like to know why. 那今天我们去看到非常有趣的一个现象啊，来，六哥现在看着我说，就是第2把好像大家都选的是天海。为什么第3把都选了宁红叶呢？
就是看什么？看着镜头说，
看我说的。
就是，因为火罗国阴天的话，就是因为是没有虫，现在因为现在大家都比较喜欢把双变阵容放在就是没有虫的天气，然后正好第2把火罗国又是阴天，
对，
然后他们就觉得。可能双变比较多，他们有别的阵容觉得挺难受，然后大厅看一下就都选双变了。
啊，好的。Because nowadays, like a lot of teams, they would like to use the double transformer when the weather is cloudy and have the firefly. And because the game 2 is cloudy, so like almost every team are choosing the double transformer. That's why in game 3 they all choose like the Yodel with the Wuchen and Viper. Okay, so today I also saw that you guys use the hero combo, and which is the like Takada and also the Matari. And like in the final circle, we saw the Sorrow have very good status in the final circle. Also, could you please tell me how's your hero combo to fight in the game? 那今天我们看到你们这阵容也是打得非常好啊。首先要肯定的是，到了决赛的时候，其实我看到你们的武田。他的整个状态是非常非常好，那时候骚肉他的那个金甲基本上是没破。想问一下，你们这个阵容是怎么去想的，就是去打的这个比赛，然后为什么到了决赛圈还能有这么好的一个状态呢？
因为和我们的选点，就首先选了一个非常好的点，规避了很多伤害，然后我们等到时机收割了以后，就我们借助武田的他大招本身就有回复，然后让我们。拿群影就是 counter 了对面的霓虹叶大招，然后他们因为2个都是带回复的技能，然后一下就能回很多血，所以说阿甘状态保持就非常好。
好的。So first of all, in the final circle, we choose a really good position, avoid a lot of damage from the opponent. And after that, we also have the Matari. We use the ultimate of Matari to avoid the control of the Viper. And at last, our Takada have very good status. That's why we have very high killing score in the final circle. And today I have a question to ask Gen. Because our audience, we have a lot of players. They are like new for the Naraka. So I would like to know which like hero you will comment and which weapon you will comment to the players who just come into the Naraka. 那这边有个问题要替我们的观众朋友一起问一下，就是我们有很多玩家是刚刚加入到我们这个游戏当中，特别想问一下，对于新手来说的话，会比较适合用哪些英雄和什么武器呢？
英雄选择就可能像妖刀姬、武田这种比较操作简单，然后又能打伤害的英雄吧。然后武器这个东西，就是可能看个人喜好，喜欢练哪个练哪个。因为我最开始玩太刀呢，我就推荐太刀吧。
好的。So in my opinion, it depends on you guys. And for me, I think for the Naraka, you can choose the hero like Yodo and Takada. I think these heroes are very simple to control. And for the weapons, because I'm using the katana at the beginning of the game, so I will comment this weapon. 好的，谢谢六根接受我们这采访，也再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。那接下来也希望继续保持这个状态。
谢谢。
好的，谢谢 ，Thank you, Gen, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
外的那个我，划过几万年不熄灭的烽火，
看破这条路，我有我的执着，浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。
我是用建筑行者，万物为这个赢的。
我的整个不惧拼凑，并不需要谁的认可。浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何。
千军冲破万劫，无名无间。一千军冲破万劫，无问无解。
No hesitation, no hesitation。
天地一震，看我剑气如火。
No hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。 无法困住我，跌出楼塔雨朵，不做这来世的佛陀，占尽这现实的疯魔，读不透这一份执着，扰乱这人间的烟火。莫问归期，不要再问我要去往何处。信者的声音，我们本性迎合不了无数。浮生只做一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何，让你吐。
逼千军冲破万劫，无名无间。逼千军冲破万劫，无问无解。
No hesitation, no hesitation。
天地一震，看我剑气如火。
No hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。
I don't know about you, Davy, but hearing Swords Eye always makes me feel hyped up. And do you know what makes me feel even more hyped up? We have some more amazing Naraka action here at the Nbpl because we're only just halfway through the day. So we can get to see just how these teams have been getting on today.
Still have 3 more games left here with all of this action. MPG coming through with a massive amount of points here, 38.8 here. So hopefully, if they can keep this same momentum, we'll definitely see them cracking. Hopefully, because the point system isn't too crazy bad here. So obviously, with GG struggling with the 22.2, 17.4 coming in from UWG. If they can keep that same momentum the way that they have so far today, we can easily see them break maybe almost top 10 here. If they can get like just maybe another 20 or 30 plus points. With these next 3 games, they really are going to have to go off and go crazy.
Yeah, MPG just making it into the top 16 at the moment, so definitely not locked into the bi-weekly final just yet. In the meantime, we can have a look at the teams who most likely are. It is our top 8, JDG, KZ, AOW, OUG, YZG, and OC had all played their games before day 1 and day 2. So we're at the moment looking at both J Team and GD, who can still move a little bit around this board. So J Team and GD could actually quite realistically take away both first and second from OC and YZG. For them, it is just about continuing that consistency. J-Team has been having a very good day today. Like, they had a little bit of a hiccup one of the games, but other than that, they've mostly been placing in the top 5. They've been taking fights aggressively. They've been able to take the Morris blessings as well to enable themselves try and look for those fights aggressively. And I think it's really playing into that style. Having that confidence to be able to look for those engagements really does suit them.
And also that's been like a massive advantage for them as well here. It has like really helped them out more than anything here. And clearly it's working for them because look where they're at. They're doing well. They're looking at the top of the leaderboard right now. So clearly it has been working in their favor. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's at least my motto in these situations. And clearly the motto is working.
It's worked at Morris style, is the thing. Like, the hiccup game was on Holoroth. I've seen them before. We saw them 2 days ago on Holoroth, and they had really good control of the map, right? They were actually laying traps. They were taking full advantage of the spike traps that pop up from some of those trap doors that sort of blend into a lot of the walls. They were really forcing players around. They dropped a Temi ultimate in the middle of 2 of them so that you were forced to actually get stuck in the Temi ultimate instead of trying to climb away, because obviously you're going to activate the trap and get bounced back into the Temi ultimate.
That's true.
So
that's true.
for J-Team, like, they do have a very good grasp of Holoroth. Again, it just came down to, unfortunately, getting third-partied by JJHRD after investing so much time in that fight between Q9, who unfortunately did go out because of it as well. So at least J-Team can be happy with that. They may not have had a good game, but they did ruin Q9's game of Holoroth. However, we're still not going back to Holoroth just yet. It is going to be game 5 rather than game 6 that we head back to Holoroth now. But Morris Isle is one of those places that we tended to see a lull before. I think a lot of these teams have broken over that lull. Maybe Holoroth being up on second has meant that they want to take those aggressive fights, that they want to get in as quickly as possible, but something has shifted in the tempo of Naraka, both in solos and trios, where previously we would have maybe like 15 seconds of downtime, players trying to loot around as fast as possible. Now they're just going straight for it. They may not even find a weapon that they'll run into a fight at this point.
Not gonna lie, I don't know if you noticed here, but I definitely just heard you say Naraka boyfriend. Thought that was kind of funny. I just let it go, but I had to just say that just because I thought it was funny. Even with all of that coming in, our game number 4, teams A through B, they're still gonna be able to rotate this around. LXM 330 Maskilia is gonna be able to find something here, and let's see if they can be able to work towards what is next here. Is now it looks like they're going to be able to get this going here. GG's is going to be able to fill this out here. So let's see if they can make this rotation nice and sweet. See if they can put forth towards it.
You have to feel for GG too, right? It always feels whenever we see GG, like, they're a good team. Don't get me wrong, but the amount of times that they hit that final circle and then they don't make MVP, there are so many times that GG has always been burnt. It feels like they are just always the bridesmaid, never the bride. We did see them walk away with an MVP 2 days ago. But NPG, the previous MVP from the game previously, off of the back of a second Takeda MVP today. I'm so happy to get to see Takeda in these lobbies once again. Sorrow absolutely stacked coming in with those nunchucks, double stacking Dragon's Roar into Juggernaut and absolutely decimating any player unlucky enough to be caught in his path as we move over to look at FPX. One of those teams that we know that they can do well, right? So many times we have talked about the bi-weekly final where these guys came in with over 60 points of lead because they popped off in one of our regular weeks. But for FPX, it really does just feel like that issue of consistency really plagues this team.
Even with that one, though, the consistency is still going to make some magic happening, though. And now let's see if they can be able to make something happen, though. And let's see how they can go. Meanwhile, Lee, ZK, and Eagle, another team, J-Team, has really been able to make it happen here. Top number 3 right now within our standings, though. Let's see if they can work towards that one. And it looks like they will be able to figure this out here. The Bao, Yaya, Han, GBL, number 20, very talented at the very bottom here. What do you think GBL needs to do in these situations in order to make it happen?
So here's the thing, like, we see GBL experimenting with a lot of these compositions. They were running Matari and Justina, which I really adored. The problem is it's such a hefty commitment for your win condition, right? You dump both the Matari and the Justina ultimate into one fight, and if you don't win that fight, then you're in such a vulnerable position. Heck, even if you do win that fight, you're in a vulnerable position because you just dumped 2 ultimates into only the 1 engagement. As we can have a look at how exactly these compositions are going to fare. Still not a lot of monks. I really do think a lot of these teams are going to be sitting on those TN picks until we head back over to Holoroth. So it is mostly just going to be the Yodo compositions coming on through. A couple of people dabbling with GBL's Justina pick again, coming out with that Matari. Sleepwalker, the only monk on Holoroth. Sorrow again going to be the only Takeda. Moving forward on to Morris as well. Like, this is going to be a little bit interesting, right? Because you're going to spot the Takeda, you're going to spot the monk, and you're going to use it to track down their locations.
And it looks like the locations here are going to be set in terms of where people are going to be landing, as we immediately see Team GG is going to be landing near Emerald Cottage, but it's going to have Silside Temple all the way to themselves. A 5-stack team is going to be at Muroshide Pond, a place that rarely sees people, but obviously also has a lot of loot to themselves. There's going to be a space. It looks like they might even be landing near Ghost Town or near Wreckage Plains. That whole section is going to see at least 1 or 2 people, and it looks like they might even see another section of people in one of the other areas here. This is going to be a decent start to a fight here. Let's hope we get some good action here for our game number 4 here for Naraka Blade Point Pro League.
Well, it's not a lot of action. That's a lot of action. There we go. NAD and 17JL immediately going to be meeting Metals. 17JL's AS just using that Yodo app to be able to sit in and get a little bit of a reset. As NAD Xiaonan tries to find any room with the charged right click on the spear. Unfortunately, not going to be able to activate the stagger and will go down to the nunchucks a little bit faster off of the bat. As 17JL still not happy with only finding NAD. They are going to be moving in onto the sides of GBL, trying to chase them down. Wolves on the distance as well has caught their attention. They've seen the rift deal. I think they're just making sure that they don't try to commit into this fight now that they know that Wolves are going to be in that vicinity looking for the third party. As you can see, GBL just holding up these tree houses, trying to find loot as quickly as possible. 2 of their players rocking the greatswords too, so that's going to be really good. If you can stagger lock one of those players, they're going to have absolutely no way of being able to recover, which is perfect setup for your Justina. As we head over towards Eventide and see what exactly is going on down between Alliance, who are already losing a lot of health. Lucky so low. Has to be careful that they don't go down to one of those stray charged up clicks from the longsword. WBG Sleepwalker starting with the nunchucks will be able to find a pick onto Mubai. As Mentality is now going to be under scrutiny as WBG just gang up on the 1 player remaining. Allows the Nezos Knight to hit all 3 of those players, but unfortunately the spear is not actually anything other than gray, so it doesn't confirm a kill. And Mentality does go down. WBG will be able to find those picks off of the sniper coming out from that musket. 17JL now locked into a fray with J-Team ZK, who goes extremely low. AS on the Yoda trying to pop the ultimate. Will be able to actually land the slash onto Eagle, who try to use the tree to be able to block out those slashes and then goes back for an emergency Yoda ultimate of their own. Bane's Breath coming on through, locks all of the players into position, but unfortunately, once you expend the first Yoda ultimate, your invuln frame is removed. And the snipe comes through. Wolves 14 picks up the musket shot onto Eagle, and J-Team's win condition is removed.
Meanwhile, even with this one, 17JL still feeling it out though with those 6 eliminations. Trying to see if they can find it and be able to do as much damage as need be possible though within this spread. 17JL ZU is dangerously low. It's gonna have to grapple out of there. It looks like they might know that, as Wolves is gonna be able to push in on this. ZU is gonna go all the way up towards the top of the building here. Sees them on the stairs here. They might have actually passed him and not realized it. Meanwhile, AS ends up getting eliminated though. Sad for 17JL, ended up getting caught in a bad situation as Wolves is gonna take full advantage of it. As it looks like One Fang is gonna get you to go for the repair on the cannon here. Let's see if they can go forth with that rotation and do what they can, do what they need to in this space to maximize the amount of moments and momentum that they have here, as Yaya is going to get claimed by Q9's LXY. LXY able to gather that as well and see what they can do here. As 17JL still in the lead with those 6 eliminations. 4 eliminations coming in from Q9 here, and the aggression is non-stop here for these first couple of minutes here in the game already.
Wolves trying to find that opening. They have better loot at the moment. They've been able to isolate Dabao as well. Musket shot comes through. Wolves One Fang finishes them up with the dual blades. GBL's hand pops the Justina ultimate, trying to keep themselves safe. Tries to maybe find an opportunity to go for the counter. Doesn't dash to be able to disengage. And will go down to Q9. Not able to find the freeze and buy themselves a little bit of opportunity to look for that reset. As it's still not let up. Q9 still going to be locked in with Wolves. Yodo ultimate coming through. One Fang hits 2. Now looks for the finishing blow onto LWH. Does go down to 14. As Wolves are the survivors of the spat and can now start to move forward. 17JL still going to be pretty close as well. Oh, ZU starting to make that move. Charges up the scale rush on the back of that tree to be able to get a little bit more momentum. Comes in with the Viper ultimate to catch out so many of those players, forcing them further away, allowing 17JL to maybe start to find that target focus. But there is no target focus. All of their members are on different aspects of the parties around them. And unfortunately, as a result, that Viper ultimate, the setup was there, but the capitalization was entirely lacking. It is going to be burnt for absolute naught. As GBL now on the back of the immediate respawn, going to be going for that salty run back. The loot for them, however, as a result, not great. So they are going to be taking the wiser decision of choosing to keep themselves out of the fight. Not going straight back into it. Scale rush off of the tree, just trying to put a little bit more distance between them and the party still surrounding them, as they are very much aware that if they run into these fights, they are going to be underprepared. Alliance sitting now in the anti-ultimate area, forcing these teams closer to the melee engagement, putting them through an absolute gauntlet of cannon fire as GG's LXM trying to find an opening. Can't actually engage in with the Viper ultimate due to the anti-ult area being in play. But that also means that Wu Chans can't use the TP to disengage Alliance if things take a turn for the rough. As it does seem like it's going to actually embolden GG's LXM, who's just going to be playing around the outskirts of this ult, trying to bait members of Alliance into getting a little bit too antsy, a little bit too aggressive, coming outside of that field to be able to open up with the Viper ultimate. As Alliance not going to be falling for the bait, going to be falling right back, so no Viper ultimate invested yet.
Meanwhile, Wolves is going to be able to go forth with that rotation, though. Still going to be able to put that down, though. Let's see if they can figure that out. Meanwhile, 17JL ZU is caught in this crazy situation, but it looks like Wolves is in a worse situation. But it looks like the Lucian will be able to get them out of there and pick up their teammate, as they will be able to rotate with that. Does what they can. Made it look good. It's not that far, but it's far enough. It's far enough, because notice, Venshu and them are not necessarily pushing in. And usually within that situation, if they can see them, they are going to W key, but they do realize that they got that pickup. They were able to get the heals off, and they were able to get at least in a decent enough position where by the time they got to them, they're going to have to fight that out again. And I don't think they're ready for that fight part 2. As it looks like we're going back immediately towards Sleepwalker here. Sleepwalker trying to see if they can find the grab here, as the Lucian's going to take them out immediately as well. Leaving WBG to force to demonk from the Sleepwalker here. Tough momentum coming in, as now they're going to be able to rotate this out. It's tough coming in.
Yeah, Sleepwalker denied the opportunity for those grabs. Has to drop the ultimate. and now try to build it up once again. It's GD's Kakaishi. Does have the Viper ultimate, doesn't have health at the moment. They're going to be looking for a little bit of resources. As GBL are in the same position. Oh, Dabao has to go aerial, uses the air walking actually to be able to try and maintain as much distance as possible and lose their repressors, just grappling and then continuing to use those strikes or pressing W and shift at the same time to be able to conserve all of that energy. As GBL has just been on the back foot ever since this game has started. You have to feel for this team. They dropped in, they got absolutely annihilated. They tried to go for the respawn rerun, didn't get the loot that they wanted, couldn't engage because they would have been showing up to third party without any burst damage, and have been running ever since. They're still running great weapons, great armor. As we see the Morris blessings start to come online. So some of these teams going to be upgrading immediately. It is going to be 17JL off of the back of that Yodo F ability. Spinning it into place, spinning any projectiles away from their face. And now with the Wu Chen Soul Blade block, going to be able to make sure that they can stay on that chest for as long as possible to truly sort out the loadouts. As GD with the Yodo ultimate will be able to remove Sleepwalker. No Monk gonna be coming through for a while, as now they try and hunt the remaining scattered forces of the squad. Jing seems like they're next up on the chopping block, just trying to conserve as much momentum as possible. It's not a great loadout for the Yui either. They just burned the ultimate as well, something that I'm sure their pursuers are going to be very aware of. Hence the reason why they're going to be chasing quite so relentlessly. As K looks to try to find any entrance, the grapple cancel comes on through. Not still going to be able to shut down the movement entirely, but the stagger lock should be there. Sets up an attempt for the vertical charge of the longsword to be able to find the kill, but they don't actually need it. GD's Kakaishi will be able to find it with the pistol instead. And Wolves might actually be able to collapse in on the members, but they're not going to be opting in for that fight. No ultimates invested on the chase. Wolves not sensing an opportunity because of that. Not going to go for the fight, as with those Morris Blessings coming online, so too do the buffs. 2 Draco Storms, 1 for FPX, 1 for 17JL. And on the side of EWG, they have a Vermilion Bird's Might, so 3 resurrections available.
Meanwhile, the Vermilion's bite starting with EWG. Fun Plus Phoenix and 17JL has already popped their Draco Storms here, so let's hope that Fun Plus Phoenix and 17JL are going to be able to use their Draco Storms to that advantage. Clearly, 7 eliminations for 17JL has been working out for them well right now. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum, though, as Alliance and J-Team is currently in the middle of their fight. The shield's coming in from the Wushin. J-Team is going to pop the Yorihime out immediately. It's going to be able to go through right on the rotation side, but the Wushin is going to be able to take them out as quick as possible. J-Team might start scrambling to try to see maybe where they are, as Eagle is going to force the heal to come back.
That Wu Chen ultimate was really necessary too. Eagle, if that last flash had connected, they would have found the pick. J-Team there, trying to see if they can figure out where exactly the Wu Chen went to. FPX caught in the grapple cancel. VVV not having any safety. Has to resort to using the katana charge clicks to be able to buy themselves a little bit of space so no one can try to push onto that Justy Not one. They don't have the freeze available. Because FPX do still have the Draco Storm, remember, so if they want to take this fight aggressively, they absolutely can. VVV now trying to push them outside of the zone. Gonna have to make sure that they don't get caught out going too aggressively without the rest of the team to be able to properly back them up. As it is going to be running out in 15 seconds, so not really wanting to commit to that fight entirely in case it runs out when they're about to be third-partied. BBB has been able to catch IQ9's LWH alone. The Yodo F ability will make sure that the Yodo survives the onslaught, as VVV still trying to outrun the zone and find damages onto those escaping players. That's been able to keep themselves safe. Q9 as LWH going to be using that Yodo ultimate. Both try and land a couple of slashes and also keep themselves abreast of this zone corruption damage. As FPX have survived, but their resources have greatly been depleted. And that Draco Storm has long run its course, which is why Q9 is now hunting after this team. TXJ extremely low. Just trying to keep themselves alive to go for that reset. GG's in this game now opening up with a Yodo ultimate. Oh, this might be brutal. is able to find the slashes to connect, but doesn't manage to find a pick. Gets Viper stunned through. Still hasn't recovered. Takes so much damage coming out from the spear. Is now on the back foot. Goes for the stone form into the charge top. Left click. Miscue with the great sword finds one, finds two. Is looking for another. As Alex Sam is able to get the resurrection alongside Miskia.
Look at this though. Top players per game though for our Yonahimes. 4.46 coming in from QGG. YZGI coming in at number 2 and Miss Kia at number 3 with that 3.55 here. Dangerously close between 2 and 3 here, but number 1, I mean, clearly QGG really being able to make some magic happen though with that Yorahime. Definitely a player you need to be careful of in these situations as LXY back at it again with the massive plays though. Q9 is going to be able to push in full team squad ready to go, already outside of circle though. It's going to need to start pushing in though as the heals are going to start depleting here. He only has 3 heals left though, so he is going to have to pay attention to that. They are going to have to really push in hard though, because once they get out of that circle, they're going to need to find more. They will be able to go through with their rotations. Looks like they will be able to find some stuff, but 17JL is kind of doing some slow creeps right now. So I creep, yeah, just keep it on the down low. Very interesting.
Sometimes, you know, it's just the slow walking.
Hey,
cancel your sounds. Play nice and quiet.
It's rare. It's rare to see. You don't necessarily see the slow walks coming in. Meanwhile, EWG though with 9 eliminations right now.
MPG trying to outrun that zone might actually run straight into GD, who are not slow walking this time around. Instead, they're bunny hopping around the roof. That may get cancelled out pretty quickly too, though, as they do take a little bit of ranged poke damage coming through. GD just making sure that they're announcing their presence. MPG trying to decide whether or not they want to take this fight, as a Morris Blessing does start to come online. And GD, ooh, they might be a little bit peeved about that one, as MPG off the back of a Temi ultimate just drop the 1 cooldown, pick up a chest. Not sure if they got any of those buffs, but it is going to be on the other side. JJHRD being able to open up a Morris Blessing of their own. No buffs coming into play for either of those teams at the moment. You do sort of want to sit on them, especially if you're on the Morris Blessing that's a little bit further away from all of the rest of those players. They don't last as long as you think they do. So there's a little bit of a lull phase. Q9 and GG both extremely close to each other, but no one really wanting to make that first move. Alex hunting for information. Q9 with the overhead beam hang will actually get the third-person view of everything around them, so they're very likely going to know that GG are around that building and will be able to see Alex dancing on the rooftop above their heads, which is why Q9 are being as quiet as possible to not be noticed. They find themselves a really nice spot for now. When that zone starts to close on through, that's when it's going to become a little bit dicier, especially if they get noticed early. They are right outside a window, so if the cannon fire comes through, they're going to be pushed out. But Q9 coming in with that Yodo ultimate will be able to buy themselves and just barge through all of the teams that were around, immediately scattering so that they don't get caught out by that one. As here come the buffs. JJHRD gonna be popping the Draco Storms.
Gonna be able to pop those Draco Storms and do what they can here. Meanwhile, LWH still trying to come through with those rotations. GG's up top here. LXM, Miss Kaya, curious where 330 is within this space. J-Team taking out that entire tempo. There goes Miss Kaya. It's going to be on the rotations, trying to creep in here real smooth on the inside here. Let's see if they can find some of the extra spaces. J-Team's at the very bottom here. Full team competition still alive. Ventus, very bottom. Looks like he might be finding it out. WX98 here with MPT Zen. Jen able to find it on the outside here, immediately gets hit. Bow shot on the outside though, waiting for the scale rush, and sadly the circle is going to take him out, claiming the elimination to Dubai, who's going to be able to claim it here, as it looks like the ulti almost comes out, but the Wushin's going to be able to take them out yet again. I mean, these Wushins coming out are basically literally get out of jail free cards here. Meanwhile, Wolves is still alive, is going to be able to go forth with a rotation. Lixing is going to decide to back off and head back towards his team here, playing this as best as they need to. Q9 and 17JL tying up the game with 8 eliminations apiece here.
Oh, they've spotted GG.
Wait, say what?
JJHLD have spotted GG, but they're not actually going for the engagement. Instead, it feels like they're trying to chase down XCG. They do have the Draco Storm, is the thing. So like, if they want to take a fight, they absolutely can take a fight. They're much better equipped than everyone around them, and they will take that fight. Legion trying to find that opening and play off of the Yoda ultimate. But unfortunately, they're still not able to find the follow-through damage. And they're not actually going to go for the full chase. They're not actually just going to go for the aggressive blinders peak. The Draco Storm does mean that you do still take damage. It's not the Vermilion Blitzmite. So if you overcommit, especially when there's a Morris Blessing around, it can be really hard to be able to get yourself out of one of those spots safely. As that Morris Blessing is right in the middle of no man's land at the moment. Godly tries to get on top of it, and the health bar just absolutely plummets the second that he goes for it. J-Team running that Yoda may have a little bit of better luck if they're able to drop that F ability. At the moment, they don't actually need to use it. Instead, it's going to be the Wu-Chen F to be able to block those projectiles. And no, everyone around them is so distracted looking for kills that they just let J-Team walk up to the Morris Blessing and pick up legendary armor and legendary dual blades.
Legendary dual blades for them, and Lee is going to be able to capture it. Meanwhile, everybody else still trying to capture those eliminations, and sadly misses a beautiful opportunity of maybe getting it, being able to get that, and also the elimination suit, as Lee was very open. It wasn't really like anybody was trying to contest as well. It wasn't look like there was any third-party opportunities though within that space as well here. So there was many. Oh, 17JL gets hit super hard, ends up getting sent flying and burning. Unfortunate though, as now the shields come in. It looks like it's still going to be damaging though with that one, as they will be able to grab it. Oh wow, the swarm comes in and puts in devastating damage though onto ZU. Curious though, where some of the other players though coming in and hitting this. It looks like one of them was on top of the tree, but I don't think they know where he is. I don't think they know where he is.
Oh, they've got the ricochet. They've got the ricochet arrows too. So every single time you fire the bow, it's going to be triple shot. That's massive, because the Wu-Chen soul block, it's not like the Tamiel, right? It's not the full circle of coverage. It's not 360. It's literally, you got a 180 line. So if you're surrounded and they're able to go for those triple shots, one of those arrows is going to be able to make it past potentially. And that means that they can't actually hold on to the ballista as aggressively as they wanted. They wanted to use it to gatekeep all of the players' positionings around them. Instead, they're forced to sort of abandon that high ground a little bit earlier than planned, and not find the damage or even kill pickups that they had been looking for. As the ballista does a massive amount of damage. There's a reason that these players vie over it. There it is. A ballista shot comes through. It's not a direct connection, but it's still a massive chunk. As all of these players now are going to be trying to do their absolute utmost to either break into cover or pepper this ballista from afar so it does not have time to be able to set on up. This 17JL still going to be holding on to that control, just making sure that no one is going to be able to climb the tower. But as is usual, when those ballistas start coming into play, everyone just hugs the base, because the ballista may be able to change where it points to. Unfortunately, it can point left, it can point right, it can point a little bit up, it can point a little bit down, but it can't point beneath the floor. And so XCG are going to be in the absolute safest position possible at the moment, which is right below it.
Meanwhile, HRD just waiting for the opportunity for somebody to come through and strike though. Trying to find it here as the cannon shots are going to start coming in. The damage hopefully going to be able to connect somewhere here. They do have a decent space though of where a lot of these players are here. So let's see if they can work towards it. As now, even with everything coming in, see if they can go forth with this rotation though. There's still more of it to have, as Sorrow and MPG still able to do it up. See if they can figure it out and go forth with that rotation. Let's see if they can take the time.
J-Team, with that insane loadout, they still haven't been challenged. Like, they are set.
I mean, I wouldn't challenge them either after they get a free chest. You don't know exactly what they have now. They could have the Flamebringer. They could have the Swarm. They could have the other dangerous, deadly weapon that usually we don't see in conflict too often. Yes, we don't usually see the Blood Ripper, but hey, listen, you don't want to see the Blood Ripper in action though when it comes straight towards you. I'll tell you that.
you know, I'm yet to see one of those Blood Rippers drop from one of these Morris Blessings in pro play, and I cannot wait because it's one of my favorite weapons. As LWH is going to take a lot of chip damage coming through from the ranged attacks. We'll be able to break behind the tree and the Wu Chen Soul Blades to be able to get a full reshield. As now, it does seem like some of those players do want to try and challenge this Yodo, but they see the Flamer and they immediately peace out. That is a legendary Flamer. I am with you, my friends. I would not want to approach that either. As JJHRD, a little bit on the back foot at the moment, have to drop that Wu Chen TP onto the top of the tree so that Legion can try to get a little bit of a reshield and re-health. They'll be able to keep themselves nice and safe, but they have to be a little bit careful that they don't stick around for too long. As these players are starting to check the tops of those trees. Cannon fire starting to come on through. Everyone's just trying to stake out a position of their own to be able to hold. This is when the Wu Chens really do become absolute necessary to stay alive so you can block out the ranged EWG. Not in a great position either at the moment. Hopefully they will be able to use that Wu Chen TP to be able to relocate because the zone is at their backs. And well, that's great if you have something like a flame and you can force those players into walking either into the flame and taking that fire tick damage or into the zone and even the corruption damage. If you find yourselves without a Wu Chen TP trying to relocate when everyone is going to be up to you, yeah, it's not a great idea. As Kakaishi comes in, the Wu Chen TP trying to set them up to get a little bit closer. The stun actually comes through for GD, but there is no follow-through damage. As the J team is going to take immediate advantage of the disarray. Lee gets stunned out of the Viper ultimate. No! Lee with the legendary armor goes down. J team get absolutely smoked by a combination of JJHRD and MPG. And now it's EWG trying to just push all of those players into the backs of the zone. 17JL trying to survive. Popping Z's Viper ultimate. Immediately forcing all of the challenge from the high ground into absolute smoke. As GD's Don Quing drops the Yodo ultimate, trying to buy themselves a spot of safety to maybe root through the legendary can in front of them. LWH, one of our only players with the legendary armor still intact, now opening up with the Yodo ultimate. Isn't able to collapse onto some of those players, but is able to push all of everyone else away from them as Wolves one Feng. Now going to be trading a Yodo ultimate of their own first/misses, second/snipes. Kakaishi from the sky. One Feng, what an absolute stunner of a shot.
Meanwhile, you were like, I don't think Wolves is going to be able to make some magic happening here. And it looks like I'm seeing a totally different Wolf come out from what we saw in the first two games. One Thing really trying to surprise the crowd here as he claims 3 eliminations, 14 dangerously low, and possibly might get eliminated though, but with 4 eliminations, they are able to make it 7. Meanwhile, MPG with the gun is going to try to see if they can get some nice shots then coming in as ZU. It's going to be dangerously nearby. Those purple dual blades and that Soul Jade really being able to make it a boomerang and that ricochet come in very easily. As now the cannon shots come in here. One of the players I just noticed was so dangerously low at the very bottom, though I couldn't tell who it was. Guys, it looks like it's GBL's Dabao. Dabao dangerously low, though. It looks like he's going to get claimed by Q9's Gua. Gua trying to rotate this in and make something happen here. And meanwhile, GG's LXM trying to see what they can do here as we see the Yodahime all come in. Alliances Mubai looks like he's going to try to find something. Ladies and gentlemen, they went airborne in this space as Mubai literally gets hit and gets sent back all the way down to the very bottom as GG's LXM is in a different situation. It's going to end up popping a massive Viper ulti, and it's going to be able to stun a whole heck of an amount of people, forcing the Wushin to be able to take them out in many different areas. Meanwhile, Alliance is lucky he's going to do the exact same thing here. He's going to capture so many in a corner and ends up claiming one as an elimination. It looks like the Viper stun was able to do enough damage to claim a body as Loki is able to get one, and it looks like a guy is going to be able to land and do the exact same thing and shut down the entirety of the lobby. GD, Kakaxi's able to claim 2 eliminations for himself as Faye is able to claim one as well. 17JL dies by poison. Kakaxi's able to claim another one. This could be GD's massive pop-off game with 11 eliminations already into the belt. Q9's Gua is going to claim one on Gua. immediately coming through. LWH with the massive ulti is going to try to see if he can claim another elimination with those slashes, and he does, as Miss Clea goes down. DU dangerously low, ends up getting hit, but the Viper stun ends up getting shot by the pistol from Kakaxi. Kakaxi coming through and really stopping the rest of this as Q9 pops off and takes over the top spot. GD with 12 eliminations, now it's 13. This could be anybody's game. GD can take it right back from Q9. Q9 can keep the lead going away from GD, and this could be their massive game as the Cicada comes in, trying to see if they can create some type of distance here. GD's Dawn Queen is not going to let it fit, as they are going to pop them and get them outside of the circle here, but sadly it's a bad place to be. Meanwhile, GG's Alex Sam is going to be able to find a massive ulti, but the Cicada's going to come through and stop him, but Alex Sam is going to be able to come back, find the recovery, get the elimination. Q9's Goo is low-key down. Q9, LWH by himself, is going to claim an elimination off of Lucky. Pops the Yoda Ime ulti. This could be massive for him. Gets the first elimination. Can he clutch it for the rest of his team? Q9 trying to do what he can, and ladies and gentlemen, he does it. Q9 clutches the game for game 4. Oh my god!
Q9, so many magic moments from LXY. Viper ult stunning 2 Yotos out of their own ults. From LWH coming in with the absolute clutch play, being able to come through with the legendary armor and the katana, just doing so much work in the up close and personal. NPG tried to pull off the same magic too. Like, we saw them waiting in the wings. They had the Takeda, they had the ultimate. They tried to use it to knock everybody out into that zone to take the corruption damage, but unfortunately, they were just surrounded by Vipers. So many Vipers. As I'm sure every single Yodo just regretted that final zone. Every single time a Yoda went to try to ult or sit in the middle of the F ability, another Viper fell from the top of that tree with an ultimate prepared to just absolutely wreck that Yodo's parade. What a play. You know, I think Q9 broke Derby.
I had to get out of my chair. I couldn't, like... What did I just watch? That was the craziest clutch I think we've seen in trios so far, at least for this season.
Yeah, like
okay.
Q9, absolutely.
The pop-off
yes,
game.
Yes.
That's a pop-off game if I've seen one before. That is one of the clearest pop-off games from what I've ever seen before, okay? And I have seen some clutches, but good boy, I need more popcorn. I need water. I need some here. That was... Yeah, that was...
It was crazy. Like, honestly, Q9, they're a really good team. When they play off of Viper utility too, like when we had them in season 1 and they were playing off of Eagle, the Viper setups that they had for Eagle to come through, like they were the reason that Eagle was able to find so much value with that monk. When the grabs came through, it was all a lot of the time, like it was set up from a Viper, and you can see Q9 have that same pattern, that same hierarchy of how they actually funnel their utility in. Viper ultimate comes out, and then immediately they just group. The target focus from that team is absolutely impeccable. And then the clutch, the clutch at the end is just absolutely beautiful.
That was another. I needed water. I was so. That was crazy. GD comes through, surprises all of us. Q9 trying so hard. They were figuring out how to make the magic happen. And you know when there's that momentum and you feel it and you stop thinking and then you just do. You just do. Q9 just did that. They didn't have to worry about much there. They shut down LWH. Give that man the MVP right now. LWH deserves the MVP. I don't care who's talking. Q9, let him know how I'm getting it done. And Q9 got it done. They got it done in a different I can't even believe what had just happened. Okay, they clutched up the eliminations. Q9 is down to just one player. GG's was trying to figure it out with the late stun. The stun shut down the entire server for a split second. Everybody was stunned. They didn't know exactly what to do. And even with that one, they still was able to find another elimination and keep it going. Like I said, you know when your brain shuts down and you just do and you just pop off. That was that moment for not only Q9 but LWH. I guarantee you we're about to see him get the MVP here. Mark my words.
Well, what we're gonna see is Q9 walk away with almost a 20 bomb. It is 17 kills, setting them up for a 32.2 game score. This team has 100% impressed, and yeah, I'm with you. Honestly, it has to be. LWH has to come in with that MVP, and I'm sure in a matter of moments we are going to be seeing him picking that one up. In the meantime, GD and GG, they both come really close. GD comes in with 14 kills, GG comes in with 13. And you're right, a lot of the times, like that Viper ultimate, so many of those Viper ultimates entirely stun out the entire lobby. It is Q9, however, who are able to take advantage of the chaos and manage to actually capitalize on the stuns. And that's what sets themselves apart in that final circle. When they're going toe-to-toe, when it becomes that 1 versus 1, LWH still has enough armor and health to be able to outlive their opponents even in zone tick damage. That's the reason that they can fully commit to the Yoda ultimate instead of trying to use 1slash and cancel it out early because you maybe have to tap dodge away from someone else. They are able to fully sit in the entire duration of the ultimate and catch everybody around them.
Can we talk about the fact that in that small circle, Lucky, Dawn Queen, and Lucky were all outside of the circle fighting, and Q9 pops an F3 for their Yoda Hime. Heals. Nobody contests LWH at all, allowing him to basically fully heal himself, and then immediately pops for the insane ulti. Not only that, but is able to right-click with the katana before giving them the devastating final blow here. That was absolutely not even... What did I tell you? Give this man the MVP. Quit playing with me. 25,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 12k damage, long hair, don't care. This man did it with a Heartstopper kick, Phoenix Blast, Spear Storm, Bounce Shell, Advanced Shield, Heal, and a melee resist Soul Jade. 5k coming in from the Flamebreaker, the ulti's coming in about almost hitting the same amount of damage, and 4k coming in from the Longsword. 5k basically spread throughout this entire one. This man went, I'm losing it. Losing it.
See, it's really interesting too, because he only comes with 2 kills before Rebirth, and he has a total of 8. So maybe he actually picks up all of the remaining 6 in that final circle. Like, it definitely feels like, right?
No, he did.
It was just
I don't care what anyone says, he did.
Q9, like every single kill in that final circle just felt like it went to LWH.
Listen, I felt like I was Q9. Okay, I felt like I was Q9 in that final circle. The way that clutched up, I'm sweating. And it's not because I'm sweating, it's water, because I needed to cool down after seeing a massive just come up of a game coming in from Q9, shutting that down and snatching first place away from GD. Okay, there was that opportunity. I can't wait. I needed Jaeger. I know you're listening. I need a bomb interview. I need you to talk to Q9. I need to know, what was your thought process when that final circle hit? Did your brain shut off and did you just do it? Did you shut that down? And as of right now, Jaeger, take it away. I need to change my shirt. I need to do something. Jaeger, you know what to do. It's go time. Q9, I need to hear it. I need this. Please. I got it.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And here is 刘星宇, let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 刘星宇，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是奇友战队的刘星宇。
好的，再次恭喜你们，也欢迎你来到我们的赛后采访环节。Now, so first of all, congratulations, they get the highest score in the trials game. And today I saw you using the Viper, and you used the V2 Viper. So I would like to know why and how you comment on V1 and V2 Viper. 那首先要恭喜你们，你可以看着我来，我们来聊一聊。就是因为今天看到你拿的这个宁红叶，其实自己带的是一个 V2 的宁红叶，想问一下为什么呢？然后自己觉得 V1、V2 宁红叶相比的话，就是自己怎么去做一个评价？
主要是因为唯一他那个灵魂夜的唯一的大招是在决赛圈发挥很大的作用，然后 V2的话是打镜像阵容，就是很好打。而且现在大部分都是红尘刀阵容，所以我们就优先选择了 V2， 没有选择了唯一了。
好的。So to be honest, I think V1 Viper is have more benefit in the final circle, and V2 Viper have more benefit when fighting with the same hero combo. And because nowadays, like most of the teams, would like to choose the Yoto and Viper and Wu Chen, so that's why I use the V2 Viper. Okay, so also I saw you guys today in the final circle like survive so long time, and I really want to know why and what happens at that time. 那我们这把看到一个非常让我们震惊的，你们最后在决赛圈生存时间真的太长了，能不能教教我们怎么可以生存时间那么长？然后当时发生了些什么事情呢？
最主要就是利用了长门的那个金喷火筒，假如有人过来的话，他可以开盘子，然后再喷的话，别人是拿他没有办法的，然后就占的点比较时间长，然后只有在最后一个圈的时候，就是自己玩自己的，就尽量少出现在其他玩家的视野里面，然后最后用我的大招正场，然后靠长门的大招去打最后一个决赛圈。
好的。So actually, first of all, when we prepare to enter to the final circle, our teammate Lin Changmen used the Flame Bringer to like choose a good position, and also because he has used the Yoto today, and he can use his skill like chase other opponent to the other place. And after that, because in the final circle it's really like in a mess, so we would like to like spread to the different place and like use our skill and ultimate to survive by our own. And at the last, because I'm using the Viper, so at last I use my ultimate to control the opponent and also choose a good position for our teammate. That's why we can survive so long time. Okay, so also because I saw that you guys have really too much like Sing hero combo today, and so it's very important for you guys like just forget the skills and your ultimate. So the fighting weapon is really important. So maybe can you like share some skill with us? 那今天其实我们看到现在相同的阵容是越来越多了哈。那现在的话，打这个就是不去看阵容，去打一个拼刀就变得至关重要。有没有武器或者它的组合能给我们分享一下？
匕首吧，因为匕首出其不意那个蓄力，而且打人也挺痛的。就是它近战和远程它是皆有用的。比如说你其他的武器，可能只有长剑有远程的作用，或者太刀它只能出的近战很厉害。但是匕首的话，它是近和远它都很厉害，所以就是落地的匕首的话是挺强的。当时我也拿的是匕首。好的好的。So I will command players to use dagger because dagger, although it's a melee weapon, but it also can do some damage of the range damage, and you can use the uppercut slash to do some damage, and also it's very flexible. So I am also using the dagger in the game, so I will command everyone use dagger. 好的。So after today, we are going to have the BIWEEKLY final. So I would like to know how's Q9 in the BIWEEKLY final will like what's your ambition? 那我也特别想问一下，因为我们马上就要迎来这个周决了嘛，特别想问一下，那对于周决，你们的目标是怎么样的呢？ 我的目标是冠军。
好的。
所有的心中的玩家的目标都是冠军。
非常有信心啊，听起来。So actually, my ambition is the champion of the BIWEEKLY final, and I think all the players who are in the race, they want to get champion. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢你接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Pandaman and Uran have found themselves in a fight. Pandaman actually catches the uppercut onto Uran. Uran gonna have to freeze himself. Actually, is able to buy some space because Panda got himself stuck on the top of the building. Catches the uppercut and has actually got this at the infinite onto Uran. He's got him.
Immediately eliminate and get so much damage though. Pandaman deciding he's got to back out of this. Major damage hits coming in. His next fight here is that, hey, remember me, buddy? I'm still trying to fight this out. Zhang Yu forces the insane parry and just absolutely decimates Zhang Yu, not even giving him a second chance to escape this time. He said, no, you wanted to, he ends up doing the parry on his Zhang immediately. Tries to follow it, waiting for the parry, but misses. Does get nice damage coming in. Zhang ends up getting immediately hit though, and absolutely blitzed though from this player. Zhang is going to be able to pop that Yorihime ulti. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it, but the timing of both Yorihime is coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne as one. He ends up getting caught on the top of this rooftop. This is not looking good for Zhang, and Zhang is dangerously low though, literally because of the top. He ends up getting right under the rooftop, and he ends up getting dangerously low though. All he really needs is one more hit, one more touch, and one more clash as he's able to come through with the connectivity. Dubai trying to do what he can to catch him.
Oh no! No way!
Zhang is gonna be able to shut down Dubai.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nbpl. I think Dabby has had a little bit. Oh no, it's that way. I think Dabby has had a little bit of recovery time. So I don't know. Getting to all again in replay, like I love the fact that the clutch was there. I'm personally a little bit miffed that we did see a little bit of the wrong priority in terms of target focusing coming through twice in that match. The first time letting J-Team walk away with the Moss Blessing, the second time letting LWH literally sit in the middle of his affability and get a full reshield into a full health so that you could then pop the Yoda ultimate and force everyone around him to have to tap dodge out from the slash, putting themselves into the zone of their own hand.
That's great and all, but none of that matters. I'm sorry. That's fantastic. That's great. Yeah, that's all that. Q9 popped off. I don't know what. That's cool. That's really great. It's great. Did you not just see that clutch? That is going to be the highlight I'm going to be talking about for the rest of these two games. I don't care if we see a 1v3, okay? Matter of fact, that technically was a 1v3 because you not popped off, but at least LWH at least got 3 or 4 more kills right before the end of it. As now, let me calm down again because I'm still hyped about that. I got another video to show you guys real quick. So y'all go ahead and enjoy this real quick. Be ready in a second here. I'm telling you.
有吧，就是毕竟我是接杯过来差不多有8个月了，没怎么玩，回来其实也才练了1个月吧，然后其实真正接触训练赛也可能就2个礼拜，这次打比赛就感觉经验不足吧，就是很多决策点都就感觉自己是打少了，如果是打多的话就不会出现很多的失误，然后呢，他们以前的老面孔现在也挺强的。说实话，其实以前我是， 以前跟他们，我感觉我应该是可以跟他们怎么说呢？最起码5-5开吧。但是现在感觉到自己确实有点跟不上了，可能也是因为才回来玩的原因，打的比较少吧。
There we go. That was Ye from the side of GBL talking to us. And do you know what, Davy? I think you might be in for a treat. Because, you know, we gave you 6 monks fighting. How many treats am I getting today?
Like,
in game 2, when we headed to Holoroth, we gave you that amazing clutch coming through from LWH in the previous matchup. And you know what? We're back to Holoroth. We've seen an absence of the monk compositions too for the last 2 games. So I think you might get to see your Transformers go toe-to-toe again.
Man. If I see more of that happen, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm absolutely gonna. I've already lost my mind again. I don't know if I need to be able to lose my mind again.
Jabbage is in a candy factory right now, being like, I want a little bit of Yodo clutch. I want a little bit of TN versus TN. I want a little bit of Takeda. Like, there is so much to choose from.
I really am going to have a lot of stuff here. I don't necessarily know if that's something that needs to happen. I didn't see enough of that type of madness happening, though. I don't know if that's the thing that needs to happen, though. I think that's where we really put it together, though. If we can find out what's next, though, that's going to be a whole nother level of momentum.
Oh, well, Ventus have subbed Pixel back in, and they usually run Pixel when they want to run Transformer, and already, yeah, there it is. We're headed back to Holoroth, and it's again going to be an absolute horde of Transformer compositions coming on through. EWG and Wolves actually both going to be running 2 of those Takedas. So keep an eye on that one. We've seen what it can do in terms of being able to control the neutral with a guaranteed counter, as well as that stun that you really can play off of, similar to the Viper ultimate, right? Setting everyone up to be able to catch them out and deal enough damage to be able to find those picks. In AD, one of the teams that definitely needed to perform today, gonna be opting to play that Justina, Matari, and Temi compositions. Are relying on a lot of stealth, a lot of information gathered from the Matari, as well as the Justina being able to use the ultimate to bypass a lot of the distance relatively easily. As everybody else scattered between going for the full counter composition to the monk with that Yodo, Viper, and Wuchen for transporting, or whether or not you go for that full Transformer composition. And if you do you opt for the Temi or do you opt for the Karumi? We heard from Lee earlier that the Karumi has a lot of value into Final Circle, but you obviously give up impact at the beginning of these rounds because obviously if she taps someone, she can't fight. So it very quickly does become a 3 versus 2. But the Temi also does have its win conditions that you do get relatively easier control of those Morris Blessings just by dropping a Temi ultimate on top of one.
Meanwhile, Q9 LXY is in a very dangerous situation off of the rip, though, but it's okay. The pull from the Karumi is going to be very, very helpful in this situation. Does what they can. Let's see if they can figure this out. As now they are going to be able to close in this gap here and push in. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum going into it.
Miskia, unfortunately, actually got bobbed back, stunned out by the Karumi teleporting back to their umbrella, which was all of the setup that Q9 needed to be able to find one pick and very quickly spiral into a second. As MPG Sora going to very quickly be able to pick themselves up a Moonscreen Talisman. Gonna have to use it pretty quickly though, as it's not gonna be the premiere. GG's 3-3-0 coming into a lot of fire. Has to use that bell climb. Will be able to break line of sight, potentially go into that transformation form. It's the only way I think that they're gonna be able to survive, but they don't have the time to be able to activate it. And they go down without being able to monk on up. As XCG and Q9 now exchanging a little bit of fire. Zhao not wanting to fully commit into that fight, not when they don't have the transformation fully charged up. Just gonna keep themselves a little bit further away from the fray until that is gonna be sitting at 100%. Q9 likewise pretty close to it, but not fully wanting to commit. Karumi Teva gonna be coming through. Just allowing a little bit more aggression for the teams in case they do want to be in a forward position to be able to use that monk when the ult starts to come through. Sleepwalker already below half HP, having to be very careful. Does try to find a grab, but at the moment it's just a little bit of zoning coming on through. It's taking a lot of fire coming out from both FPX and Han from the side of GBL, who will be able to pick them up with the musket. As that is not the way you want to see your monk going down, as GBL with full control at the moment of that ballista, actually not going to be able to point it down low enough to be able to find the picks, have to actually lower themselves to the ground like the mere mortals around them. Wuchan TP when GBL starts to commit, allowing their oppressors to make a disengagement nice and cleanly. As WBG's Jing goes airborne, trying to keep themselves up into that Yuetian form. And now this is exactly what FPX were waiting for! They've seen the ballista abandoned. The Banes were funneling all of the players into the open. This is a training range at the moment for FPX, and they're just playing aim laps.
That's insane. TXJ able to find two with the ballista, ends up getting hit immediately by a cannon, losing some of his shields. Gonna have to back out and play this very carefully though, as Zaunen's gonna be able to come in. TXJ is gonna have to force the monk ult to come out. He's gonna try to see if maybe he can get a free grab though. Almost does though, as 40 is just dangerously close right there. It could have been a massive opportunity to get himself a decent grab though. Waiting for the opportunity to see if maybe he can get something, but he ends up getting hit though by one of the other players though, but it doesn't matter though, as he is able to get the grab and the finish off of 40. Is going to be able to choose to go for the D-Monk. Gets the shield, immediately starts to go for their right clicks here, waiting for the opportunity, goes for the bell here, expecting the push, and the push is there as TXJ is able to find another elimination. TXJ picking up 3 and immediately gets parried from Douchey off of the rip. Triple B is going to come through with that support though. NAD trying to see if they can balance a 2v1 situation here, not looking good, but he's still going to try to do what he can. Immediately gets right clicked by that longsword, losing all of his shield. Is now Triple B, and TXJ is going to be on the chase. Douchey is going to try to see if he can create that amount of space though, but it looks like Douchey might be able to get away.
Yeah, FPX not really wanting to commit into this. GBL also going to be sniffing around. FPX need to really get the resurrection onto that fallen comrade. They should be able to. Someone's still sitting on the ballista though. Douchey having to use that Matari ultimate to juke the FPX pursuers. Unfortunately not going to have it to escape when GBL now take full control of the ballista and turn everyone around them into having to just scurry for that cover. As Han, now not seeing any players close, does give up control, allowing EWG. What is this? Just past the ballista at the moment when the music stops. Another squad rolls up and sits on it. Because that's what's happening at the moment. Is EWG trying again to use the base of that tower, push those players out into the open, have been able to isolate out one of them at the base, trying to find it to try and channel it into a kill. GBL's about popping that Yo-Yo ultimate, trying to get those snipes to confirm onto the Temi underneath them. Viper ultimate immediately going to be coming on through, forcing them now to go for that stealth from the Matari. As the Decatur will be able to survive. FPX, okay, we've got another track. We went from the ashes to swords out because the music has stopped. The track has changed, and FPX have decided that they're the ones who are now going to control the ballista for a matter of moments before deciding, nah, you know what, they don't want that. And instead we're going to be heading over to Imperial as, Dabby, it's your favorite. It's a monk versus monk.
Yes! Let me get a fight! Yes! He ends up smacking him right up inside the back of the head and said, boom, what's up with it, boy? How you doing? Immediately tries to see if he can go for the grab, though. No, get closer. I know you want to fight. Yeah! Boom! Immediately starts to get another throw. Boom! And he slams him down and gets the finish. So for 330, we usually don't see this. Now we got a chance to see the monkey monk finish. The monk on monk finish. We usually never get a chance to see that as he sees the foot slam. Boom! Steps on his feet. Says, oh! Right there on your buns. Meanwhile, back at it again here with Pixel, trying to see if they can figure it out. Immediately gets hit immediately from Lixin. Very tough though, as Lixin is trying to see if he can get this elimination off of Ventus. Terracotta Warrior really trying to create a decent amount of damage though. Hits WX98 in a very dangerous way though. Has to be careful though, as now they're going to start to push in though. The monk, it looks like they won't be able to use that, as now the Terracotta has disappeared now. Immediately gets frozen by a Justina. I don't know where the Justina came from, but he just out quick. As now, Elixin is going to be able to go forward with the shield. Alliance is lucky. He's going to be able to push in, forcing the Viper ult to come out. He's going to have to focus on one. It looks like they do, as one is going to get caught. And HRD's Godly is going to go down in style, sadly, with a 1v3. Ends up getting targeted, and that's one of those situations you definitely don't want to be in when your team splits up like that.
Yeah, that's the thing that happens though. Alliance actually choosing to go for one of those players rather than try and scatter out and catch on to everyone escaping, allows them to come in for the kill, and also means that they're not out of position, so they don't get punished for it. As Pixel is just showing what happens to poor JJHRD when you do split and you find yourselves a little bit too far away from your teammates. Legion extremely isolated at the moment. GG also in a very similar position, just trying to keep themselves a little bit less noticed, a little bit less of a target, playing towards the edges of those zones. The problem is, by trying to be inconspicuous, you might actually be sending a big old flare up, because Ventus know that there are still players on this squad that are going to be close, and that they're going to have to eventually come out from the woodwork to be able to move past them to get safely into the zone. And that's going to be something that they are relying fully on. As Q9, Alex, while looking for an opening, tries to go for a musket shot, doesn't manage to land the hit. Grapples away back to the rest of the team, just gets a little bit of information. Relates how many squads are nearby. Whether or not it's worth actually trying to commit in. Since when you do run that monk transformation comp, like, everyone waits to see your ultimate come out and then they attack. So if you go in without very little information of all of the players around you, you do very quickly find yourselves outnumbered. No, not again, not again, not again. Please tell me that another team isn't even having to use an ultimate to control a Morris Blessing.
Looks like they will be able to do this. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum as the Eagles. Gonna be able to find them. See if they can go forward with it. Now things are gonna be very, very interesting. Things are going to be fun here. Looks like 17JL will be able to get the chest there. Let's see if they can find out what's next, though.
Well,
Draco Storm. Looks like they might have found it. Looks like somebody's going to be able to get the blessing of the Draco Storm here.
So 17JL got Vermilion Bird's Might. J team got Draco Storm.
Oh, so and you said Vermilion's Might is better.
So I would say for some teams, Vermilion Bird's Might is really good. Like, if the zone's starting to close on through, the fact that you can literally go for a full reposition, especially on Holoroth, a map which punishes being caught out when that zone's about to close in because of how much verticality there actually is to this map. Not only does it make final circles really tough when it comes to whether or not you want to be running that monk transformer, because obviously when you go for the monk up, you can't grapple, so you can get stuck on the cliff, and if you don't want to get stuck out in the cold, be sure to go for those activation Steam codes as soon as possible. Once they get used up, they are used up. And you too could be bouncing around Holoroth in a matter of moments. But no, honestly.
You definitely don't want to be on the bad end of bouncing around Holoroth. Meanwhile, there is free active Steam codes there if you guys have not been able to get yourself one, if you've been struggling to try to find the game, or if you haven't been able to get it, I suggest now is the time. If you want to be able to get it, I suggest you go and put this in your Steam codes for you to have access to the game. You can go play it right now. And if you have some friends that are playing it right now, then go tell them, yo, I got the game now. Let's grind.
GG's Miskia gonna be trying to keep themselves a little bit safer so they can grind the kills just a little bit longer. They've unfortunately been pinned down by GD, who absolutely mints through the health once that transformation drops out for the Yui. And they will be able to find that pick. Very quickly scale straight back up the cliff. And now wait to see if they can isolate out even more players. As unfortunately, we're seeing some of these players just get stuck out away from that team's Doshi for NAD. Also going to be caught out, J-Team, with that Draco Storm. Doing serious work with the damage increase. Alliance now on a little bit on the back foot. Lucky trying to come through with the Greatsword, looking for any moment that they can try to move through. It's a little bit easier to pull off in trios because everyone around you is distracting so that you can look for those lengthy charge ups without the worry of being counted as much. Wuchen TP to make sure they don't have to worry about GD's transformation. They're able to get out nice and safely. And GD dropping the transformation, not wanting to make themselves a target, not wanting to allow teams any opportunity to be able to peek onto them and say that the transformation's already been used. Gonna immediately be disengaging into a different area as NVG and GPL just having a little bit of a sled off at the moment. Both of those players using the crouch to be able to slide their way through onto that ice for a little bit of a chase as Deval going to get caught out. pops the Yoda ultimate as an emergency, manages to land onto every member on the side of MPG, immediately TPs away, and slides off again but gets sniped out. Oh no, DBAW just trying to break line of sight as quickly as possible and keep themselves alive. Oh my goodness, somehow, some way, they're being able to actually kite NPG for a good minute around the frozen lake. This is ridiculous. We need to play Benny Hill for 5 seconds so that we don't get copyright struck.
Even with all that spacing, still, DBAW is going to be able to try to hold off as long as possible, though. With the Yoda Hime, is going to pop the F3, though. Sorrow doesn't even care that it's right there, as they will get targeted. And he just gets absolutely bullied. This man gets jumped in the middle of an NYC park, in the middle of New York at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's very tough. Definitely don't want to be in that situation, though, usually, as the Wolves is going to be able to also claim elimination as well. XCG, Lixing Hang is going to go down to Wolves. Looks like Wolves are going to be able to create their Wolf pack, as 17JL still leading the pack. Q9 with 3 eliminations, and NiHQ in the bushes by himself with that gold nunchucks. Definitely does not want to give that away. Meanwhile, ZU in a totally different but also very tough situation by himself, losing his health little by little, and also getting cornered as 17JL will get finished off. ZU. Tough break, as Wolves are still going to be able to find it, but it looks like NiHQ. Phone.
Oh, they've been spotted.
Oh, no, never mind. I spoke too soon. The Wolves came in. They said, oh!
I think NiHQ did because he just got absolutely jumped. Like, it works out for 17JL, right? They still have Vermilion Bird's Might, which is why they do still try and take that fight into the zone. Wolves going to be able to find the pick, but 17JL still going to be able to keep themselves at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. 6 kills to their name. Wolves sitting on with 7 at the moment. FPX, the way that we usually see them trying to police all of these players' advancements, force them into taking a lot of the range damage. They have to be very careful though, because they might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. J Team going to be going for the monk transformation. You can start your fight, Darby. We're in the playground once more, and Eagle's giving them the runaround.
Fight! Love to see it come in as they're both jumping around. I don't see much fighting though. Meanwhile, oh, Triple V ends up getting absolutely grabbed here within this space though. Oh, but it looks like THJ wants to be able to do it, but no, Eagle. Meanwhile, Sleepwalker behind them. Coming in with the monk on as well. Looks like he just, oh, can you imagine he grabbed 330 from that far away? Oh, that would have been insane.
That would have been nasty, but you know what he's done? He's allowed WBG from behind to come in and secure the Morris Blessing.
Hey, sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you don't need to get kills. Sometimes you just need that bodyguard protection. And that is probably the grade A top-priced bodyguard that you can have in this game.
Now I'm just imagining someone rolling up to the club and there's just a Tianhai in ultimate form, in like the suit with the bow tie and the clipboard, just being like, is your name on the list? I don't see your name on the list.
Naraka devs. Use this idea. Tianhai in a suit.
Yes.
Tianhai ulti in a suit. With a bow tie and everything. Give him a top
sunglasses, you know, the earpiece as well.
I promise you, it's gonna be the most sold. Everybody gonna want it. I promise you. Devs, if you're listening in, put Tianhai's ulti in a suit. I'm telling you, it'd be amazing.
Hey, look, my creative writing degree, it comes in many uses. Sometimes painting a picture with words is one of them. As we can see
today.
How exactly this zone is starting to form through so many of these players hiding up in the upper skirts of Plumed Castle, just sitting on the bird's wings. Draco Storm coming online both for WBG and MPG, and it feels like everyone just has a truce. If you don't have a Draco Storm, like, everyone's just gonna stay quiet and in a corner and not be noticed.
I mean, sometimes it's hard though. You definitely don't want to get noticed, especially if you're a solo here, but you know, you can't get caught in those bad situations, and much like us, some of those other players, they sadly were found and mistaken in these bad situations. Meanwhile, 330 is just trying to hop away, but it doesn't matter though, as WBG will be able to shut down 330 Sleepwalker, trying to stay alive in these situations, and sadly just not able to do it.
MPG and WBG still going to be running those Striker Storms as well, so they're not going to be slowing down anytime soon. What could slow them down is the Ghostly Mist. The good news, though, is that it's a blessing and a curse. There's a silver lining. One of these weather conditions actually affects Holoroth. New troves spawn in the area affected, which is why we are actually seeing WBG just trying to loot around, not looking for those players, but instead looking to see if they can pick up anything a little bit spicier for the loadouts before they move on. There's FPX trying to keep themselves on the move at the moment, are currently out of the safety of the zone, trying to move away. EWG have spotted them. The problem is that they're not going to be running into GD. And they're grappling up, they're going for that reset. They should be able to get the full reset off before they run into any of these fights, but they're still not safe. They're still not actually going to be in the safety of the zone because they have so much distance to cover.
Meanwhile, with all the stuff that's been happening here, let's see if they can keep the rotation happening. Fun plus Phoenix LYD still trying to go through with the rotations. Let's see if they can rotate this around and keep it going. I'm still thinking about Tianhai in a suit. I think that'd be great. He needs a monocle. The Tianhai, imagine Tianhai suit. He has like four suit arms, you know? He's got the whole thing that's fitted like specifically for him. It'd be amazing. That's all I'm saying. Meanwhile, Sleepwalker up top though, WBG really able to do what they can as they're able to hit the Morris. Let's see if maybe they have enough to be able to do something here. It looks like it's not going to be enough. WBG ends up getting hit in the back though with a bow. It's going to need to force the back off though here. It's going to be able to pop those heals and the shield.
Sleepwalker's in such a good position though. Like getting that Morris Blessing, legendary weapon, legendary armor, that scales when you go for the ultimate. So your damage output is going to be absolutely insane. As it feels deja vu. We've been in this place before. This is very similar to game number 2, the first time we went to Holoroff today, where there was a lot of congestion over those high ground huts so that those monks could get the best POV to try and find those players. But likewise, it does provide a little bit more room, a little bit more cover for these players to be able to hide away from those monks once the transformation comes through. As there is going to be a Bane's Breath starting to be at play. JJHRD using that Karumi Tether to be able to resurrect Legion from afar without having to put themselves into line of fire. Tap dodges around the Bane's Breath. Should be able to get their Yui up in a matter of moments. The problem for them is that they're missing Godly. So unless they're able to find one of those rebuff charms and find a soul altar, it's going to be really tough for this team to be able to make a comeback, especially with all of these players around them waiting to see one player out of position, waiting to see one of those squads with one of their numbers down, and that's going to happen to JJHRD's Legion, who just came back. J-Team absolutely minced the res UA.
Looks like now, even with everything going on there, they're still able to do some little bits of rotations. You gonna be in a tough situation though, still getting smushed though. It looks like there's gonna be a team right behind them as now the circle is slowly closing in here, and now it's gonna get a little bit more tighter. They're gonna need to find their own spaces of where they should be. They should be focusing on next map's point with the circle here, as they're still trying to get this Morris Blessing. This Morris Blessing still has not been comped yet. Wolves is dangerously close by though, but Ventus is not going to let them go without a fight. Same with EWG, as AX is also in the back, and 17JL is going to start rotating in, and so is GD. So this is going to be a very tight, intense circle rotating in. Is now, with everything going on, how it's still going to be interesting how people are going to play this out. Because now I think things are going to be a little bit tougher. Alliance on one side of the hut, Wolves is on the other side, the other section about it as well. WBG able to get it as well.
Yeah, everyone at the moment is just wanting to see where that zone is going to land. Until then, we're just gonna have the lull. Cannon fire exchanged into the hut's openings, just making sure to check all of the purple bushes so that there's no one going to be close. Scale rush back through after getting a little bit of information. Overhead hang so you can get the third person view. Alliance keeping a very close hold of the hut that they have. Wolves likewise. Scale rushing off of the walls, exchanging all of the longsword charged up clicks to make sure that everyone is deterred from entering. And J-Team still not in the best loadout. Eagle, purple armor, purple weapon. It's going to be feeling pretty happy about when they want to monk on up with control of that high ground. When the zone starts to close on through, J-Team are going to be in prime position to find the grabs of all of those players who are going to be scampering away Because 17JL have actually started to push a little bit more aggressively. These players not wanting to hold towards that open low ground, everyone wanting to have a little bit of safety, one of those buildings to call their own, so that when the big bad TN Height knocks on the door, they can slam it shut in his face. Because JJHLD see J-Team and decide that space is apparently what they want to challenge. Fortunately, they don't have a monk, so they had to open up with the Yui ultimate, with the Kurumi Teva, just trying to bully J-Team away, maybe trying to find an opening for one of those picks to come through. 17JL in the middle of a Temi ultimate. AS on the receiving end of a lot of attention, actually will be able to break line of sight, go for a transformation, so that they can try and find those players, and until then keep themselves and their teammates safe. EWG might actually be pushed outside of the zone, trying to escape the grabs coming on through. So far, no slam, no punch, no grab connected until just now. One found, looking for a second. Yui ultimate actually going to activate to make sure that AS is going to be covered when they have to try and pop out of that transformation. Still holding onto the bell. He's going to need it for when that zone starts to push them closer to some of these players who need that iframe. As 17JL start to try to make their move out into the open. JJHLD exchanging a lot of damage. Legion goes down. 17JL may well be knocked out. The Bile Clang is massive. And it is going to be AS able to survive and keep themselves safe, getting back to the rest of their teammates. Ventus now trying to hold themselves up in the northern corner. 17JL trying to eye up a safe space to be able to call their own, have been able to find the top of one of those tents. So many players on the low ground now at risk if they slow down for a single second of going down to the cannon fire. Sadly trying to find the pick onto the Kurumi with the Nether Smite, going to be denied with the F ability, allowing the Kurumi to teleport back to her teammate in time. And EWG now have to wait to try and find one of those other members instead.
Meanwhile, even with this amount of rotation, with everything going on here, still able to make some stuff happen here. You still have to be able to watch out and be careful with how things are going. Meanwhile, the elimination comes in for Sleepwalkers, able to get the grab, the throwdown, and the finish though. Let's see if maybe they can rotate this out and be able to do a good job of really closing this in at the very end here. Meanwhile, 17JL leading the pack with 11 eliminations right now, making it look really good towards this and making it do a fantastic job with everything going on here, as more and more of it will be happening, and technically made with more promo stuff. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum running into it, as now things are only going to get better.
FPX coming under a lot of fire, dropping that Temi ultimate to keep themselves safe. Oh, TXJ though gets caught out of position away from the teammates, uses the Bell Clang to be able to buy time for the reinforcements to come through. Wolves will be able to snipe out a pick, but FPX still going to be able to find EWG's Sanzi and buy TXJ the space to be able to go for the transformation. Has one in the hand. Benchu about to get slammed. TXJ taking so much fire from afar, drops the ultimate, moves over to the Ken, will be able to get the full reshield. LYD extremely low on their own as well, as Wolves have to actually back out of the zone to be able to escape the building that they're in. One thing, trying to find an opening with the longsword, goes for the Takeda ultimate, tries to find any slash that they can straight into a Temi ultimate set through from Wolf, so that they have the freedom to look for the juggle with the longsword. Yui ultimate comes through in return from FPX. LYD keeping themselves safe. Oh, one thing, baseball batted outside of the zone. Every single player now scrabbling for a little bit of a position as that zone pushes them away. Everyone who's inside these buildings is about to be in for an absolute world of hurt when they try to exit, because now they're going to be bottlenecked, traffic jammed into the very place that they thought was safe. As Wolves just using that Uation ultimate to get so much damage in from the spear from afar. 14 will be able to survive, tries to swap to the greatsword to pinball all of those players out from the zone, closes up onto the tree to try and look for a scale rush. J-Team's Eagle from the high ground gonna go for the transformation of their own, supported by Lee from behind, is able to get a grab onto Sleepwalker, is able to find a second, slams LWG outside of the zone. will be able to find the pick. 15 players down, and we're still not finished.
Still not finished, even with the amount of momentum coming into this. Still will be able to rotate this in and or out. Let's see if they can dish this out even more here, as now we're going to be able to go forth with this rotation and see if they can figure this out here. As now they will be able to hit this with the Sorrow. Sorrow trying to see what he can do here with the damage though for NPG. Massive damage coming in. Is able to get a lot of connectivity from it though, as now J Team's Wolves, Ventus, MPG still alive in this. Alliance only has one elimination though, trying to hold this out. Is still able to at least get top 5 here within this space. 13 players still alive here. MPG still trying to hold this together here as J Team Wolves is still trying to see who's going to be the top man for this one, as Pixel is going to force the ulti at such a beautiful time here. Looks like the grabs are going to be inevitable. He's able to find one. Can he find the second? He might have the possibility of it. He's able to get the first swipe, but he does get the throwdown. He's able to get another, and it looks like that one will be fantastic for him, as he will be able to get that throwdown. The stun comes in, keeping him alive as WX98 dangerously low here. Mentality goes down, and Bubai also was able to claim the elimination on WX98 here. Alliance holding on for as long as possible, but it's all going to come up. Possibly Alliance is going to hold it together here, but it could be either J-Team or I doubt it's Team Alliance. Alliance actually was already down the very Ventus ends up taking it home with WX98, Pixel, and ZU claiming our game number 5.
Yeah, so Alliance were actually coming in with 1 kill beneath that into final zone. They played for survivability. This is something that Alliance do. Like, if they don't have a good early game or mid game, they will just play to live and be the last person standing, so that the kill multiplier at least gives them a couple of points for that. Ventus, however, Pixel coming alive on that Monk, being able to grab those players, managing to connect onto Sleepwalker as well, who's like their main form of competition. That's the thing. When we normally see the Monk versus Monk, there's a reason that we don't get to see the rock, paper, scissors of Stomp beating close grab, and then close grab beating range grab, and then range grab beating Stomp, which if you actually are able to connect and win that rock, paper, scissors, it knocks back the other Monk. We only see that if it's sitting in the final zone, because what monks will actually do is you'll have 1 monk here, you'll have 1 monk there, you'll have the zone right here behind them, and those monks will go toe to toe to try to bash out the other monk, because you don't have the mobility if you get knocked outside of the zone twice to actually be able to make it back into the zone, back into the safety in time before your health bar depletes. So normally when we see the monk versus monk, it's not actually them going monk versus monk, it's them looking for the grabs, knowing that there is no point in trying to find the knockback. You just want to find the players as fast as possible. When it hits final zone, that's when every single monk has to contest every other monk in the lobby. So it's massive that Pixel is able to find Sleepwalker before he can go for a transformation and force Pixel, who remember is sitting on the high ground. His back is directly to the zone because he's looking to grab the players on the low ground and slam them behind him so that they go into the zone and take the corruption damage, run back into him. He can then look for the reverb grab and slam them back out of the zone, so on, so on, so on, until they're dead. So if Sleepwalker had been able to transform, Pixel could have lost the high ground and been knocked out of the zone.
So that's why we didn't see a lot of monk comps at the very end there, just seeing that he actually targeted the other monks. Probably actually a really good timing though, but also smart move coming in as well, really being able to dish that out and be able to knock that out as best as possible. Very surprising to see that coming into it as well. It's a little bit more surprising, if anything, coming into this, and still they were able to make it happen, and they did a good job of it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Ventus always impress. If they have a monk composition and they're in final circle, never count this team out. Pixel is an absolute monster when it comes to finding those grabs. And like you say, they played it perfectly. They knew that all of those players, once again, sort of previously to when we saw Morosile, right, where the zone is closing through, all of those players get traffic jammed onto the low ground and have to climb up onto the high ground. And then when it was previously MPG who was sitting there with legendary dual blades, it's a monk composition this time, waiting to grab you and slam you and absolutely bam you straight out of that zone as Ventus walk away with 12 kills and a game score of 21.
Meanwhile, Ventus, 21 game score coming in. Wolves coming in with the 19 as well. J-Team, 18.5. Looking good within this final standing. Q9, though, keeping the momentum, still 7.5. Not absolutely massive, but points are still points. It's still going to be helpful for you to make those points count. And the 7.5 still counts towards the final score here, because Ventus necessarily hasn't had a pop-off game, and the same with Wolves. Now, J-Team has been realistically the one team has been keeping their point average very, very high. So J-Team, in terms of the total standing, should be looking good for at least the bi-weekly currently. Definitely seeing J-Team up there will definitely keep them all the way up in the high stakes, but definitely seeing Q9 with that 7.5 looking good for them. Let's see if they can keep that momentum towards our last and final game.
Yeah, and it is going to be the last and final game. So it's really important for a lot of these teams like GD. I feel like the statistics that we showed at the beginning of the broadcast kind of cursed this team. They were previously our most consistent team when it came to average point scores that they put through. GD have been having a very inconsistent day for these guys. Normally they're always placing in the top 5, like they always play for survivability if they don't have a good game. But for a lot of these games today, we've seen them actually slide towards the lower end of that table. And for a team that potentially could have walked away with a first place position moving into the bi-weekly finals, this last game is really going to be quite crucial in terms of where you land on that leaderboard and how many point advantages you take in going into the bi-weekly finals. But Ventus are going to be moving away with MVP, and no surprises, of course. Pixel is going to be the overall MVP. Look at this loadout.
Oh, loadout's looking really good, though, as Pixel's able to get his 5th MVP. Pixel finally getting something as well here with 16k damage, 8 eliminations, 6k healing, skill and ultimates here with the 65 damage, but he has Thunderstorm, Suna, Spear Sap, Healing Bolts, Advanced Heal, and a Health Soul Jade. Really being helpful, though, with Pixel being able to get those eliminations and be able to foul it out as best as possible here. And that's why Pixel gets his 5th MVP. 5 MVPs, that's pretty good for Pixel. Come on, baby, give me more of them.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a reason as well. Like, it's honestly not a lot of damage when you look at the larger scale of things. Right, all of our other MVPs today have been hitting above the 25k, but it goes to show how smart Ventus are when it comes to the target focus. Because when you have like over about 10k to 15k damage coming through for MVP, it means they look at the players who are low around them, and especially if it's towards that final zone, they target the players who are low and try and push them into being stuck in a catch-22 of you either have to jump into the zone to escape a fight, or you jump into us and we're gonna win. And that's exactly what Ventus are so very good at taking advantage of.
Taking advantage of indeed here, as they were able to do it within this final circle here, and they made it look good with that space, though, and it looks like Ventus will be able to keep that going with their streak, and they absolutely need it, though, within the final standings here. But I still got to keep an eye on Q9, though. Q9 with that 7.5 here seems like they're creeping. They get one pop-off game like they did in game 4. We could be seeing them hit a nice little all the way up to the top real quick.
I mean, that's potential. We're obviously headed back to the Morris Isle. That was probably where they were the most comfortable. A lot of these teams are still trying to get to grips with Hollow-Rock. We did see that these teams are improving slowly but surely. They're doing a lot of Naraka, a lot of practice. There's a lot of heroes that they have to know. We've seen a lot of these players as well move from solos to trios and be able to do both. So that's definitely having an impact on the amount of hours that they have to practice. And speaking of the amount of hours that they have to put into Naraka, we do have Jaeger, who has one of our players on the floor to be able to give a little bit of insight into the professional scene of the esports.
Run it back, Jaeger.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And here is Xiaoyu, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小鱼，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Winter 战队的小鱼。
好的，再次欢迎你，也恭喜你们战队刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So first of all, let us congratulations that Ventus get the higher score in the game 5. And today I saw your hero combo, which is the Tamuj and Justina Gu and also Monk. So I would like to know what's your plan to use this hero combo to do the damage. 那首先再次恭喜你们啊！然后刚才这把比赛看到你们用的这套阵容，特别想问一下，这套阵容在上场之前你们自己是怎么打算去打这个伤害的呢？
前期的话就主要是以圈架为主。 然后中期就是拿那个空投嘛，然后后期就是靠那个皮神的去大佛去抓人，或者靠我的大去收头这样。
好的。So actually for our hero combo at the beginning, we would like to focus on these teams who are already fighting together and we will join in. And at the middle time of the game, we would like to focus on the Mars blessing. And at the end of the game, our monk will use the ultimate to grab the opponent, and also I will use my ultimate to do some damage in the game. Okay, so also because today in the final circle, everyone is using their ultimate and ultimate is charged so fast. So I would like to know how you guys take the talents at the game. 那今天其实在决赛圈我们也看到大家好像都就是那个大招就续的都很快，那特别想问一下你们的天赋是怎么带的？
我顾庆涵的天赋是带了全精灵，然后沙男的天赋是左边带的是那个每秒回怒嘛，然后带了还右边那个带了点折扣可能，然后大佛的天赋带的就是全怒嘛。
好的，谢谢。So because I'm using the Justina Gusso, my talent is choosing the all of energy, and for Monk he is using all of the rage, so he will be fast to use the ultimate. And also our Tamuj, he's using half of the discount and half of the rage, so he can also have very fast ultimate in the game. 好的，那我们也看到 we saw that our hero combo everyone choose in the game, there's very too much monk, but they don't choose the double transformer now. Whatever the classical one or change one, so I would like to know why. 那今天我们也在比赛当中看到大家选的其实有很多很多的大佛，但是好像没有双变，不管是经典的还是变种双变，这是为什么呢？
因为双变的，就是前期的话打架能力有点弱吧，因为中期被妖红尘抓的话，可能打的有点吃力。如果玩的是单变的话，打那妖红尘的话会好打一点。
好的。So actually, because nowadays there are too much Yodo and Viper and Wu-Chen. So for the double transformer, maybe at the beginning of the game, it's a little bit weak in the game. So we choose the only have the monk in the hero combo. So it will be more strong, stronger than the double transformer. 好的 so actually we know the day after tomorrow we'll have the BIWEEKLY final. So I would like to know for Vintas, what's your plan and what's your ambition? 那我们也知道，其实在后天就是我们的一个周决了。那目前想问一下 Vintas， 你们准备工作做得怎么样？自己的话有怎么样一个计划和目标呢？
小目标的话应该是前8吧。因为前2周打得有点烂，说实话。然后准备工作做的话，就努力训练嘛，就是把训练做好，然后就比赛发挥就发挥嘛。
好的。So for the BIWEEKLY final, I will try our best as we can. So for the plan, we are going to train a lot for the weekly final, and also my plan, I think just a little bit ambition, is to get the top 8. Why? It's because I think we don't have really good status these days, and I wish we can try our best. 好的，谢谢小鱼接受我们今天采访，也再次恭喜你们，祝愿你们接下来会有个很好的发挥。Thank you, 小鱼 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
边是击败了红木兰，拿下了本场比赛的前面。这波能反杀，看看想要这波操作，
他输了。
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG's Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from 2 rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ, then unfortunately knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If 2 teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the 7th Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all 3 forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
That's so nice. Yet again, I'm falling for the whale again. The whale is so... Why do I keep falling for it? Hi, welcome back to our last and final game here for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. The Trios has been an absolute treat, at least for myself. I have, listen, this has been such a different vibe and different phenomenon from what we experienced from yesterday. And now getting a chance to see the amount of madness and action happening here. We're back at it again with Moxie, who's been absolutely killing it right now. I've just been doing it. You've been doing such an incredible job, Moxie. I'm so happy to be casting alongside you. You've been absolutely killing it all night, and I'm excited to see how this last game goes here. But if we look at the stats here, Q9, MPG, Fun Plus Phoenix Wolves, and XCG, they've been putting up those numbers have been pretty interesting, though. Even with the total standings of how things have been going, though, but still, oh my goodness, it's been so insane with everything happening, though.
Yeah, so we've had Q9 clutching it out as one last player remaining, getting like 6 kills in Final Circle. We've had Ventus having absolutely massive Monk pop-off games. We've got to see some absolutely insane Viper ultimates coming through from so many of these teams. Wolves had an absolute stunner of a 2 minutes where they were running around the first map of Holoroth and just blitzed through 3 teams of a Vermilion Bird's Might. Like, today has been an absolute pleasure of Trios, because Trios always has like a really frantic energy to it, there is such a fast-paced tempo where you just continuously have to be thinking about what you're doing as well as when you're fighting in other fights. Like, it's always, do I have enough resources to survive being third party? And then do we have enough resources to being survived by another squad that rolls up? And do we have enough to be able to contest Morris Blessings? And do we need to position around the edge of the zone? Do we want to take control of the middle of the zone? Like, there's so much micromanagement goes into all of these strategies that I have to take my hats off to, not just the players, but the coaches as well, because the coaching staff for this season have been on fire.
Even with all of that too, with the coaching and how things have been going, they still have been able to put together an insane roster here and been able to play it very, very well here. And like I said, it's been impressive how they've been able to do certain things and make it look good all throughout the rest of it. So now I'm excited to see how they can put it together, how they can do certain things. And now we can really go forth and clutch it up with more things here. And let's see how they can put the rest of it together, as MPG is going to be able to do it as best as possible and make it look good all within this standing, as now things are going to be fun. I'm excited. Let's get it.
Yeah, MPG was one of those teams coming in today. They were lagging pretty far behind the pack in terms of that leaderboard. But today they have had such a good showing. So many of them making it into that final circle, a lot of the time too, really playing off of Jen's comfort pick of the dual blades, which I get it. They're a really strong weapon at the moment. If you're new to picking up Naraka and you've got like the same activation codes, I 100% would recommend going dual blades just because it can be really nice to not have to worry about being counted when you're new to the game, because dual blades, unlike all of the other weapons in the game, when you charge up the left click, not only can you move with it, but it doesn't as well have the blue focus circle, which gives away that it's a focus attack, which is the reason that things like the greatsword and the spear tend to see a little less use in terms of things like solos, because you see them being charged up and you have a good 2.5 seconds to be able to try and find that counter move.
Even with all of this, we're still going to be able to rotate this around here. But look at this, J-Team, JJ, NPG, Q9, and Ventus. Question is, are we going to see a back-to-back? I would love to see if maybe they can be able to pull that off here. I think this is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting, as they're going to be able to clutch it up for this final game.
Yeah, and it's final game too, so only WBG have not burned through their TN high points. Interesting enough, XCG actually going to be running the Takeda once again. It is only going to be the one Takeda on Morris Isle. Everybody else opting for the Yoto, Viper, and Wuchen, with smatterings of the Justina, Matari, and Temi composition coming on through.
Look at the Vipers. Oh my goodness. I think only one team comp doesn't have it. No, there's two. Three alliances have a WBG and XQG. The XQG having that Takeda on the top right of your screen here, but everybody else has very similar comps here. You have your Yotahime, you have your Wushins, you have your Vipers. Obviously everybody has pretty much used up all of their monk ults, and it looks like WBG is going to take it into the final fight here, as the circle spread is going to be a little bit different here. Looks like this left side of Celestra, right on the outskirts near Windfall and Artesian, is going to see a decent amount of people. EWG, 17JL, XQG. Ventus is going to be on this right side. It's going to be landing right next to, it looks like WBG. It's also going to be right next to it. Wolves all the way in the far backside. Moonlit Courtyard all the way near Stillside Temple is going to see a fair share. And Alliance near Wreckage Plains is going to have all this space to do what they need to do. GG's and one of the other teams as well is going to be right near the left side of Stillside Temple, which is near Lake Yellowleaf and Servants Ground. So the spread is going to be decently sized in certain areas here, as everybody's immediately going to hop in, start scrambling. I think we're immediately going to see fights break out within seconds. As of right now, I am absolutely right about this, as the ice comes out. The ice core immediately comes in. 13 Shao is going to be able to find the nice freeze off of one. Immediate cannon starts ricocheting into the players, hitting it. Nice little bits of defenses. The bell ends up coming in to shut him down, but Sleepwalker is going to end up maybe getting eliminated. No, TXGJ is going to be sadly eliminated in this space, as ZU sadly gets eliminated as well from 13 Shouts. WBG, unfortunate first time in our final game here, really trying to find it.
Yeah,
now they'll be able to do it with more.
VVV a little bit further away. TXJ still looking for this chase, does have that blue greatsword. Trying to push onto maybe the receding Babs, look for a little bit of an opportunity to go for that third party. XCG getting caught and sliced right into the arms of NPG. Counter comes on through. And immediately it's going to be now trying to chase onto the receding back of Ran, who's going to be able to keep themselves alive a little bit longer, has been able to find themselves some nunchucks, but is just being collapsed upon by the entire trio of NPG, and will not be able to find any respite before they go back to the Soul Altar as FPX. BVV using the ultimate, not actually going to be able to stun members out. And this is really dangerous. They use the ultimate. They're not going to have it as a disengagement tool or to buy themselves safety. BVV now trying to collapse onto AS for 17JL, the one who has been identified as being weak, but they're able to get away over the top of the brick wall, and BVV not wanting to push in. So going to be more than happy that the threat has been seen away as 17JL's other two members now come back in with an absolute vengeance. AS having found that reset as well, now going to be rejoining their teammate ZU, isolated out into a 1 versus 1, going to be taken out. Leo gonna be able to pick that one up as TXJ on the other side with the greatsword is able to remove AS and should be able to find the full squad wipe as VVV looks for the snipe, isn't able to find the kill shot. Leo's gonna take that one away with the spear. Benchu is down. All of 17GL will be back to the Soul Altar as WBG Sleepwalker are using that Monk ultimate. GG have been able to actually break their way through those huts, so they have been able to break line of sight. It's not going to be able to find any easy grabs coming out from that trio. And I think they've noticed that one of these squads is about to come in on their left flank, and they're instead going to be setting up to cover when they try and scale up the cliffs, and that's exactly what has happened. WBG playing Gatekeeper at the moment as MPG come in with a Viper ultimate to set themselves up to actually move through.
Gonna be able to move through here, but the question is how far are they gonna be able to, as now LXM will be able to push this in and or out here, as LXM is still going to be able to look through this. It's going to be able to look through the chest, see if they can find something that's going to be helpful. Meanwhile, MPG and a WBG is in a totally different fight here. 13 Shall ends up getting the nice little hits from the blades. Not looking good for him as he's going to try to back out of this, but sadly Waiting is going to be able to claim the elimination off of 13 Shall. Sorrow trying to push in, keeping the same momentum. Wants to push on Sleepwalker, but decides to push back to help his teammates. As Miskulia is back in a bad spot here as Waiting is dangerously low, but that Wushin is going to be able to dip them out of there. Sorrow's going to be looking forward here, hopefully seeing if maybe they're going to be able to do it, but decides not to here as more and more of it is going to happen here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into these final fights here, as there's so much happening. WBG Sleepwalker ends up getting eliminated. Sadly, GG's comes through with the third party, takes out Jing. NPG wants some of this energy and this action, as GG is going to be able to find it. And the question is, are they going to be able to find eliminations though, as with the problem as GG's LXM sadly does get the first claim of the getting eliminated though. Not looking good for Team GG, who comes through with it as Wade is going to be able to shut down and get the kick off Miskulia. This is not looking good. GG comes through with a third party and then gets absolutely decimated by MPG.
Off NPG once again showing up to the party. It feels like they've been on absolute fire. So coming in with that third party, BVV just holding domain with the Viper ultimate, setting FPX to come in with a tasty kill. Haven't been able to find the full finisher at the moment. Q9 going to be actually trying to find themselves a little bit of a recovery coming through with that Wu Chen TP, and yeah, FPX not going to be able to find anything else. As JJHRD now deciding to chance their luck against this team. They know that the Viper ultimate isn't going to be that to slow them down, and that JJHRD will be able to hold that over FPX's heads, and unfortunately they'll also be holding TXJ's head. Yushin's going to be able to pick that one up with the dagger, and they're still going to be looking for more. Q9 actually now going to be a little bit out of position at the moment. They Wuchen TP'd and then they actually backtracked to try to push back, recovered onto the sides of FPX, and they ran into JJHRD, who still had that Viper ultimate. Q9 without the information. Unfortunately, not really having the best luck entangling this squad. As it is going to be LWH looking for the opportunity to counter, not going to be able to find the parry, and will go down as JJHRD with that Justina ultimate going to make themselves a little bit more mobile. Swapping to that greatsword, just buying their team a little bit more space to go for some looting. A couple of shops from some of those cans, as we can see NAD in the distance now actually wanting to chime on through. And this could be something that JJHRD find themselves being punished for, as NAD now coming in with that Viper ultimate. Everyone on the side of JJHRD trying to break line of sight as fast as possible. Not gonna be able to get a clean Wuchen TP out. Zhao Jin actually able to cut them off exactly where they TP'd to, but what it didn't allow them was a full regroup. So the 3 players are able to converge onto the 1, setting Legion up to come in with that Viper ultimate off of the back of a Yoto setup. And it is going to be JJHLD finding so many kills, baiting NAD into actually opting into the chase.
Meanwhile, even with all of this space, though, Lixing does get claimed, though, for the elimination as AS is going to be able to call it. 17JL really trying to do what they can here as Q9 with those 3 eliminations looking good towards the final standings. But JJ with 13 eliminations already into this final game here, really trying to do what they can though, but they do have the ghost and they do have the spread. And PG is going to come back with that whoosh and is going to be able to dip them out of there as fast as possible. Meanwhile, still with that, doing what they can though, as they are going to be able to rotate this out. Full shields, ready to go, do what they need to.
The good news is as well, they didn't trade Viper Ultimate. So if they run into that squad again, they will know that they have the Viper Ultimate to hold above their heads as Wolves going to open up with 14's Ultimate. Trying to stun as many players as possible. No one actually able to break behind the trees to break line of sight. And Ventus, it's the peel coming through from WX98 that saves that player. Fortunately, it still means that one of their own does go down in the meantime. TJ going to have to be recovered. The Viper not going to be able to open up. So instead, the Yoto has to just blade without. The ultimate comes through, but without the table setting, they're not able to find a meal. And Wolves will instead snack on the corpses of Ventus, as Ventus now just reduced to the 1 member.
Meanwhile, Fang going through with this rotation here. Let's see if they can figure this out here. One Fang is going to be able to do this as well. MPG waiting. Going to be able to go through towards it. Sorrow, Jen. Sleepwalker way on the other side here. Curious to see if they're going to be able to take advantage of this moment here. Ventus.
Oh no.
Going to be able to push in on this Wolves. Might find WX98. Oh no. He walks right past the bush. He has no idea.
They know that he's around is the thing, because they were waiting to see if they could bait Ventus into trying to go for the rescue. The good news is they're going to actually survive because Wolves sees GD moving into the territory. They don't want to take that fight. They're 7% off getting that Wuchen TP. Only when that Wuchen TP is online can Wolves stop and slow down. As we're seeing GD start to open things up, forcing early on the Wuchen F to be able to block out the projectiles coming through from the pistols. GBL's, has somehow been able to find a legendary longsword. And that is terrifying. They've also been able to pick themselves up a legendary katana. That's even more terrifying. How? How were they already this loaded out? Oh, that is not a squad you want to run into at any point of this map, especially not when we're this early into the game. Mystic Might is coming out for the side of FPX, so you need to get a little bit of health armor and rage recovery, as well as being able to see some of the players close to you. As GBL doesn't need to see the players close to them to know that the Nesshouse Might is connecting onto all 3 of the players around them. That spear, when you have 2 teammates to be able to cover the wind-up for you, it does so much damage, and the stagger lock is insane.
Meanwhile, EWG Sansi gonna be able to get the heals going. Alliance is gonna be chilling inside of this hut here. WBG with the Vermilion's Bird Might. Mystic Might coming in from Fun Plus Phoenix. Question, I don't think we've asked about this. Vermilion's Might better than Mystic Might?
I was gonna say Vermilion Bird's Might. Like, the Mystic Might is great if you want to hard focus down like one squad, or you want to get information on the amount of players that are nearby, but arguably you could do that with a Metari. Just using the stealth form to go a little bit further afield of your squad. The Vermilion Bird's Might, it allows so much, especially at this point in the game, knowing that you can actually go into those highly hot contested loot areas, go for a drop into one of those players, and not have to worry about one going down permanently because now we're out of the area where the resurrections are available. And two, if you do drop one of those players, you can literally sift through the can to be able to upgrade your equipment from the fallen opponent, knowing that if you do get taken down by the other two teammates that are around them, you get a full reposition as well as you keep all of the loot. You're just scarfed.
Even with all of this going down, though, they're still going to be able to go forth with the rotation, though, as LWH is now going to be able to find it here. Looks like he was able to, but sadly ends up finding a Viper ult instead here. The worst time for LWH as he ends up getting sliced by the rest of this squad. Oh man, it's not looking good for the man up top here. Sadly, he will do get eliminated though within this space though, and now gonna be able to go forth with the rotation here. Let's see if they can keep that same energy rotating in.
LXY trying to come in with the save of the Viper ultimate. Oh, that's just salt in the wounds. GVL just a little bit better correspondence. They use the Viper ultimate to flush everyone on the side of Q9 out from the hut onto the rooftops. The Viper stun actually connects onto one of them and everyone just converges, isolating the fights into the 3 versus 1s as NPG now sees some of those players close. Does mean that they've been spotted as well. However, with the use of that Viper ultimate having already been initiated, not likely to be chased at the moment, so MPG are a little bit safer and freer to be able to roam. As Waiting is just trying to run into some of these players, look for a couple of those squads. Out comes the bell just to be able to make sure that no one is going to be close before they can look to try and upgrade their loadouts. As FPX going to be playing on the high ground for a little bit, just wanting a bird's eye view of everything around them. Leo making sure that no one is squirreling up in those trees before they move on their way through.
Squirreling up. I'm sorry, squirreling up is just funny to me. I was confused. Squirrel.
I mean, you do have a flying squirrel grappling hook, so well, it suits. As NAD now have been able to find a fight against GD. Oh my goodness, so much damage coming through onto Yeo, who just can't escape at the moment. Has been able to book it behind the tree and does break the Viper stun, and NAD actually going to be able to use that opportunity of the Viper stun to set their Witchin up to be able to have the space to get the TP and the resurrection onto Doshi. But Han now, seeing where they were coming from, decides to block the exit! Body blocking all of them with the Viper ultimate so that the Yoto can come through and hit everything!
Meanwhile, GVL's Han is able to claim the elimination, though. They're stuck on the inside. He's trying to see if he can find it, but sadly ends up finding an elimination. And sadly, it's his name attached to it, as Daoshi is going to be able to back out of this. As Yaya is going to be able to get the claim for it and does a fantastic job of it.
Yeah, it's about Yaya and Han now going to be able to get rescued. But they are still sitting in the middle of that zone, so they have to be very careful about where exactly they pop out from. As everyone is going to be looking to hunt down those stragglers. Look at FPX. They're literally frothing at the mouth in anticipation for any of those squads who got a little bit too caught up in the fighting, a little bit too caught up in the zone. So that's when FPX can come in and absolutely ruin their day. Not only that, they're going to be able to get immediate access to a Morris Blessing to boot as well. Oh, this team is going to be happy.
Absolutely happy is probably the name of the game, though, as now they're going to be able to push this out, though.
I don't know if they're too happy. FBX with the Morris Blessing, they picked up a Mystic Might. So you can always tell like how much value a team puts on a buff in how long they'll wait to pop it. If it's a Mystic Might, the team's just like, oh, it's a Mystic Might. Okay, we don't need to worry about being kited around or losing it too early. We're just gonna pop it immediately. As opposed to something like the Dracostorm with the Vermilion, where they actually hold on to it for as long as possible until they get into more central part of the zone, so they can get the biggest amount of value for it and the time that it is up and available. As FPX immediately gonna go and burn that Mystic Might. NPG, having been able to make it out of the zone safely. Still not really set out in terms of the weapon loadout. It's gonna go for a little bit of a lull phase.
not really with it as well here as they are going to be able to do it as best as possible here. Let's see if they can figure this out with more momentum coming into this.
Do you think there's a truce at the moment between JJHLD and GBL sitting in the bushes? Just trying not to be noticed. It was two different teams, literally opposite each other.
In the same bush?
No, two different bushes. One opposite the other. It's happened to me. I've been hiding in a purple bush. Someone's come, tried to steal my bush, and we're just like, how's your day going?
Someone comes to your bush and you're just like, excuse me? Go find your other bush.
This one's occupied, thank you very much.
Meanwhile, 13 Xiao is going to claim the elimination off of Xiai Liu. Beautiful time to be able to conduct that as well and be able to do what he can here. Meanwhile, GD's K is going to be able to rock with this momentum, though. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum happening, though, as they were be able to do this.
WPG. Oh, they've seen Sanzi. Sleepwalker was looking for that grapple. It's just tracking down this player's movement. Sanzi has been spotted. Anti-ult area has not actually been popped just yet. Sleepwalker sitting on that monk transformation doesn't really want to go for it. And unfortunately, one of the follow-through grapples as well did miss the connection, so Sleepwalker is having to give up as well as pull back for the rest of their team as they have spotted an opportunity. The third party could be that WBG already have one of their members starting to get into a position to be able to capitalize off of the back of it. Footage really wanting to push in. Alliance using that Temi ultimate very early should be able to get the open onto the Morris Blessing mentality. Just moving a little bit further ahead of it, making sure that no one's trying to push through. Remember, Temis can walk through other Temi ultimates if they have an ultimate on top of it. And with that Morris Blessing being opened, it is open season. Alliance might potentially find themselves in a little bit of a rough position and have to try and TP out as 17JL comes in and finds a pick very early on onto Kakaishi. We're seeing a Bane's Breath come through just to try and deter any of those other teams from looking to scrabble in. MPG taking the time to go for a little bit of a repair job onto the bow. Unlike melee weapons, if a ranged weapon is broken, you actually can't shoot it. So it's really important when we hit this poke phase that all of these weapons are going to be repaired and ready to try to pressure out some of these teams on the high ground, because you are not going to have any lull to be able to sit still and get that repair pack going, as GD's Dongqing taking so much into that skybox, being hampered down by 17JL's AS grapple cancel coming through. Yojo ultimate long gone. Dongqing trying valiantly to escape, gets parried, loses the dagger on the ground very shortly after, loses their life. 17JL going to absolutely relentlessly hunt that Yodo down and put themselves into a position for Wolves actually to now catch a really unclean disengagement coming out from GD's K, who saw the commotion and thought they could maybe find an opportunity for a pick. Unfortunately, they were the pick.
Meanwhile, even with all of this, though, still going to be able to put this down, though, even with everything happening, though.
We have 25 players left. That's insane.
Still a pretty massive circle, though. I think everybody's really trying to last to the very end, though. Meanwhile, GBL surprising us with 14 eliminations, overtaking JJ's 13 right now.
They could get a 20 bomb. Like, realistically, they 100% could come in with a 20 bomb. As running this Yodo composition, like, you do so much damage, but you also have that disengagement tool with the Wuchen. Like, you can play aggressively, you can play defensively, you can use the Wuchen TP to make sure that you don't get third-partied. It's so consistent in finding just one kill and then TPing out without very little punishment coming through, guaranteeing that if you honestly play your positions correctly, the entirety of your squad makes it into Final Circle. As Wolves, One Fang on that Yodo, looking to try to find any engagement that they can. FPX embroiled at the moment in a little bit of rooftop Renegadery with the bows. They've taken some cannon fire coming on through from a team directly opposite them. They're not actually committing to the fight just yet because so many players are close to their north side. FPX not wanting to make the first move, wanting to hold on so they can play reactively to what everyone else puts on the table in front of them. VVV starting to move forward straight into the flamer, thinks better of it. Immediately back onto the rooftop they go to be able to dodge out of the impact of that one. Sooner or later, they are going to have to move. The zone is directly at their backs, and that is something that WBG's Jing is going to be looking to absolutely decimate their health for. As with that flamer, he is absolutely monstrous. Grapples onto these buildings, just nips onto the rooftops. Spends 2 seconds putting the flamer damage towards GBL and immediately forces a full rotation coming out from this team as no one wants to contest that flamer. GBL deciding to go for cannon attrition instead. Still pressuring the members of FPX who are still caught at the moment in a really tough position. If they try to move to the right, they're running into the cannon splash. If they try to move directly north, they're running into the flamer. They have absolutely no safe position to be able to play into, and it's going to have to be a witch and TP, ideally, to allow themselves to get through that chokeholders. Wolves setting up not a witch and TP, but the swordblade blocks to make sure that they can find themselves a little cozy corner and rage at a couple of those players from afar without having to worry about any follow-up damage. One Feng finds the snipe onto NPG's waiting, and immediately with that pick found, Wolves back on out, happy to add to their tally and keep all 3 of their members intact.
Meanwhile, ZU ends up getting pushed though. Full team trying to keep the same momentum as the Viper ult's going to come out. Wolves 14 is going to be able to find it. Meanwhile, getting slashed in the back though as the Wushin is going to be able to force them to back out though. Probably the best play of this game. It's just being able to back out of there, knowing that you can really get squished up in this best 6 section though.
Well, Zone's going to start to force Wolves off of that high ground. They are going to have to go for the relocation. Putting a little bit of Flora's lava before putting themselves into a position where they commit into one of those spaces. JJHRD. Ooh, the loadout's not good for this team. Blue armor, blue cannon, blue weaponry. They have not been able to control those Morris blessings. And it is showing as the cannon does come through. It does look like they have bounce shell coming out from Legion, so they are at least going to be able to ricochet some of those cannon fires off of the rooftops and onto the players below. As unfortunately, they are going to be pushed closer and closer towards the melee combat as that zone just starts to get a little bit smaller. GBL hanging along the edges, Wolves right in the middle. Probably the most dangerous part, as FPX now putting themselves into one of these buildings have to be very careful that they don't go too far towards that flamer because it can actually hit you even through those wooden planks. Surprise, surprise, fire and wood do not get along. As WBG still with so much control at the moment, taking a little bit of damage for that monk, but still holding on to that legendary armor. As now we see JJHRD making that move. Viper ultimate to set through. Immediately gonna actually bait out the Yodo as a follow-up. Wuchen TPing straight away as 2 of their members fall extremely low. GBL reduced to just dab out on an absolute sliver of health, tries to hide in the hay bale. Is hunted down by 13 Shao, who will find the pick and the squad elimination. As Sleepwalker, one of the only monks in this lobby, has absolutely no reprieve. They know where he is, they know that his shield is broken. They are relentlessly going to pursue him until he is a gonzo. Or tries to go for that transformation to be able to save his own skin. As Yodo ultimate into Yodo ultimate, echo filters throughout the room. As Wolves One Feng will be able to keep themselves and the Rift Dealer in possession. The enemy Yodo going for that Wuchen TP, breaking the ultimate early in favor of survivability. As here's WBG, that flamer still going to be in play. If you try and get close to contest it, out comes the dual blades. 17JL's AS just trying to buy themselves a cozy space at the moment as another Viper ultimate comes through from Wolves 14, collapsing onto players, forcing out the Wuchen TP. Horizontal strike in quick succession, going to be able to find the pick onto 17JL's Benchu and AS. And 17JL going to be knocked out. We've got 12
teams.
Players remaining.
Five teams is TXJ. Chuli is going to be able to rotate this around and able to do what they can, though, as more and more of it's going to be able to come in, though, as still Wushin still trying to see if they can make some magic happen as the first monk of this final circle is going to come in.
It's the only monk of the final circle, though.
Looks like now they'll be able to dish this out and flush it, make it look good towards this end here. Still gonna be able to go forth with this rotation. Sleepwalker seeing if maybe he can try to find it. He ends up getting the double grab and the slam. WBG gets exactly what he needs to as the TXJ is gonna be able to get the first slam. Question is, can he get the one elimination? He does with that Yorihime ulti. Fun plus Phoenix trying to find the other eliminations here. Let's see if they can rotate this around. See where the rest of them are. Trying to find him inside of the yarn here. Sally isn't able to. His alliance is on the other side here. Oh, they're on the other side of the wall. They have the chance, though. Wolves nearby as well. And so is
There's the Blood Ripper. Alliance have a Blood Ripper.
What? They do. I'm hearing it. Oh, they're waiting to use it now. It's the time to be finding it now. His alliance is going to be able to push down. Then immediately, let's see if maybe they're going to be able to find it.
Oh, this is so mean. Everyone is going to be forced right into the Blood Ripper, but Lucky gets hit by the Yoda ultimate and actually gets bammed back. VVB now coming in with the time to be able to set up the Viper ultimate. Only opens the door for 14 to get a Viper ultimate of their own, of Wish and TP, to be able to dodge out of it. 14 has to try and dodge out of the zone to get the reset, but gets frozen up in the Justina ultimate. GGHRD still going to be in play. Wolves likewise still going to be kicking as Alliance with the Blood Ripper push Chu and Yui out of the zone and should be able to take the map. And it is going to be Lucky coming in with the clutch on the sides of the Blood Ripper. We got to see it. Davi, we finally got to see it.
Wow. I never thought we would actually see a Blood Ripper, especially after calling it. I didn't think they were actually going to give it to us, but seeing mentality, Lucky and Mubai clutch up game number 6, our 6th and final game for our trios here. Still going to be able to do more here. Now able to make that stuff happen, though. Alliance claiming it, making it all green for Team Alliance. You love to see it, though, as they're going to be able to clutch up the game here and the dub.
Yeah, the control of that final zone is just insane. Like, when you see them just hidden behind the wall, letting everyone else burn through their ultimates, burn through their stuns, burn through their resources, just sitting on that Blood Ripper, pulling it out, showing that they have it, so that all of those players suddenly don't want to grapple or try to scale up into the high ground because they know they're walking into the Blood Ripper. And it just turns that lower ground into an absolute bloodbath. So Alliance with full control of the situation from the very beginning when that circle begins to close, will rightfully take away MVP.
Meanwhile, even with the MVP, though, still going to be able to make it look good, though. Man, we have had an insane 6 games. This is the exact opposite of what I experienced in solos yesterday. This is everything I would have hoped for. We saw a lot of hype fights. We saw a lot of magic happening. We saw a lot of things go down. That was absolutely insane.
I mean, yeah, we really got to, like, just checklist everything that comes in trios, right? Flamers being OP, Blood Rippers being OP, Transformers being OP, Yoda's being OP, Monk versus Monk, Yoda versus Yoda, clutch carries, out of zone dodges to be able to go for the reshields. Like, so much fun, so much frantic movement. Just being check-boxed off. We've had an absolute stunner of a day here at the Nbpl.
Absolute stunner here for Nbpl here. Still able to make certain things go down. And man, I'm still shocked about the amount of stuff that we was able to see here, but they made it look good towards the end. And man, I think I've gotten everything that I've wanted to. I think I'm all monked out. I am Yorihime finished out. I'm parried out. I mean, I think I've got everything that I wanted in 6 games. everything that I needed to feel satisfied with how insane those games were and being able to see those insane clutches. I'm excited to see who really takes it for the bi-weekly, but man, that was a lot. That's a lot to take in. That's a lot to handle.
It's probably done a lot as well to the leaderboard, right? Because a lot of those teams that were sitting around the lower part of it, they were popping off today. They may well have been able to book themselves a spot into the bi-weeklies.
Meanwhile, we're going to look all the way at the bottom here, and WBG is no longer at the very bottom, though, with that 37. NAD with a 49.6. XCG, 19th place with a 96. JJ with a 103.8. Able to make something go down here with that 59.4. Made it really look good towards that final standing here and taking the time, too, to just take all of these plans and really knock it out of the park.
Yeah, you really do have to feel for JJ HRD and JDG as well, coming so close to being able to get into that top 16, but alas, they were not able to. So they will not be participating in this bi-weekly finals. Instead, we can have a look at a little bit of a brighter future, the teams that are going to be participating. KZ, Q9, who we got to see in action today, absolutely popping off on Holoroff earlier. AOW, MPG, Wolves, who, like we said, were one of those teams in Season 1 that had that potential to be one of those star rosters, but just needed to work on the aggression that they've had. And we do see that they've worked on that aggression. The problem for them is actually pinning it down consistently. FPX going to be making it through, not towards the top end of the leaderboard, but still going to be able to make it through, and they should be able to pop off. OUG going to be joining them, EWG, and then when we look in the top 8, 17JL, Ventus actually booking themselves into a 7th position with not quite the pop-off day that they had on day 2, but still doing decently well and consistently posting up good points. GG were able to make it into top 6. Wiser G, OC, all actually being knocked down to number 4 and number 5, having already played on day 1 and day 2. Instead, all of the teams that are in those top 3 podium finishes heading into the bi-weekly finals, they were all playing today. They've all been able to push their way up into those positions and poach them out from the fingertips. Number 1, GD. Number 2, Alliance. And number 3, I'm so happy to say this, J-Team back in form.
JT back at the top spot here, exactly where everything is, though. See if we can keep that same momentum, working it out, though. See if we can figure this out, though, within this. As Alliance is going to be able to take that with 24 points. I mean, man. It's able to do what they need to, though, and made it look good all within the standings, though. See if they can keep that same momentum as JJ, 24 points as well, almost tying it up as well. WBG making it look good as well and does what they can within this space and making it look nice. You love to see it, though.
Yeah, I mean, we really do like to see it because WBG were one of those teams that, after coming off of the back of literally winning the entirety of Season 1 trios, fell flat when we hit Season 2. They had some trades, they had some roster shuffles, there were obviously some teething issues off of the back of those, and for so many weeks they've literally been continuously back-to-back bottom of the leaderboard. But they came in today, they had a really good match. We got to see the WBG that we expect to see, and hopefully, fingers crossed, the teething issues are finished, the nerves are gone, and it's going to be that form of WBG that we see moving on forward, because teams like J-Team, teams like FPX, all of those are teams that were in very similar positions, but have been able to move past it. Alliance too, actually. I remember Alliance in Season 1, they were trying to still run Matari. Lucky was still trying to run Matari, and it wasn't really working out for them. But in Season 2, they just look so refreshed. They put so much work in. You can see the hours, the amount of coordination that they have as well. So it is without doubt well earned that Alliance are able to walk away with a match win and an MVP for Lucky as well.
Lucky finally being able to get his first MVP. Haven't been able to see the MVP stuff happening, though, so it's good to be able to finally see him really make that happen, though, as now going to be able to see exactly how we're able to do more and more stuff here. I'm excited to see how they can keep this momentum going, though. I'm excited to see how it goes in the future.
I mean, I'm excited to see this bi-weekly. Because here's the thing, right? With how inconsistent some of these teams, some of these big name teams have been this week, Derby, we don't have the usual suspects in the bi-weeklies. We've had some of those teams, some of those underdogs getting to creep their way into the standings, and I think it's going to have a massive impact on the compositions that we see coming through as well. Because a lot of the times, like, some of these teams have really big identities, like, oh yeah, of course they're going to run Transformers, or of course they're going to try and run that 10 move for Justina now. But having those underdogs come through and throw a little bit of a curveball into the mix actually means that some of these teams might struggle in terms of counter-stratting, and when you only have a limited amount of times that you can pick those heroes, and we now divvy between two maps which are very, very different in how they're set out and how those final circles can benefit different compositions, it becomes really important that you pick a composition that is right for the match that you play into.
Even with that one, though, there's still, I think there was a lot more changes than what we see and or what we think. I think there's more from what we was able to establish within these first couple of games, and then obviously I think it's also just more of the gunplay too. The play in terms of how players have really been able to maneuver, especially in that game 3 or game 4, really switched the way people were able to maneuver, not only with rotation but also playing it out with the timing. Though, I mean, obviously with GD, like, really, and Q9 clutching up that massive game here, the Yoda Hema ulting at the very time, but then also just knowing your surroundings. I think knowing your surroundings was a really big playmaker with this game, because not everybody necessarily had to force to get those fights in. Not everybody had to force to do certain things. They really could just play time, play around the circle, do what they need to, get those heals, and then focus on the priority after that, which is ending up clashing and destroying the rest of these teams. So I did notice that a lot of people, yes, there was still a lot of W key action, but when really the important moment at that very last circle was really it, not everybody was so desperate for it. They were just waiting for the right time to strike, not only just for one, but just for the many that was within those small ending circles. And as we go into that, we got one last interview. Jaeger, go ahead, run it back, use that mic, take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Mentality to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 桃子，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的 Mentality。
好的，再次欢迎你。一会儿可以把你的麦可以离你的嘴更近一点，大家可以听得更清楚。So we know that your team has really a lot of fans abroad. So do you have anything you want to say to them? 那我们知道你们队其实在海外有非常多的粉丝，最想此时此刻跟他们说的话是怎么样的呢？
就是谢谢你们的支持吧。感谢，十分感谢，因为我们因为希望我们后面能打出来更好的成绩吧。
好的 So I'm very thank you for all your guys, your support, and I wish we can have best score in the future, and we will try as best as we can. Okay, so also today, that like I saw that because like today we have too much hero combo. They are using Yodo and Viper and Wu-Chen because there's too much Wu-Chen here. So when the Wu-Chen is used the ultimate, some teams is like quickly they can find after these teams transport. But for some teams it's hard. So for this, do you have any skill? 那我们今天看到，其实今天妖红尘的阵容特别多啊。现在无尘越来越多了之后呢，我看到很多队它其实传送之后，有些队去找那些传走的队伍，它会很快，但有些队它就很难去找。在这一方面，桃子自己有什么心得吗？
就看我们双方就是谁先开先手吧。一般来说，如果你先手打别人的话，自己家无尘就有时间去放这个眼。但是如果能被动接的话，他的眼一般来说就放不了太远。
So actually, I think it will depend on who start the fighting first. If like our team use the fight first, so we can have time to put the ultimate of Wu-Chen. And if like we are be fight by the other teams, by the opponent, so maybe it's hard for us to find their way to escape. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢桃子接受我们今天的采访 ，and we will get back to the casters.
I think even with that final look, Alliance still being able to get a little bit of the last laugh for that final dub. But at the end of the day, I think who really is going to be laughing is Cube9 after that game. I'm sorry, I'm still going to be talking about that all the way until we have to be able to cut this and say goodbye to the stream. Chat, thank you guys for supporting and showing love every single day that we will be casting for Naraka Blade Point. We still have more stuff going, but the bi-weekly finals are coming up.
Yeah, the bi-weekly finals are coming up. So we obviously have our solos first, and then we have our trios. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of a variety coming on through. I know a couple of people are experimenting with Takeda potentially being able to counterplay Z-Ping because of your ultimate ability and getting to stun them even through their ult. And then moving into trios, we might get to see a little bit more diversity as well, because Temi didn't really used to be a pick, right? In season 1, whenever we would see a team trying to experiment with a Temi, we'd be like, why are they running a Temi? What's that gonna do? This is not gonna help. Why would you run a Temi instead of a Karumi? But so many of these teams are experimenting with it, and it does have its uses. As we can see, all of the teams that are going to be able to make it to play into those bi-weekly finals, it is going to be GD, YZG, EWG, NPG, Alliance, GG, OUG. There we go. GD Ventus, UWG, 70GL, AOW, Barada, Ace, Q9, Alliance, YZG, J-Team, OUG, KZ, FPX, NAD, XUG, and Darby, I'll let you take split group C.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely insane, as there's still going to be a stacked amount of action happening here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum as they are going to be able to push in, and still going to be more stuff happening. I'm excited to see where the rest of these games go here. But man, like I said before, man, we have seen an insane amount of stuff going down, especially with all of this. Is now it's only going to get interesting. It's just been absolutely insane, and I love to see it. I love to see how certain things have been going, how they've been able to really put this implementation in here, and now I'm excited to see what happens in the future.
Yeah, like we said, we're getting to really see a big old meta shift. A lot of these teams are trying to adapt and figure out what is going to work the best, whether or not they're best sticking with the traditional, which is consistently find them so much value, or whether you do something akin to J-Team when they came to World Championships, right? They were the team that sort of pioneered the anti-transformation composition coming through, playing that Viper. And a lot of these teams are now trying to sort of experiment and pioneer their own composition to see what they're going to be able to counterplay. But you can see how exactly our solo bi-weekly game finals are going to go. As always, it is going to be the first map of Morris Isle. Second, we move over to Holleroth. Then on the 3rd and 4th, it's back to Morris Isle for back-to-back action before moving over to Holleroth for the 5th and back to Morris Isle for the 6th. So be sure not to miss that one.
Seems like people have been enjoying this type of comp around this time rather than how we started it in terms of the ranks really being able to split off here. So it looks like it's going to be staying with this one for a while here. And I guess it's a little bit easier. Like I said, I think it's better because it still makes it to where these teams aren't necessarily as comfortable as they would if they were to do the first 2 maps on Morris and then immediately head to Holleroth.
Yeah, now I think it pushes... They push like a lot of aggression too. Holleroth really rewards moving forward very quickly and finding as much ground coverage as you can to pick up the good loot as quickly as possible. Something that Morris Isle doesn't really do a whole lot of unless you're in the really hot, like high tier loot areas, like Eventide, Celestia, Shipwreck, Shadowjade. Like all of those were places that a lot of players actually used to avoid, especially in Druids. Like even if Shadowjade has high loot tier areas, we never really see teams actually go there very early on in the day. And I think a part of it is because like how vertical it is, and it becomes very easy as well to get cramped up in those very small twisting corridors, something that Holleroth has a lot of. So you do have to go extremely aggressively, and if you play for an open space, chances are another team is going to be trying to intrude as well.
Let alone seeing a blood dripper at our final game.
Oh, that's true. I'm so happy about that one.
We don't see that as often. We really don't. So to see the blood dripper really come through and absolutely just like come through, I'm just bummed that we never got a chance to see an elimination. But you know what? That's okay.
We heard it, Rev. We heard it, Rev.
We heard it, Rev. We had a little bit. We heard a little bit of that action, and honestly, you know what? I'll accept it. We had so many games today. We've seen Q9 come through in an amazing clutch. We've seen the absolute destruction of the Monks come in. To everybody that's been supporting here, thank you guys for tuning in and watching 6 action-packed games of trios. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm Dabier, accompanied with Moxie. More games, more vibes, and more action coming this weekend. Catch you guys on the next one. Thank you guys.